With your boy PSA Sitch here with everyone's favorite Adam Friended. And today, we're going back, everybody. We're going back to the classics. All right. You remember the classics? Remember when times were simpler, Adam? He's still playing them. He's really into it today.
Classics? What
Yes.
are those?
Well, we live in very troubling times. Okay,
Oh yeah, we do.
This is
it.
People are worried that maybe Donald Trump was involved in some Monica Lewinsky-esque shenanigans. Okay.
Really? Oh, I didn't know
Oh,
about
you
that.
didn't see
I was
that?
talking more about the robot apocalypse.
Oh, well, that too. Yes, robot apocalypse, war with Venezuela, with China. Maybe the economy is going to crash.
Yeah.
Who
The
knows,
big
right?
old AI bubble. Yes.
Maybe, but on the good news, maybe we have already had two LGBT presidents.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That doesn't make up for the Nazis coming for us. It really doesn't. It really doesn't.
Sure? Are you sure? If we have, listen, gay Nazis and gay communists are like, it's worth it at that point, right?
It's like the yin and yang, right?
Yes, yes. So I found this video. This feels like a classic Sitch and Adam video here. We have a socialist who made this video accusing everyone of fascism. Did you know that every person alive is a Nazi fascist as long as they're not a socialist?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of fascism these days, so maybe he's got a point now.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Are there groypers in this video?
So yeah, this is such a weirdly timed video because this is a recent video. This is not an old video. Okay, this came out like last week, and you would think that this would be some sort of conversation about like Fuentes or something like that. No, nothing about that whatsoever.
Oh, so it's just innocent people.
Yes, it's just like if you don't like woke stuff, if you like if you like attractive women, all right. I shit you not. If you like good looking people in video games and movies, that's a sign that you could be a fascist.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And maybe I'm a fascist.
You could be. You could be. And thank you right at the bat, JMac, our circuit father, for the $50.
Look at that. Whoa.
Thank you so much. Says you guys better keep me entertained while I question the barons, or they'll be hell to pay. Hell to pay. I still need to drag Adam's happy ass through hardcore WoW Classic 2. Yeah, we do. That would be fun.
Yes, we still got to do that.
Yes. Okay, so let's jump into it. This is a YouTuber who we have not covered before yet, I don't believe, called Crimes New Roman. So I know it's cringe, but you're just gonna have to like we're gonna get through it together, everyone. We're gonna be strong. We're gonna get through this together.
Ladies, as a feminist, I think women deserve more credit for the Holocaust.
Why are you laughing? That joke hits. What are you doing? Women deserve more credit for the Holocaust. Okay.
Yeah, and then
we'll see where this is going.
Then we do the cut to the Curb Your Enthusiasm music.
Whoa, let's be real here, okay? Overly emotional, funny-looking men yelling at groups of people they don't like only goes so far. You need that feminine touch to soften all that hard, masculine language. And really, this is true of basically anything, from genocide to being angry about video games. Like, what's easier to listen to? Someone who sounds like this?
In our world, yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day!
Or someone...
I feel bad for heel versus Bayface. He's like, that girl that was screaming when Trump was inaugurated?
Yes.
He's like the less version of that. Like they're gonna play that clip.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
10 years. That's gonna be the clip. They always jump to that one.
The screaming SJW.
Yes.
Oh.
Sam loves that video so much. She like wanted to find her and like pay her to recreate that when Trump won last year.
Oh really?
Yes.
I looked for her, but I couldn't find. I found someone that looked similar to her, but I'm not sure if it actually was her.
She should have done. She should have started a GoFundMe.
She like
She could have
disappeared
raised
from the internet.
She could have raised $1 million. All right, to do a GoFundMe. Pay me to recreate that scene.
I think the Az meme is pretty hilarious, though. He's just so serious. Oh my god, he's so
mad.
angry.
I know.
It seems completely sincere to me. So I just, it's hilarious.
Who sounds like this.
This goes so much deeper than a few people or one single studio. It shows a very real rot that has crept into Western gaming over the years. Something cultural and something that has been festering for a long time.
That was from a video talking about the cultural purity of video game developers, by the way. Very cool.
I mean, what she said didn't sound bad at all. What's he complaining about? Where's the Nazi shit?
There's so much hypocrisy in the way that all these people talk about media, because if anyone ever says that like, oh, this media seems too socialisty or woke or some, has politics infused in it that they don't like, they will act very like elitist and hoity-toity and be like, oh, you're lame, you're talking about video games, you're criticizing some political message in video games, blah, 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 blah. When it's like the entire reason that this conversation even exists is because that side of politics, this very far left side of politics, was so had such a heavy hand in infusing their political ideas into so much of video games in modern media that people are now there's a backlash that's been created over it.
Yeah, they were hitting people over the head with it,
right?
Continuously.
So it's like,
yeah, exactly. It's in your face.
Right. So it's like they do the thing, they shove their politics into everything, and then when you complain about it, they're like, ugh. Complaining about something in a video game or movie, what a loser.
This game is for children. How dare you? This is a child's game. What are you doing?
Yes, exactly.
So like a socialist retard.
That was from a video
he doesn't
talking
read
about
his...
the cultural purity of video game developers, by the way. Very cool.
He doesn't read his cards. Part 1. Ethically hating women and e-girl eugenics. This should be good. Read your cards, dipshit.
In my opinion, one underappreciated piece of history is that women have long been enlisted as moral mediators in many reactionary and fascist movements heralded by men.
Where's the clip of Nick Fuentes talking about women? I want to see that clip right now, Sitch. I want to see Nick Fuentes talking about how all women suck and that they need to be shunned from the internet.
Right.
As he makes his argument that women are the mediators on the Nazi fascist side.
That's part of why this video is just so fascinating, because you're exactly right. While as the whole Nick Fuentes conversation is blowing up and everyone knows he hates women.
Yes. Oh yeah. It's no secret.
No secret. Not a big fan of the ladies. So it's very interesting that now it's like, oh, all these women are smuggling fascism into our society.
Right. Oh yeah, they're the mediators.
Yeah.
The fascist boys, they just go, oh, women, help us mediate. Help us improve our image, will you? God, it's so inept.
Such as all of them. From duty-bound Nazi women's Reich leaders to maternal moralist anti-feminism zealots to an absolute buffet of modern-day pick-me's, girl.
So we have...
Yeah, what's going on there?
So in this, in this freeze frame here of all these screenshots, or all these thumbnails, we have Second Story, who I think she does great content. Second Story.
Oh yeah.
Very good content. She has a very good understanding of story and writing. And just because she complains about how a lot of, like, I hate to keep saying it, but, what we would call woke politics has sort of infused into a lot of writing and editing and stuff, has sort of affected storytelling in a negative way. And she doesn't, it's also annoying too, because obviously whenever you talk about these things, you have a political, it's like impossible to talk about these things without talking about politics. But it does feel like there are people that talk about this exclusively from a political angle, and people who talk about it because they might be not on the same side of the politics of, the far left, but that's not like the goal. The goal is they actually do like writing, or they do like video games, or they do like movies, and they just don't like it being ruined by these things, or having this form of politics infused into everything.
Well, you're totally limiting your writing dynamic by making it filter through the sensibility of females constantly. Like,
Right.
if all writing must cater to the sensibilities of females, not offend females in any way, shape, or form, you're not going to be able to have a lot of literature that caters to men. That's basically what's going on. So, and I
Right.
think she recognizes that.
Yeah, 100%. And you'd think that these socialists would be, they'd be open to understanding that that's like a capital pressure, or capitalist pressure too, or financial pressure, I should say, because there was a lot more women that were reading, and so then the sort of just the direction that things went.
Yeah,
And
I think
also,
they're fine with catering to women's sensibilities. I think that's
right,
part of their simp nature.
of course, and then also we have the shoe on head thumbnail, because shoe on head is a secret fascist. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
then we have Ben Shapiro's sister. Ben Shapiro's sister is a fascist too.
Well, any conservative woman, he's going to categorize
Right.
as a fascist.
Right. And then we have Blair White. So great.
Well, and Sydney Watson.
And Sydney Watson, yeah.
Yes, and
Was it
Snow White, obviously. She's a huge fascist.
wasn't Sydney Watson the one who sued the Blaze over Elijah Schaffer?
Yeah. Over some sexual impropriety.
Right.
Something like
Fascism.
that. I don't know if it ever went through, though, so I don't know the
I don't know.
details there.
Girl bossing, gaslighting, and gatekeeping is and always has been integral to the spread of conservative reactionary ideologies. Also, Israel's been doing this with the IDF to make genocide look cool. Isn't that neat? One of the newer additions
You can't have a far left video without throwing Israel in there somewhere.
Yeah.
to this lineage of class betrayal is in online nerdcore spaces, where women have become useful accessories in validating the very normal opinions of their definitely centrist male counterparts.
So if you're just listening to this, while he's talking about this, he has text come on screen that says, "Yep, they're all white again." So he's like, not only attacking the women, but now we have to throw in like a racist element to it. It's all the white women, all these white women getting in trouble, being uppity.
Mm-hmm.
Think about
why
how
didn't he throw in
close.
Candace Owens?
What's
going on? What's going on here?
Isn't that strange? Isn't that weird? We have one of the most like bizarrely sort of
the most popular podcast in America.
Right. Yeah. We have the most popular podcast in America who seems to be promoting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Right.
And it's Candace Owens. She's not in this video. She's not
Yeah,
in this
what
video.
happened there?
I would wager it's because she doesn't like Israel. So that makes it okay.
She gets off the hook.
Yeah.
But it really ruins his, they're all white. I mean,
Right.
has
could you
Candace Owens talked to Nick Fuentes yet? It seems like maybe she
did.
has.
She did an interview with him. Yeah.
Okay. So look, Candace Owens would make his argument. If you actually wanted to make this argument, Candace Owens would make it better than any of these girls.
I guess the only thing that, maybe Candace Owens wouldn't make his argument because he's trying to make the argument that like girls, it's kind of funny because on one hand, he's trying to make some sort of there's a difference between men and women argument later in the video, but he's also trying to make the argument that women have some sort of softness or vibe presence to them that makes fascism more acceptable to people.
Appealing.
They're
selling it. They're
Right.
marketing fascism to us.
Right.
I do admit, the sexy Nazis, they do look nice.
There you go. Right. And he's going to be like, oh, so, because all these women, they have like, they have much softer voices. That's why he played, Heels versus Babyface in the beginning yelling. But Candace doesn't really fall into that because she acts crazy. Right.
Mm-hmm.
She's sort of, she's very loud. She's always, kind of going off and everything. So she kind of falls out. Maybe she falls outside that argument, that mold, that framework.
She makes Nazism look bad.
Well, she's got the #1 podcast, so I don't know.
Kamala Harris came to winning the presidency and then tell me that democracy is a good idea. Oh.
However, it's important to clarify that most of the females engage in this culture as one of the boys, using their feminine forms purely as an aesthetic signal, while their rhetorical approach is on the same spirited masculine reactionary scale of Angie mauling vitriol to I am John objectivity.
So just to be clear here, while we think about what he's saying, it's interesting because, again, this guy's, some kind of far left feminist, and yet he's framing it like there is a definitive male versus female way of interacting with information and speaking, and that women, or even he's even going further. He's kind of saying that there's a male spirit, a masculine spirit inherent in right-wing ideology.
Yeah, I noticed
and also
that.
in fascism, which is kind of funny, and that these women have this internal masculine fascist spirit within them, and they're just covering it up with this sort of feminine vibe.
Interesting.
So it is like he's sort of laying out the framework that there's a gender or sex-based biological determinism between the left and the right.
Yes, a lot of people are saying that the left is the feminine, is feminized politics, and the right is, well, I'm not sure about the right being masculine politics. So
it is at the moment, but the thing that's always you have to keep in mind is that you can't think that whatever the circumstances are now are the circumstances that have always been. And this is something important that, like, What If Alt His has brought up a lot. Someone I'm sure that this guy thinks is a fascist, is that if you look back historically, women were far more conservative, almost always, than men. That women were the ones that would be pushing religion and pushing conservatism, and a lot of sort of the conservative movements that people think about in the past were actually pushed by a lot of women. So it's kind of more like of a recent thing in our society that women have sort of come to dominate the left.
right. Yeah, I think there's a lot of conservative women. So I think obviously there is a lot of disaffected young men that are on the right because the left has become so feminized.
Right.
But I don't know that that maps on to the right being more masculine. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, basically, that women obviously can be conservative, and in the past were probably far more conservative than men.
Another version of
there's a lot of conservative women, so
right.
Yeah.
The I'm not like other girls girl. I like video games and men and fascist political pundits and not Disney or feminism or other women. And the background NPC, the person behind that very colorful language at the beginning of my video, is the main case study today on e-girl eugenics.
That was colorful language? I mean, that's so weak sauce.
Yeah, when you heard that, didn't you just, you could tell from
her,
you can tell from her
I heard
that
nothing.
she was like,
I don't even remember.
She was like advocating to, purge the degenerate non-whites from society. You could just hear it from the way that she talked about it.
No, she didn't say anything like that. Didn't get my hackles up in any way, shape, or form.
Have you? No.
I was wondering why are you playing this clip? There's all these Nick Fuentes clips floating around. You're playing this shit?
Hold on. We have to listen. We need to go back. Let's listen very carefully. All right. Listen for it. All right. You're gonna hear it. Watch. You're gonna hear.
Oh, good. Good.
Right.
Pronouns!
Or someone who sounds like this.
This goes so much deeper than a few people or one single studio. It shows a very real rot that has crept into Western gaming over the years. Something cultural and something that has been festering for a long time.
That was from a
Okay, there's two cuts in there, so I have no idea if what she's saying is in context. I don't know if they're her cuts or his cuts. They might be her cuts, obviously, but
it doesn't even matter though. Nothing she said even would even go in the camp of like, this person is a Nazi. They said that there's a rot that's crept into gaming, right?
Yeah.
Which it's funny because you go back to Nia Sarkeesian, and that was her argument, was that
totally
that, well, she wouldn't say that it crept into gaming. She'd say there's a rot that's always been in gaming because the evil patriarchy has
Toxic
dominated
masculinity
society.
is the rot.
Yes, right.
Yeah, we don't know what the rot is. If she came out and said, "Oh yeah, there's all this representation," then maybe okay, you got something.
Oh, interesting.
What distinguishes her from the more brash pick-me energy of many of her apolitical counterparts is her intentionally leaning into the calm, doting, and sometimes mournful feminine aesthetic that so many of these other women purposely reject to desperately become one of the previously mentioned boys. Oh, and we are not gender essentialist on this channel, but we are interested in the weaponization.
Isn't it a bit sexist to say that she's just doing it to get laid?
No,
I mean, what the fuck?
it's no.
He's basically saying that she's only adopting these preferences so that she can get fucked. That's his
Even
argument.
though she's married.
Well, look, this guy's a complete sexist pig. What's going on here?
Well, he would probably say, "Listen, Adam, I'm not saying she's a pick me sexually. I'm saying she's a pick me for views. All right,
Okay, well,
it's a
whatever.
metaphorical pick me.
We know what you mean by pick me.
Yeah. Now he does say it's funny. He has to say this because it's so clear that he is like so many of his arguments are going to be rooted in this sort of strange sex determinism. So he has to say, "Well, I'm not a sex determinist," even though all the arguments he makes are so rooted in that.
Oh, really? He's going to
Framework.
fight back against it.
Yeah. It's kind of like in CRT where they're like, "We're not race essentialist," but then everything they say is like, "Oh, well, you are a race essentialist in terms of how you view the entire world."
Of gender norms, including the kind that shoots you with estrogen.
Wait, hold on.
Boys. Oh, and we are not gender essentialist on this channel, but we are interested in the weaponization of gender norms, including the kind that shoots you with estrogen from a mile away. Subscribe if you want to get shot with estrogen from a mile away. If you don't subscribe, that's going to happen anyways. She tries to mask the same talking points you've heard a million times over with lamentation and a wholesome, marketable feminine appeal, while of course presenting herself as very reluctant to be political, followed almost immediately by mourning a white supremacist.
While this isn't really a political channel,
Okay. So if you haven't seen this video, he just said she's mourning a white supremacist.
Yeah, I can guess who that is.
Who do you think you think she's mourning Hitler?
No, she's mourning Charlie Kirk.
Oh, you nailed it. You can
Obviously.
tell.
Look,
Yes.
I know how these people think.
Right. Right.
Of
Okay.
course. Charlie Kirk, the guy who had a bunch of black people in Turning Points USA, who helped
Yeah.
a bunch of black people with some college scholarships and stuff like that. But,
Right.
you know, white supremacist.
Didn't like Nick Fuentes and the Groyper movement, tried to keep them out of Turning Points USA and the right.
Do you think
That
this guy is not attacking Nick Fuentes because he's a pussy and like he doesn't want a bunch of groypers in his chat? So he's going after a dead guy who was totally milk toast that all the groypers hated?
There could be two reasons. One could just be the logistics that this is like a video he's been working on for even before the Nick Fuentes stuff blew up. Or it could be what you're saying. It could be that it's just cowardice. Or I think a lot of people, the whole Fuentes thing is weird because when all the Fuentes, Shapiro and all that stuff was blowing up, it was mostly like right-wing channels that were talking about it or center-y channels that were talking about it. I really didn't see that many lefty channels talking about it. Or if
Why?
they did, they framed it almost exclusively through the Israel lens. Like they would almost buy into the propaganda. Now, sometimes they would like say, "Oh, well, he hates Israel for like the wrong reasons because he actually doesn't like Jews." But they'd almost always frame it through the Israel line of dialogue.
It's hilarious. They give them a pass. They give Nazis a pass because they hate Israel now over Palestine.
Well, to be fair, it's not so much that they give them a pass. It's more like, oh, well, the only reason that Ben Shapiro and some of these other people are pushing back on it isn't because they're not white nationalists. It's just because they like Israel. Like they don't believe that any of the Republicans that don't like the racism of Fuentes actually don't like racism. They think they all do like racism.
Right.
And so I think a lot of them actually
bring up why not bring up the ultimate proof that there's a bunch of racists on the right wing?
well, they'll get there. They'll get there. That's why I think a lot of them, I think, are happy about Fuentes becoming more popular because it helps them. It helps their political movement.
Right.
The truth is very clear that political activism has wedged itself so deeply into our entertainment and gaming spaces that there is basically zero way to avoid it, especially when some of the very people making these games are using their platforms to cheer for things that are downright sickening. Some of the responses I have seen from professionals in this industry, and let's be very real, across many industries, to the devastating assassination of Charlie Kirk have been absolutely depraved.
The entirety of
So she made a
True.
video. Yeah, she made a video that was in response to a bunch of video game people that worked in the video games industry cheering on or making jokes about Charlie Kirk dying, and it grossed her out. And he plays this like, oh my God, fascism. you are grossed out by people openly mocking a person who was assassinated in public. Fascism.
Right.
her Twitter feed and channel is about games and movies until Charlie Kirk died, by the way. Like, isn't that a little weird? Like, of all the things to be devastated by, to move your apolitical being to speak out about the effects of violent rhetoric, it's a bunch of people on the internet making assassination jokes about the 21st century Hitler youth leader becoming a victim of the rage farming radicalization machine he spent his life building, and not, oh, I don't know, the school shooting that happened the same day one state over. Or any others. Ah, well. Charlie Kirk was...
So, people were not supporting the school shooting when it happened, okay? I don't remember seeing anyone say that they were glad that that school shooting happened. Now, we did see a lot of people say that they were glad that Charlie Kirk was killed. And
yeah, definitely.
That is what a lot of people were reacting to. That was really blackpilling, not just obviously that he was killed, but then that there were all these people online that were not just celebrating it, but they felt, because it says something about the current environment that we're in. If people feel so comfortable, who have their, they're not on anonymous accounts, they're on some account, some social media account on Facebook or Blue Sky or X, and they're on, this got their full name up there, and often it would say where they work, and they would just cheer on the political assassination of someone without any sort of fear of reprisal or social penalty to that. And that really shows you where their headspace is and what kind of echo chamber they exist in, that they thought that that's just like totally cool.
Yeah, they think it's fine to endorse political violence, which has scared a lot of people. I'm wondering if this woman would even make a video if a bunch of people didn't jump on social media and endorse political violence. Because if a bunch of people just said, oh, it's terrible, this shouldn't happen, and we moved on, maybe she doesn't even make a video.
Right. Right.
A random 11-year-old who got murdered by gun violence in a school again. Her and no one else apolitical would have cared about him dying, and then I wouldn't get to make this content for you to oh so graciously partake in. There really is silver linings in everything. Anyways, I believe she's a very important gamerly addition to the lineage of women using the disarming visage of femininity to reframe reactionary politics as morality, making ideology sound like common sense through the mouth of someone who is very much a homebody, almost embarrassingly so.
One spoiled apple softens from within. Before you know it, everything around it is infected too.
I predict more people like her are gonna pop up, because they already are. And I'm making this video because y'all need to learn how to recognize that the distribution of fascist and reactionary rhetoric has evolved and become embedded in the most curious of places, like the minds of our precious gamer girls. Anyways, gamer girls are using Nazi speak to talk about video games, and apoliticals are posting Christian nationalist pro-crusade memes, which means it's time for a little history lesson on how we got here.
You gonna read the title card?
Yeah, it says Girl Boss, Gas Chambers, and Gatekeeper.
Right.
Okay. Now, So we're back in this framework again. I mean, calling second story and even calling, background NPC like fascist. It's really it. There's so many people in the socialist space who any tiny level of pushback against their far left ideology, anyone who's vaguely to the right of them in any capacity whatsoever is automatically a Nazi, is automatically a fascist. I thought we were kind of moving beyond this to some extent, but apparently we're not. Apparently they're still stuck in this rut.
Yeah, it's bizarre in the current climate where you have a rift on the right between center right conservatives and actual Jew hating Nazis. So
right. Yeah, you would think. You would think that they'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
There's
it's a target rich
here.
environment and they're going for what?
Yeah.
Some gamer girl who was upset that everyone was dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave, a 31-year-old father of two.
Yes.
Yeah. It's bizarre. And look, he's making excuses for it. This guy's a piece of shit as well.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah.
JMac or Soga Father, thanks for $20. Says this guy's ironically being incredibly sexist. Side note, background NPC is actually a great content creator, and if people enjoy that type of content, you guys should subscribe. True.
Cool.
True.
That's a girl. Background NPC.
Yes.
That's a cool name. I like
Roots
that.
Hegemon for $20 says Sadie Adler is one of my favorite video game characters ever. Unanimously loved by unanimously loved by like nearly every Ardu RT. I don't know why my brain is not working. RDR2 player. Okay. Thank you. And Ace for $5. That's the person from Red Dead Redemption. And Ace for $5 says, you guys have covered Times New Roman before he did the video defending iDubbbz. Oh, yes.
What we did. Yeah, we've covered it once before.
You're right. You're completely correct. That video being almost as awful as the new iDubbbz. As a new iDubbbz video. You're correct. Yes.
Oh, iDubbbz has another video out now?
Fantastic.
Ouch.
Okay. I'll be right back, but keep it going.
Oh, and fascism is happening today, by the way. Have you turned on the news? Have you read NSPM 7? Bitch. Has anyone else heard of a guy called Hitler? I hear he had some pretty mind-blowing ideas. Gertrude Schultz Kling, who looks like she could defeat a bear in one-on-one combat, is the appointed Reich women's leader, describing women as responsible for ensuring that decency and order prevailed in family and public life. She was generally the driving force for encouraging German women to see themselves not as political actors, but as cultural protectors, a stance that gave moral legitimacy to the regime's policies by naturalizing ideology through the language of purity and duty. Duty. But to Gertrude, these weren't just fluffy ideals. Women were expected to live out this role in very specific ways. In Mothers of the Fatherland by Claudia Kuhn, she describes how female leaders of the National Socialist Women's League—
boring history lesson. Who cares? No one gives a fuck. No one cares about this shit. Also, he can just compare some innocent gamer girl to this person from the Third Reich. Boring!
Organized sewing circles, food drives, and childcare programs that doubled as spaces for political indoctrination. Housewives would distribute leaflets about racial hygiene, they hosted kitchen table talks warning about degenerate influence in schools. Where does that sound familiar? And also ran charity networks.
Because so he showed a LGBT flag because conservatives are worried about leftists convincing their kids that they are born in the wrong body and that they're physically the other sex inside their brain and they need to go through gender reassignment surgery by the time that they're 10 years old. That means we're weeding out degeneracy in school. Okay.
Yes.
Nice. Nice way to understand the actual issue.
That only supported certain kinds of people. And not only excluding Jews, but non-party women. Because a consistent theme that you'll be seeing here is there's always a right kind of women. In an interview with Coons, Gertrude proudly proclaimed her influence led to
Can we
They,
skip the history lesson? This boring ass history lesson?
well, we can, yeah, we can kind of go through it quickly. It's just the only thing that's important in the context is that he's going to spend like the next, 2 or 3 minutes, talking about Nazism just so he can call all these people Nazi.
I know, exactly. Yeah. Fuck
Disgusting.
you.
Yeah. And it's so funny too, because all these people who pretend that they don't believe in, some form of objectivity, and they all kind of pretend like they're some sort of great relativist, or that there's no such thing as, categories or anything like that. Like, you just said there, like, oh, like there's a correct type of woman. All these people are just hypocrites because they all believe that there's a correct type of man and a correct type of woman. It's that they're socialists. It's that they're leftists. And
Yeah,
any deviation
exactly.
from that means you're the bad person, that you're wrong.
Yeah. They're filled with hypocrisy, obviously.
Yeah.
So he's going to give us a 20-minute lesson on World War II, and then he's going to come in and say, yes, all of these people who care about video games, they're all Nazis.
Right.
They're all literally part of Hitler's Third Reich.
Mm-hmm.
What a piece of shit. I can't stand this stuff. It's so bad faith.
To policy changists, when Coons pointed out to Gertrude that so many...
Here we can go through the Hitler stuff.
Now, you may have just thought that I got Gertrude herself with us. What is why provide social, specifically
It's like
never
45
cared for
minutes.
politics, only you all the time.
All this isn't really a political channel. All this isn't really a political channel. All this isn't really a political channel.
But despite all this work and influence,
That's the only criticism that I would agree with is, again, even though I understand that there are people who are not, they're like, I'm not going to do a channel that's about, who I think should win the next election or covering those sort of issues. Obviously, if you're talking a lot about culture war issues, like those are political issues. And I think you should just say that. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Yeah, if politics fucked up your video game or movie, I mean, you're
Right.
kind of forced to talk about it.
The K-pop Demon Hunter thing is interesting too. It kind of comes up later because now I assume you didn't see that because you hate musicals. And it's,
Are you kidding? I saw it as soon as
oh,
it
that's
came
right. You
out.
did. You saw it with your wife, didn't you? Yeah.
I did, yeah.
She was a big fan. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It's interesting because you would think, right, that all the horrible anti-woke Nazis should have hated that thing because it's so clearly
Traditional gender roles.
right. You have women who are they're fighting demons, and they all have like super karate powers and magic, and they're killing things left and right, and they're beating up men, and they're beating up demons left and right. And it's like the most, it's not for you property ever made. It's so clearly made for girls.
Mm-hmm.
Completely made for girls. All, you have all those scenes, and we talk about this. We have all those scenes of the girls like lusting after these very attractive men and their abs and all this other stuff in this like super like over the top sexualized cartoon way.
Objectification of men.
Yes, hyper objectification of men. Okay, so you'd think that all the anti-woke people would see this and they go, "Oh, this is all like horrible and trash and blah blah blah," but they didn't. They're like, "This is totally fine. We're totally fine with things not being made for men. It's totally fine with things being made for women. We just don't like this. We don't like a specific type of shoving in people like this sort of like far left politics into everything." And they didn't do that in K-pop Demon Hunter whatsoever at all. They just made something that was for women. And that's fine.
Yeah.
that she apparently had, it's important to note that Big H himself was very abundantly clear who this all was for. Quotes guy, can you hit me with a fat Hitler quote right now?
No, I don't. Will be an.
He was pretty legitimacy dissent as well as the creation of cultural aesthetic works that were
Sitch is like fast forwarding because it's so boring.
Okay, well, this is kind of important though. But also, I don't know what the joke is here. Like he's holding this Capri Sun pouch the whole time. I don't know what that's supposed to be referencing.
That's how he gets the kids to get in his white van, Sitch.
Okay.
Don't you know they love Capri Sun?
I don't know if this is some sort of like, oh, it's like the 90s throwback. No clue.
continually working in the background to build up these moral foundations which lent legitimacy to the harder denunciations of the big boy male leaders. This rhetorical strategy worked because it dovetailed with broader cultural campaigns that pathologized dissent, as well as the creation of cultural aesthetic works that were considered aberrant. That means art that wasn't Nazi enough. The 1937 Degenerate Art Exhibition in Munich invited citizens to scorn modernist works. Hitler himself condemned artists for making works depicting
The human being only in a state of putrefaction.
and for presenting
Deformed idiots as representatives of manly strength.
that dish of
It's so fascinating because he's saying, listen, they force their moral aesthetic onto art, something I am completely against. At the same time, what are we getting in art right now? Who's forcing their moral aesthetic onto art? Who's saying you can't objectify women in art?
by their standards.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They are the Nazis. They're totally the Nazis in the art space right now.
Mm-hmm.
You are the status quo. You're doing all the things you're criticizing the Nazis for doing.
Yeah, they're the ones that are they'll hold up all these things that were like the quote standard beauty norms of 20 years, 30 years ago, and they'd be like, oh, scoff at these. Look at how horrible and misogynist these things are.
His argument is that it's bad that the Nazis turned all art into propaganda, as the progressives are turning all art into propaganda.
Right.
For the progressive cause, which is why art totally fucking sucks now. Art is graded on how much it forwards the cause of progressivism, not on whether or not it's any good. And K-pop Demon Hunters is good because it doesn't wade into those waters.
No. And also, this is really so many people on the far left get sucked into this, the Nazis liked water, so water is bad view of the world. So many socialists get sucked into this because, yes, the Nazis had a very strong obsession with some idea of purity in order to fight some sort of form of degeneracy. And so because of that, instead of just saying okay, well, things in life are important in terms of balance. You can't go too far in any direction. Instead of just doing that and understanding that and saying, okay, well, you need to have some level of purity to prevent everything from degenerating into just garbage. They're like, no, we just need to go 100% in the other direction.
In the garbage direction.
Yeah, we need to go 100% in the garbage direction. I mean, look at the aesthetic. Look at the aesthetic that this person is bringing to you. Okay.
Oh,
You look at this person and you instantly know their entire political belief structure based on what they're wearing and how they present themselves.
Right. How many lame tattoos they have.
Mm-hmm.
Vowel of art that has perceived amoral characteristics certainly seems a little bit familiar. This language of rot and decay resonated precisely because women's organizations were already primed to translate ideology into moral duty. They taught citizens to see cultural impurity as a literal threat to health and decency. And together, these moves reinforced the idea that politics was not politics at all, but a fight for cultural health, beauty, and purity. Boy, isn't that awful? Time portal to the next section.
I mean, I don't see how he's not wanting those things just from a progressive worldview. He wouldn't call it purity, obviously, but that's what he wants. They talk about the media being too toxically masculine. That's exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah. That's why that's why the horseshoe's so real. That's all they do. They just redefine everything according to their ideals, their virtues, their purities, and then demand that everyone adhere to it. And that's part this video should be studied for the irony and projection that it just exudes. It's a perfect example of it. And you'll see he's going to go and bring up Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism.
No way.
That's going to be the examples of, oh, look at this girl. She's doing the fascisms.
Dumbass.
Feminism is bad. The origin story.
Part 2B. Oh. To be or not to be.
I love a good time portal, but I just wish that I had a straight shot here instead of having a layover at the beginning of time.
These jokes are really killing it, Sitch.
You don't like this joke of him floating through space for
The layover at the beginning of time.
That's a good joke.
That cat's wearing a hat. That's funny.
Bring up the cats playing the instruments on the porches. Now
Those are good videos.
that is funny.
Yes.
Way funnier than this shit.
Well, the joke is he's doing a video, he's talking about the past, so he has to physically go through the past. And the joke is that as he's physically going through the past, it's boring and he's looking at his phone.
Right. Yeah.
That's the joke.
Which all his audience is doing that as well.
Yes.
We're fast forwarding though, so you don't have to listen to it. Because we're smart.
Phyllis Schlafly, who looks like she has never thought a nice thing about a black person in her entire life, was well known for her ability to cast anti-feminism and other reactionary talking points as simple common sense.
Feminists always talk about liberation. Well, I say we need liberation from the feminists. The average American woman has enough common sense to know that her marriage and motherhood are the most fulfilling role she can have.
Which you still hear a lot today if you pay it.
It's so dumb because all these guys do is they just actually give credence to all the people that they hate and all the talking points they hate. Because, like, obviously 1950s America, okay, I would agree. I think most people would agree. Yeah, there needed to be equality for women. Women should be treated the same as men. They should be respected in society, equal amounts. If they're doing a job, obviously they should be paid, according to what the value is that they're providing. They shouldn't be paid less on the basis of being women, all these things. The woman doesn't want to be a homemaker, she shouldn't have to be. All these things. Everyone agrees with this. And obviously 1950s America, right? Things were very different. And so it would make sense that you'd have some sort of movement that's pushing for those sort of ideals in our society.
Right.
And yet, because of how modern feminism, which they refuse to even acknowledge, is different in 2025 than it was in 1950, 75 years ago, all it does is it just kind of lends credibility to a lot of people who say, no, feminism is actually, from the beginning, a terrible ideal. Women should get back in the kitchen. Women shouldn't have jobs. Women should all be barefoot in the kitchen, blah, 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 blah.
Because modern feminism is so strict.
Yeah, because they make kind of the slippery slope argument. And then these guys also make the slippery slope argument, only in like the other direction. They're like, yes, it is all slippery slope, but the slippery slope was a good thing and you should be in favor of it.
Modern feminism looks at being a stay-at-home mom as fascist.
Yes.
Which is the problem, basically.
Right. Yeah, well, it should be about choice and freedom. As opposed to saying, no, you're a bad woman if you, choose to not work, or you choose to raise your children, or you choose to, do whatever.
Yeah. Yes.
Tension.
By the way, am I do you guys feel the same way? Am I the only person? Because I feel like this is the common sense take to have. Whereas if you're new, you're not going to have that same type of insight. I mean, that's common sense, man. It's such a, this is the thing. It's so common sense.
Shout out to Max Morrow and his really good common sense video that I shamelessly stole that montage from. He's really cool. You should watch his video. Yes. Similarly,
this is a part of the video where they suck up to someone else on the left in hopes of status and views. That common sense thing was completely off topic.
To our homegirl Gertrude, Phyllis rejected the idea that she was a political activist of sorts, instead positioning herself as a defender of women's natural born rights. Shout out gender essentialism. In a 1972 speech, she famously declared,
"What I am defending is the real rights of women. A woman should have the right to be in the home as a wife and mother."
You guys are not going to believe this, but actually, that was my friend Coy again, and not the real Phyllis Schlafly. It's It's just amazing. The bountiful.
This is like the standard on the left. They come out and they try to suck off every other content creator in the space so that they can blow up their channels.
Well,
It's disgusting.
I mean, it's a funny joke. They had a person who's a guy put on a falsetto voice and read a woman quote for like the 4th time in this video.
Super funny.
Yeah.
I didn't need to know who it is, and I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Talent in this man is astounding.
Why? What the fuck? Oh my God.
Using moralistic language like that, Schlafly reframed anti-feminism not as a regressive attack on women in response to them actually getting agency in their lives.
Oh my God. Go back to the quote here. What I'm defending is the real rights of women. A woman should have the right to be in the home as a wife and mother. Well, a lot of people would say women don't have that right anymore because of the economic realities of our economy. Both parents are forced to work, so that right has officially been taken away from you.
Well,
so much for equal rights.
Right. Well, and it's kind of, it's similar to like this conversation of, okay, well, there's an actual person who is a white nationalist or white supremacist, like the Fuentes and stuff that's going on. Why are you sort of attacking these people that are not? And it's kind of the same thing with that lady who, that woman says a lot of insane shit.
From the 1950s.
Well, yeah, but even, I mean, she lived until, I think she died in like mid 2000s or something. And she said crazy shit even like in like, I think in like 2008, she said something like marital rape isn't real.
Why doesn't he throw that quote up?
Right. So
what's the matter with the quote here? Women should have the right to be a mother.
Exactly. No, that's my
stay-at-home mother.
That's my exact point, is that you have this person who says like marital rape isn't real, who doesn't believe that evolution should be taught in schools, who said that women should actually be paid less than men to, you know, discourage them from working. So there's a person who said all these like crazy things. And it's like, oh, but why are you're going to lead with the quote that they said that is completely reasonable?
Yeah.
It's completely reasonable. Now, you would think the argument that he would try to make would be like, oh, well, see, they actually say all these things that I agree with, I being this person, I agree with and sound reasonable, but it's actually just a, you know, a mask to cover up their really insidious things. But he doesn't even make that argument effectively or efficiently.
Right.
Language like that, Schlafly reframed anti-feminism not as a regressive attack on women in response to them actually getting agency in their lives, but as a form of protection of the family, of tradition, and of women's definitely natural roles to basically be birthing slaves. The power of this strategy was that it allowed her to appear non-ideological while advancing a deeply ideological agenda. Like,
see, that's such disgusting framing. If someone wants to be a stay-at-home mom, describing them as a birthing slave is fucking disgusting and sick. It makes me hate these people with every fiber of my being.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are a disgusting individual. And look, it's completely antithetical to your idea that people should have freedom to do what the fuck they want. No, you have to do what I want. If you do what you want, you're a birthing slave.
Well, obviously, this is a person who would never engage in pure demoralization act.
Yeah, I think you would.
What every single one of these bozos tries to do.
It just sucks because this is the people on, like Carl on the right. They look at this guy and they say, this is a liberal. This is the guy that makes liberalism look fucking not noxious.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Is doomed to failure because it is based on an attempt to repeal and restructure human nature.
It's just natural. It's just how women are. How can what I'm saying be political in any way if it's literally the objective truth of the world? Me to my boss at work all the time. This is the logic, by the way, behind why reactionaries and gamers, men and women alike, rally against the scary F word, because it's seen as going against nature itself. Oh, and ignore the fact that they're...
That's fucking bullshit. It's such bullshit. It's not about the nature thing. It's about actually forcing women into the feminist paradigm. Most people want the freedom to choose whether they are going to go down the career route or the stay-at-home mother route. But when you demonize everyone that goes down the stay-at-home mother route, you are forcing them into the career path. You're being a fucking demonic dick.
Well, and also it is trying to force men down a route of specific behavior as well. It's not just women.
Of course, yeah.
And forcing really all of society down a specific framework. At least, modern feminism is.
Gender essentialism much?
Yeah. Well, that's why it's so ironic. But I think that's also like a very key difference between, a lot of the older forms of feminism, the second wave feminism, and maybe even early third wave feminism was there's a difference between it's unfortunate that like the word inclusive or inclusivity has become so demonized by DI and all these other things, because there isn't anything wrong with saying like, well, things should be open so that people can join them if they want to. If you want to work at a place, you should be open to do that. If you want to participate in society in some fashion, you should be open to do that. And there's a very big difference, I'd say, between earlier forms of feminism, where that's really all it was asking for, is for women to be able to enter spaces and do jobs and do these things and not be pigeonholed into roles, versus now the sort of feminism which is like, no, men and women need to be pigeonholed into roles that were just the opposite of the roles that were once prescribed by society.
Yeah, and that's what's so maddening about this is he's conflating the two. He's taking this Shafley lady from 50 years ago and saying, yes, this person making a video about a game now is in that same mindset. She's a gender essentialist. She wants to see all women get back in the kitchen, which is just fucking, I doubt that's the case. Maybe she is. I don't know. I haven't seen any of her videos, but he hasn't showed me any evidence that she's the back in the kitchen type.
No.
Ideal women seem to paradoxically look unnatural, like out of a 14-year-old horn dog's imagination, or is a child. But that's not important, because what is important is that they believe that that character would have sex with them.
Remember when he just talked about how horrible it was that the Nazis were portraying specific types of art as horrible and bad?
Yeah.
And then
he just did it.
Does the exact same thing.
And he just says all this art is degenerate.
Yes. Oh, if you like hypersexualized, conventionally attractive female bodies, well, then you're a degenerate. You're a horrible degenerate. It should be burned at the stake. Should be shamed and mocked. But we're not.
You
about
knew it was
going
to come. Yeah, you knew it was going to come sooner or later, right?
Of course, it always does.
Someone who likes sex a lot, I can understand why they want that, because it's really cool and very fun. Hey Siri. What's sex? Schlafly's rhetoric was a continuation of a model already established by conservative women's groups during the Cold War. Historian Michelle Nickerson documents in Mothers of Conservatism that grassroots mothers regularly mobilized through warnings of communist infiltration in schools, libraries, and Hollywood films. Boy, does that sound familiar. They circulated pamphlets.
God, it's so depressing that all these fucking retards basically made all those old arguments completely illegitimate. Correct. God,
It's
that's
sad,
so depressing.
isn't it?
I know. It's terrible. Thanks so much, Jason Waltington, for the 10 memberships. Thank you.
They hosted meetings framed, of course, not as partisan politics, but simple maternal vigilance. And all of these things gave their activism legitimacy precisely because it was masked in maternal identity. They were not radicals, they were mothers protecting their children. What Schlafly did was she inherited this model and then was able to scale it nationally. Schlafly distributed flyers, just like her predecessors, warning against the ERA and the women's liberationists taking away special rights women enjoy because they don't want her women to serve in the military. Boy, doesn't that sound familiar? This is the consistent rhetorical strategy. Recast political struggle as a matter of family protection and natural-born rights, with women claiming the moral authority to safeguard home and tradition. By situating herself as the calm maternal defender of real rights, Schlafly made anti-feminism sound apolitical and even benevolent. And also she told women not to think about their place in society and the future because they were literally born to not do that.
Men are philosophers. Women are practical, and 'twas ever thus. Men may philosophize about how life began and where we are heading. Women are concerned about feeding the kids today.
Okay, so now we know that this Schlafly lady didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Women are practical. Really?
Right, yeah.
Women are practical.
Tell that to my wife with her 750 pairs of shoes.
What about her? Or what about her Vespa Labubu?
Yeah, exactly. Practical? This guy's obviously single. Or I guess it's Schlafly's quote.
Yeah,
So
it's so funny.
yeah. Times have changed. Although she looks like a shoe collector too.
Mm-hmm.
She also victim blames sexual assault victims.
Sexual harassment on the job is not a problem for virtuous women.
I'd love to keep playing you
Because virtuous women aren't on the job.
They're
They're not
there you
in the
go.
workplace.
There you go. Exactly.
They don't get harassed.
Yeah.
It's so bad faith to be propping this woman up and then to say, oh yeah, these other women, you know, because they look like her, are making the same arguments.
Right. Who are
It's just
saying
ridiculous.
really, yeah, saying nothing remotely like this person at all.
Yeah. Yeah. It's bad.
banger Schlafly quotes, but we got more.
We should do one of those Epstein videos and compare this guy to Jeffrey Epstein. We could do
Yeah.
it.
We need a bunch of like Epstein quotes. Look at all these things Epstein said. Look
Yeah.
what this guy said.
Yep. Exactly.
Draw your own conclusions, audience.
Shit to cover. So, time portal.
Tradwives, pastel, QAnon, and gamers.
Yeah, all this is fucking nonsense.
Oh.
I can't. This video is an hour long.
Yeah,
What fucking nonsense.
we'll make it. We're gonna do it. All right. Oh, but quick sidetrack. It was kind of funny. I saw this yesterday. Speaking of Epstein, Glenn Greenwald put out a video yesterday where he was lamenting because there's all the Epstein.
That he never went to the island.
Yes, exactly. No, he never got to suck anyone's toes at the island. Yes, any black prostitute's toes at the island. No. So, because with all the Epstein emails that came out, apparently some of them showed. I mean, I didn't even see them, but apparently some of them showed that Epstein and Noam Chomsky were like good friends or something.
No, that's awesome.
And so he was like putting out this video about like how he was just like, oh, he was just so saddened because Glenn Greenwald was so influenced by Noam Chomsky, which again, if you if you were familiar with Glenn Greenwald before he sort of did the populist grift, you would know, yes, he's a big socialist and is a huge Noam Chomsky fan. And then it was funny because then when he's talking about it, like obviously he does, talk about it like, why is Noam Chomsky, friends with, and he's friends with him after the original court case too. It wasn't like he was friends with him and then he gets the original court case in the late 2000s and then Noam Chomsky like breaks off with him. No, he continued to be his friend and hang out with him after he was already arrested for underage sex.
Chomsky did? He's
Yes.
been to the island then.
Of course, obviously. He's got some Chomsky, he's got a massage.
Yeah, totally.
Massage,
He took the massage.
Of course. But yeah, and whenever anyone asked him about it, he would always be like hyper dismissive about it. Like, I don't have to tell you anything about me hanging out with a pedo. So Glenn Greenwald does bring that up, but it's funny too, because like the emphasis of the video is that, well, Epstein had all these fucking weird connections with Mossad and Israel and was probably working for them. So that's the real crime, is that Noam Chomsky is like hanging out with, some Israeli spy or something.
Right,
That's more important
obviously.
than the pedo stuff.
He's got to link everything back to
Yeah.
Israel.
I really wish there was a bathroom in this place.
So
joke.
funny. Oh my God. This guy's hilarious.
Good joke.
Modernity, you fickle little bitch. The thing that everyone hates unless it caters to their narrow worldview centered in the past being better because they are too lazy to spend time developing personal taste. I'm sure you, the astute fat-assed student of mine who is definitely subscribed, have noticed that much of the tactics and strategies I have spoken about sound awfully familiar if you have paid attention to literally anything in the world. The advent of digital culture has allowed so many of these tried and true reactionary ball gargling techniques to have re-emerged in new forms and allowed this rhetoric to spread more uninhibited than it ever has been before, because humanity is not responsible enough to have the internet. What the fuck is this? What are we doing? What are we doing? People like Tradwife.
People complaining about that was so cringe.
Yeah, bunch of
Yes.
pearl clutchers.
Trump posted some cringe AI video of him dropping poop on people, and then people were like, "Oh my god, the
How dare you.
humanity!" It's like it was just cringe. You should just be like, "That's pretty lame."
Influencers, for example, often soft-spoken.
Listen, no one is watching that woman on the right because she's a trad wife. Okay, I can tell you that
Yeah.
much.
This is the ball gargling here.
Yeah.
Women posting about homemaking, modest fashion, and religious devotion are a well-known modern expression of this rhetorical continuity, embedding traditionalist and oftentimes explicitly far-right politics into the most boring lifestyle content I have ever seen. Like, who the fuck?
It's not for you. Why is it bad that people have decided that they like the visual aesthetic or the vibe of wearing clothing from a past era and being a homemaker? Why is that an inherently a bad thing? If listen, if we're not, if we're not trying to hold people up to some sort of aesthetic purity like the evil Nazis, then why is that bad? Why is that so wrong?
Yeah, why is it? Why are we purity testing here?
Looks miserable making cupcakes. Like, I fucking love making cupcakes, bro. Also, the drip. Like,
The woman was literally smiling,
Yeah.
and he's like, "You look miserable." Okay.
pray for a better wardrobe. Their success
He's like a man hater as well. He hates the patriarchy. He hates the idea that these women, these attractive, very busty women are making cupcakes for their loving husbands.
I know.
Drives him crazy. He's like, listen, I'm in a polycule. I'm like guy 4.
Mhm.
By the time I get to her, she's all used up.
Exactly. Well, and I know that a lot of this too, and yeah, I didn't experience this because this kind of happened. I got out of college sort of like right before a lot of the woke stuff really bubbled to the surface.
Right.
But Sam was telling me that like a lot of her experience in college was a lot of this like a lot of females and a lot of feminists just really pushing into her mind that like, having babies is bad, like they're parasites on your body, that like, being a homemaker or cooking or doing any of these like feminine activities are
for
all bad things
losers.
and these are
Yeah.
for losers. Like she has so much indoctrination sort of pushed on her by sort of the social circles that she sort of inhabited.
Yeah.
And
This
that's why
is
she
a-
found my amazing YouTube channel.
This lifestyle is completely unavailable to this guy. I mean, this guy he's probably scraping by. He's probably waiting tables somewhere, scraping by with some extra cash on YouTube. Like he's not really in a position to make a woman a homemaker for him. So
Right.
all of this is just antithetical to his worldview because obviously it's completely unavailable to him. So
Well, it was like I don't remember who it was. There was some picture. Remember, there's like that picture of it was like a white family, and so many people were like, "Oh, you have a white family that looks like it's wearing 1950s clothing. Obviously, these people are Nazis."
mhm.
And it's just so fucking. It's so racist. It's so disgusting. You just can't have like a person who's white dressing in, some sort of aesthetic like this, and it's like, oh, well, they're racist. They're just trying to destroy society and kill all the non-whites.
Yeah, that's their moral grandstanding.
Yep.
It's so much of it is the economic realities of the situation. The right for women to be homemakers has been seriously infringed upon by the economic realities of our society, which really sucks because it's definitely difficult to do. It's definitely difficult to make a home run on one income these days because just everything is so expensive and wages are not high enough.
Yeah.
So this is a way to cope with it, though. This is just a coping mechanism to say, oh, that's horrible. We wouldn't want that anyway, right?
True.
Why?
True.
Like, why wouldn't you want to be able to choose? Sure, plenty of women want to have a career, regardless of the money, right? It's not about the money. They want to do something exciting with their lives, right? More power to them. But plenty of women, I think, want to stay at home.
Yeah,
and
of course.
If men made more money, that would be a possibility for a lot more women.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, you've got cucks like this who are on the internet just making excuses for the economic reality, even though they call themselves anti-capitalist, right?
Yeah.
Why are you attacking this? Attack the fucking reason why this is out of the reach of so many women. Look, I guess he wants it to be out of reach of so many women. So go capitalism.
Right. No, I would just say I wouldn't call it a right for women to do this. I just say the option to do this. Like, it's not like a right.
What's the difference?
Well, a right is like you have a right to free speech. You have some sort of inherent right in our society to speak. I don't think anyone has an inherent right to be a homemaker or to not work. So I just say, like, you have the option to do that. Like, as you're saying, you have the option if it's available to you. And I don't think you should be shamed for doing it. As long as you're doing, like, if you're just sitting at home and you're doing nothing and you're just like a leech, okay, then yeah, maybe you should shame someone for that. But if you're at home and you're taking care of children and you're cooking for, a family member who's working and you're cooking for children and you're keeping the house in order and all these other things, like, that should be applauded. There's nothing wrong with that.
We're drifting into the positive negative rights realm, which obviously I don't want.
I know.
I fucking hate that framing whatsoever.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the actual capabiliity, if it's physically impossible for you to do something, I don't know that you could.
That's what I'm saying. The option to do it is just I think.
Well, you don't have the
framing.
option. The economic reality is taking that option away from you.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is
taking
that's what
the
I'm saying,
option away from most people.
I agree. I'm saying that the framing should be that the society has, or the current economic situation has ruined that option, the availability of that option for most people.
Yeah, and I do think this is why you've got a bunch of people who are groypers, who are like looking to Nick Fuentes because they've been disenfranchised economically. They're never going to get that trad wife because they're never going to make enough money to afford that trad wife.
Right.
And they're fucking pissed about it. They want the world to go back to a way where they could get that. And they want this cuck to step in and rally with them.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not. He's gonna maintain his position as dude 4 in the polycule.
In popularity comes not from overt confrontation, but from aestheticizing politics as wholesome, nurturing, and apolitical, leaning explicitly on the biological essentialism we've seen time and time again. Similarly,
well, I haven't heard any of the people, aside from the woman from the 1950s, make the biologically essentialist argument. I doubt that they would. I really doubt that they would.
Not. But to be clear, there is a level of average personality and trait differences between men and women that is rooted in biology. And if you don't accept that, then you don't believe in evolution. You don't believe that there's different mating strategies or sexual reproductive strategies, and that those strategies are going to influence behavior and then be passed down genetically.
I don't know that that's biological essentialism, though. Isn't essentialism saying that all women have this trait when there obviously can be very masculine women and there can be very feminine men? Obviously, we're looking at a very feminine man, so.
I don't know. I guess I don't know. It depends how every individual person interprets it.
It's saying that those traits are essential to the to the gender. So women are physically incapable of doing philosophy.
Well, yeah, which is retarded, obviously.
Yeah, that's not that's
Sure.
not true at all. But
Right.
I
No,
do
but
understand what
yes.
you're saying. There are going to be generalities that women are obviously in aggregate much shorter than men.
Yeah. But like I think the difference would be if you were to, look at a personality trait test for men and women and you graph them out. And yeah, obviously not everyone's going to be all over the place, but you are going to see averages that are going to line up differently. The average male and the average women are going to be grouped not, with other men and other women, and they're going to be grouped apart from each other, right? And I imagine that this person would say, well, that's just because culture has conditioned people to think that, as opposed to, no, there are average personality differences between men and women that is rooted in biology.
Yeah, that stuff is always
He
so
would say that
ridiculous to me.
Right. But he would probably say that just saying that, what I said, is this form of repressive biological essentialism.
Right. Yes. On average, men, their psychology is geared more towards things. Women's psychology is geared more towards people.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen videos where people are trying to do some study to prove that that's some sort of cultural phenomenon that we are enforcing on the children
Right.
by doing certain things, getting dolls out for girls or getting trucks out for boys.
Yeah.
When there's other research that proves, no, the boys want the trucks. You're like, don't give me the fucking doll, bitch. Give me the truck. I'm a boy.
A few months ago, I think it was, there was some yet another one, a large meta-analysis of all the toy studies to show that it really does show. They continually show there's a gender difference. No, some sort of inherent gender difference between toy preferences and
that's biologically based.
Yeah.
Yeah. The left tends to make the argument that you're subconsciously enforcing this cultural norm on people wrongly.
Right.
How dare you?
Well, that's always the argument. There has to be the moment of their birth, society and their parents are sort of unconsciously, pressing stuff into them. Right. That's why when you look at the amount of violent crimes and sexual assaults and how it's overwhelmingly men that do them, that's all just social conditioning.
That's bad parenting right there.
It's all just social conditioning, right? And a purely egalitarian society, okay, where there was no patriarchy and misogyny, like it would be 50-50. It would be 50-50 for women doing the violent crimes.
Yeah, of course. We need to get that gender parity up.
Yeah. Come on, ladies. You got to raise those numbers, all right?
Are there any ladies in chat that want to go rob a bank with us this weekend? Come on, we got to get our violent crime numbers up.
That's right, yeah. Send us a DM, okay?
Wave that has cursed the planet with its existence, in which QAnon conspiracies are rebranded through pastel color palettes, inspirational quotes, and curious hashtags. Instead of dark warnings, these accounts...
I mean, it seems obvious why women would be more into QAnon than men. I don't know the numbers, but it seems like there's a lot of women that are fascinated by QAnon because it's protecting children from pedophiles, right?
Right.
Obviously, women are far more protective.
Share posts and memes about protecting children, spiritual wellness, positive living, which result in radical conspiracy theories becoming approachable and even comforting, especially to mothers and young women.
This is the part where he says repeal the 19th, right?
Yes.
Because women are too emotional to actually vote.
Mm-hmm.
God forbid women have a space just for themselves. Am I right, ladies? And then, of course...
Oh, my God. Doesn't he know? Women don't get privacy and spaces anymore.
Nope. It's
all the trans women in there now.
Of course, in this nightmare realm, we have our beloved gamer sphere that we all know and endure, thrust into relevance by the now eternal societal scar that is known as Gamergate. It has nestled...
No!
He said the word!
Take a shot! Take a shot!
Why? Why?
Gamergate!
It's too late for a Gamergate video.
snugly in this new age digital reactionary hellscape with females that go to bat for the biggest dorks advocating for the lamest shit you've ever heard in your life.
When's he gonna play the Western Games Are Doomed video? That video looks amazing. I want to see it. I want to see that video, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, as for the ladies, whether they're literal active conservative pundits or just random people who kind of lucked into clout on social media, these women's presence is integral to keeping this reactionary machine well-oiled in the imaginary feminist tiers that they believe keep it functioning. There needs to be women part of these movements to sanitize the messages of the unwashed screaming masses, and the men are absolutely aware of this.
There's a lot of...
He's so bitter. He's so bitter. He's like, let the incels be by themselves, women. Abandon them.
Well, and also very elitist too.
Oh yeah.
The screaming unwashed masses. All those
Of
fucking
course.
retards out there.
I hesitate to call it elite overproduction, but you know this guy probably has a PhD in something,
Yes.
which is completely ridiculous.
like men doing YouTube, and it comes across very differently when a woman echoes what the men are trying to say. It's like, yes, thank you, female person, for saying what a male is saying. Yes, that's thank you for not falling in line with what the industry tells you should say.
They are continually trying to recruit and take advantage of women's problems that they created to red pill them or whatever. Like this guy trying to convince himself that the recent instance of a big female streamer being assaulted in open at TwitchCon will somehow convert her to his side. Like, I really don't know. I truly don't know what he's thinking.
Do you think that's what was meant in the tweet? I mean, I didn't take that from the tweet at all. He's just saying. So the tweet is Grums, and it says, this is the exact moment Emaru gets red pilled. Just wait and see. And it's when she was sexually assaulted at TwitchCon and nobody helped her. I just take that to mean the corporation doesn't give a fuck about you. That's the red pill moment for her.
Yeah.
When she realizes that Twitch doesn't give a fuck about you, that they're just virtue signaling about how much they care about women.
Right. Which, and obviously is hugely ironic because Twitch is so performatively leftist, and especially in terms of not ever seeming to penalize people like Hassan or anyone in his sphere for constantly violating TOS.
But this young woman is probably a progressive, and I don't think Grums is naive enough to think that she's going to become a conservative over this exchange.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he meant by it, but I would have, when I looked at it, I would interpret it the same way that you did. Yes.
Yeah. But this dumbass is like, oh yeah, he thinks she's going to become a conservative. Probably not. She is waking up. I guess he doesn't know what the red pill metaphor is. Just waking up to some hidden truth.
Somehow convert her to his side. Like, I really don't know. I truly don't know what he's thinking. All
obvious
of these colorful examples show.
So I found a post he made explaining it.
Really? Oh
yes,
my God.
Because I was curious, right? So he said, a lot of people got very angry when I suggested Emaru's assault will lead to a red pill moment for her. Most people didn't even understand the comment, but here is why it makes sense. The problem with Twitch exactly mirrors the problem with the Democratic-led cities. A two-tier justice system. TOS is enforced selectively and based on ideology. Oh, that's kind of exactly what I said. Tectone and Asthma Gold get big suspensions for things like calling Frog and fat, while people calling for violence against streamers or drawing lewd furry diaper porn for kids get 1 day. Misplaced empathy for the attacker more than the victim. Oh, we don't know what he really meant or his situation, so we should not detain him or arrest him. Well, to be fair, I don't think that really had anything to do with this situation. I think the people there just couldn't be bothered or give a shit. Activist judges, Twitch moderators who enforce rules only for their leftist, anti-loving, terrorist-loving streamers who can do no wrong while banning everyone on the conservative side to drop the hat. defunding or prosecuting the police who dare to take action, banning Emru's bodyguard for protecting her, insisting she use non-existent Twitch security staff who do nothing and laugh about the incident behind the scenes, victim blaming when caught, deflecting responsibility to streamers to moderate their chat better than rather they're policing their cons, allowing crimes to just happen. Like many of these cities, Twitch will just say, hey, this stuff happens, instead of taking action, causing even more crime and assaults, lying to cover up, releasing statements that are objectively not true about the assaults that happen. None of these are being addressed and are direct results of all the policies and ideologies of progressive politics, which have always led to chaos, destruction, and violence. Anyone watching this can think for just 1 minute and realize the parallels here. People who are victims of crimes in cities tend to become red pilled as they realize the policies that failed to protect them are directly related to the failed activist leftist ideology that is objectively worse for society.
Well, maybe he does mean she's going to become conservative then.
Yeah. To some extent.
Well, I think he's naive to think that. she might wake up to realize that Twitch doesn't really care. That Twitch cares more about their bottom line than they care about her safety, but it's doubtful she's going to do a U-turn on her politics.
Yeah. Well, I'd say at least hopefully become aware that these people are all just performative liars.
Yeah, obviously.
How affect and aesthetic framing from the messenger can sanitize extreme ideas in the message by embedding politics in essentialist ideas of beauty, purity, and common sense. Radical messages appear as simple truth or even moral duty. Shout out Gertrude. And this is a core.
Everything he's done so far in this video has been to do that, to say that there is some sort of objectively good thing and objectively bad thing, and that his framework, his aesthetic is the objectively good thing and the other people's are the objectively bad thing.
Right. Well, he's also saying they're using sex to sell an ideology. He's basically accusing them of doing the same thing Carl's Jr. used to do to sell hamburgers, right? You get a sexy girl, put her on the hood of a nice car. He's saying that these sexy girls are selling fascism.
Yeah. Right. Which, I mean, I don't think, I don't think the background NPC lady, she doesn't, and it's not like she's wearing some, low top.
I don't see any cleavage.
Right. Yeah. Like, she had the camera angle like down, like, and she's got the low cut top on. Right. And, we've all seen like the female streamers who, they're playing the game, and it's like what they're playing is this teeny tiny little box, and like their tits like giant in the
are
frame.
Huge. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
The game
Maybe
is
you have
real
a point
small.
here. Right. I don't see that going on with the background NPC. And the irony and projection here, because every time, and he did in this video, every time they criticize these people as being incels or not having sex, that they're literally trying to weaponize sex just in a different way. They're saying, oh, if you believe these things, if you don't buy into a kind of far left progressive ideology, you will not have reproductive access to women. You will not be able to have sex with women.
Yeah.
Core of reactionary, authoritarian, and fascist rhetoric that people, I think, are woefully unprepared to recognize in these tumultuous modern times. It's very easy to look in the past and go, that's an authoritarianism, that's a fascism, at least it should be, shout out our Asmongold, but not only are times quite different due to us being connected to a giant propaganda machine 24/7, but how we are taught about the rise and fall of these previous reactionary and fascist regimes of the past are massively oversimplified, with a lot of nuance missing as to how they even happened in the first place. Shout out the American education system. Fascism isn't a bunch of guys like the dude on Jubilee going, yup, I'm a fascist, here to do some fascism. It's a process with a lot of different pieces that can be mixed and matched like a clothes on a doll that will result in fascism when the already intrinsically violent processes of capitalism are taken to the extreme.
So if you're just listening, in the background, he has Umberto Eco's completely retarded 14 points of fascism scrolling behind him.
Right.
It's, on one hand, I understand why people could get suckered into thinking that capitalism is like going to lead to fascism, because it's a very simplistic way of thinking. You look at the standard one plane or one dimensional, one axis political line chart, right? And you usually have liberalism in the center, you have communism on the left, and you have fascism on the right. That's kind of generally the way it's portrayed. And so people say, well, if communism is on the left and communism's anti-capitalism, and so therefore fascism on the right, it must be hyper-capitalism. Like, that's the level of logic that these people sort of fall into. And it's like, okay, but that's not at all what happened. Are you going to try to tell me that fascism is a pro-individualist philosophy that's rooted in people being able to participate in a free market? Really? You're going to tell me that,
No.
like, Mussolini's Italy and Hitler's Nazi Germany were all about individualism and free markets? No, they're about rounding up fucking people and the government telling everyone what the fuck to do. And yet these people, these knuckle dragging socialists, they're just obsessed with this retarded framing of everything.
They don't like capitalism at all. So,
well, they're hyper triggered the fact that obviously there is a big difference between communism and fascism, but they're two sides of the same coin. They're both highly collectivist ideologies. One just has a left-wing moral foundation, one has a right-wing moral foundation, and it bothers them. And actually, Dev made a very good video about this, about how the roots of fascism is actually almost directly from socialism. And it just went in the right-wing direction instead of the left-wing direction.
Fascism is the market and the state fusing in the same way that socialism is the market and the state fusing. Yeah.
Yes.
Might be in the past right now, but I can feel many people in the future hitting the dislike button and typing dirty leftist after I finish that last sentence. Oh, powerful. Fascism is complicated, annoying, and slow. Like me, making it very easy to get sucked in or lie to people about your participation and say that everything is just hunky-dory fine. And this underappreciated feminine cutesy part of that process is what and who we really need to talk about right now.
Part 3, the background NPC says a lot of weird shit. Oh, interesting.
We're going to get the weird shit. All right, get ready.
You should listen to Nick Fuentes sometime. Holy cow. All this seems super, this whole idea that we have to root out the mask on fascists, gamer girls on their YouTube channels in the midst of what's been going on in the last few weeks. It just
quaint.
It rubs me the wrong way. It really does.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here going, how much of the Republican Party is Nazis? Is literal Nazis, right? That's a question that I'm dealing with now. And I'm not going to Gamer Girl. I'm not going to the background NPC to answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't we kind of moved beyond that? Moved beyond targeting these innocent people?
No.
Wasn't Charlie Kirk fighting against Nick Fuentes? Or didn't they have a huge feud?
Shut up.
What the fuck?
Well, it's
fucking retard.
It's the classic attacking the gatekeepers, accusing them of being the pipeliners.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, he doesn't like Charlie Kirk. He doesn't like the background NPC either.
You cannot like Charlie Kirk. I'm not a big Charlie Kirk fan either. But that doesn't mean you should celebrate him getting fucking murdered.
I will take 1,000 Charlie Kirks over one Nick Fuentes any day.
Of course.
Any day. Any day.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Kirk did not seem racist to me. He seemed a little, maybe religiously obsessed, a little too obsessed for me, but
This is a big day for all the women haters in the audience. I'm finally hating on women after defending them for so long. I hope you're happy. The rhetorical force of the YouTuber The Background NPC's commentary comes less from the originality of her arguments than from the way she redeploys familiar strategies of cultural reaction for gamers who entertain the idea of banning women from participating in game development altogether. And to be clear, what I'm about to outline here in Gamer Gertrude's content can be very easily applied to almost all of these other people minus the cutesy aesthetic, regardless.
Is there a problem making a game that women are not allowed to participate in the development of? Is that wrong? Is that morally wrong?
Well, I think it'd be morally wrong to say X group cannot participate in the development of a game. I don't think it's morally wrong to say we are making a game that's primary audience is going to be X group. And I think that's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Really?
if you're doing that, if you're saying like, we're going to make a game that's primarily suited for men or primarily suited for women, it would make sense that a huge chunk of that team is going to be the gender that your audience is.
Right.
So
I don't think there's anything wrong with just a bunch of guys developing a video game and putting a big sign up that says no girls allowed. Get the fuck out of here. We're making our game for us. Look, if you had a team of women developing some video game, oh my God, it would be celebrated. Oh, right. No men. This is the perfect video game. If you had an entire company that was all women, people would celebrate it.
Yeah, no, there's
why the fuck is it wrong for guys to do the exact same thing?
Well, because
it's not. It's not.
Well,
there's nothing morally unacceptable about it.
There's nothing wrong with like a bunch of guys who are friends and they say, okay, we're going to start some company together, right? They're just all guys. There's nothing wrong with a situation where there's just only guys end up working on a project. I'm saying like putting up the sign that says women not allowed, and we're going to judge someone on the basis of them being women and they can't work at this company. I think that that is incorrect.
They'll probably need lunches and stuff like that, so they can hire just not for the game development. Okay.
Okay.
Women can still work there, but their roles will be nearly defined. I don't see how it's morally incorrect. If you said that women can't work in the game industry, period, I would say, okay, well, that's not right. But if you wanted to start a company that was just guys, how is that morally incorrect?
I mean, I would see it as the same as saying, you know, we're gonna have a white only video game company. Like I don't see why it should be. We're trying to hit a merit-based system, and just because there's a bunch of retarded women or a bunch of retarded situations at the moment where people advocate for celebrate, you know, the women's only video game company or the women-led production, all this other stuff that we've seen, you know, a million times. Just because that is celebrated doesn't mean that the answer is to do the same thing.
I don't think it would be morally wrong to do, but I do realize that it would be quite impossible. Because if you were going to make a game that only catered to men, you would definitely need some hot women in it for some good objectification.
Sure.
So you probably need to hire some modelers or something.
Well, listen,
maybe you could do it. Maybe you could do it without women, though. Maybe you could just use. They have all sorts of models. You could have artists that can develop hot women.
Of course, there's. I think I don't know if it was Stellar Blade or it was the 2B. If it was Nier Automata, I don't know. One of those games. I'm sure people in the chat know. One of those games that has some, you know, the hot, sexy women in it. It's like one of the lead character designers is a woman. So as I'm saying, there's lots of women who like to draw conventionally attractive women. It's not like that's not a thing.
Right. I would answer your question about a whites only video game company. I think the differences between men and women are far more vast than the differences between races. So
they are.
A black guy and a white guy have far more in common than a white guy and a white girl.
That is true.
So that would be the reason that I'd say a video game company based on race would seem more morally wrong to me than one that was just gender based. And it seems like there's lots of, I mean, look, this is like a bragging point in a lot of businesses now. Oh, it's a women only business. It's a women owned business.
Mhm.
And it doesn't seem fair to me that you can do that and not have like a men only business.
Pretty much that saying is Bayonetta, as I'm thinking of. Okay. I thought I swore it was someone else too, but yeah, you're right, with Bayonetta. So
At least in the creative portion of it. I guess, look, if you had a woman that came in and was like, oh, I have some ideas, and the guys were like, oh, those are great ideas. Those will appeal to men.
Mhm.
Then that would be fine. But I think in most of the cases, the men are coming up with great ideas and the women are like, oh my God, that's so sexist. That's completely wrong. This is horrifying. You guys should be canceled. Let's take this game over. Meanwhile, they're
Mhm.
doing these romance novels where they're all having sex with like a minotaur.
Okay, I just fundamentally disagree with your position on this, but
Okay.
Sitch, do you agree with only women of color or just women teams? Women and men should have their own spaces and clubs. Well, first of all, as I just said, I don't agree with having only women of color or only women teams of anything. I don't agree with having a sex-based requirement for a job, unless it's like, well, yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with having these, especially a sex-based requirement for like making video games or making meat or anything like that whatsoever. There's a huge difference between saying like, yeah, if there's some like club, some guys want to start some boys club, like some social club. That's very different than a job, and I don't think you should conflate those two things.
Right. What if they do interview women, but the women all just have terrible ideas? And look, I'm talking only creative, right? We're not
And don't
shutting
hire
them
them.
out of.
But you're not. See, that's the difference. If you, that's what I'm saying. If you're like hiring programmers and you do a bunch of job interviews, and just by the chance, either by the the random chance of whoever applies for it, all the women suck, and the guys don't suck, then hire the guys. Like if you say, well, I have to hire a woman, that's different because that's like a quota thing. You're saying you have to do something. It's not based on merit. But if you say that no women are allowed to participate or no men are allowed to participate in something, then that's saying, oh, well, we don't have merit anymore at this point because we're choosing not based on merit, we're choosing based on some biological characteristic at that point.
If you're saying I'm going to do this project and this project is going to be aimed at a mostly male audience, women can watch it or whatever they want, but this is really for the men. This is like a men's thing. And you go to creative, you're like, we're going to let women interview, but women basically suck and none of them are really going to be good enough to get the job. So we'll do it. And then after you go through that hiring process, you're like, yep, it's all men.
Yeah, that's fine.
This guy's going to complain to high heaven. He's going to say you're a sexist piece of shit.
Well, that's fine. This cringe lord can complain about that. That's that's totally fine. Like we shouldn't be changing things on the basis of this, people like this and sort of their retarded version of reality. We can't let that control us.
If a guy wanted to force his way into the creative for these romance novels and shit, women would laugh at him. They get the fuck out of here. This is for women. If he was like, oh my God, this is offensive, people would be like, yeah, so what? Fuck off. I don't see why why we can't do that in reverse, but
because if one group, okay, I don't understand.
If one group
is doing the wrong thing, why do we say, well, we should do the wrong thing in the other direction? Just don't do the wrong thing.
Right. Well, the wrong thing is forcing yourself into some sort of content that is made for a female audience or made for a male audience and saying, no, it's morally wrong to make something just for one gender. And that seems to be the rub in a lot of these situations.
Right.
They're like, this stuff needs to appeal to both audiences. So therefore it has to be toned down. So it's not offensive to women. And nothing, look, there's a structural disadvantage here because very few things are offensive to men. That's where the stoicism actually helps the women.
Right.
Because they're like, look, look, we have these novels where there's a bunch of minotaurs gangbanging this chick and no guy is getting offended by it. Yeah, knock yourself out, ladies. Go for the bestiality. Yeah.
Of what pronouns they do or do not use. Her videos feel as sermonesque as
Can you imagine this guy working at your video game company? He comes in for creative.
No.
Okay, run.
as they do repetitious. They frequently begin with some cutesy or concerned disarming disclaimer of neutrality, move into
I'm apolitical, tee hee hee. Like he's so disingenuous. The people in the gamer space, a lot of them don't want to cover politics because obviously it divides the audience. And why do you want to do that?
Of course.
metaphors warning of deteriorating cultural health, scaffold that with common sense framing of blatant ideological moralization, throw in some curiously phrased double standards, and then culminate in an assurance of some version of an impending moral victory by normal people. Oh,
Who the fuck is reading this guy's video? He forces you to read half of his video and it's completely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You are a shit video maker, okay? You are a garbage tier video maker. I want you to know that.
So we have step one, I'm apolitical teehee. Well, just think about this in the exact framework of everything that this video is and everything that the kind of far left does. Okay, step one, I'm apolitical. Step two, I'm actually very political. Step three, but I'm not because it's just common sense. Step four, free speech for me, but not for thee. Step five, purge. How's that not the exact same process?
It is. Look, he wants you to say trans women are women. Oh, it's just common sense.
Yeah.
Let that dude into the locker room.
Yeah. The only difference is in the language of they won't say that they're apolitical. They do the syndrome maneuver. They do the opposite. They say, well, everything's political.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the same, is going to have the exact same impact. It's the same like framing and the same starting point.
moral victory by normal people. Oh yeah, plus she uses scripture when convenient for the message.
John 8:12. Again, Jesus spoke to them saying, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life.
I'm sure.
Is she a Christian video game critiquer, reviewer?
I don't know, but it's.
I know nothing of.
Right, it's like someone quotes
I know nothing
so
about this fucking.
They're evil, I guess, because they quoted scripture. That's a bad thing.
For all I know, she's a Christian, but she never brings it up in her videos. She's just doing it because Charlie Kirk was assassinated and he was a Christian.
I watched some of the videos that he was referencing here, and this was the only one that she, referenced, some Bible verse or something.
Charlie Kirk left behind a vast, lucrative network of 500,000 donors who gave Turning Point's $85 million in revenue. Okay.
Sure that the man at the head of the massive, lucrative hate speech corporation needed those words of the Lord and not the dead kids.
Remember number 5? Free speech for me, but not for thee?
Yes.
Wasn't he just endorsing that there when it was a little fucking hate speech thing?
No.
Oh, the giant hate speech.
Mm-hmm.
People giving their hard-earned money for speech that they believe in. That's hate speech.
Yep.
Free speech for me, tee, but not for you, hate speecher. Part 3A, I'm not political, but... Oh, here we go.
Oh boy, class, who's ready to watch a gamer girl apply all of the reactionary and fascist rhetorical strategies we've been learning about? I know I am. A lot of this person's videos have some variation of the same seemingly modest disclaimer, like the—
Hold on, go back a second here. So on the board here, it says gamer girl fascism, okay? And then in small text, it says giraffes aren't real. Then it says free Palestine. And it says paging Seymour Butts. And then at top right, it says throw bricks at transphobes.
Little avocation for political violence there.
Yeah, just it's totally fine. That's
Gotta
not
love
fascism.
that.
That's not fascism or anything, right?
Breaks
Fascist
TOS,
report.
definitely. You can't advocate for political violence in your video, dude. That was super
Right.
dumb.
Right.
If
Political
you were going,
strategies
if you were actually going after some groypers, they would take this video down in 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
we've been learning about.
But no, you're going to go after the innocent people because you're a fucking coward.
I know I am. A lot of this person's videos have some variation of the same seemingly modest disclaimer.
Play the fucking video. Jesus Christ.
This is 25 minutes of setup.
Play
Okay.
the fucking video
Well,
already,
when you see
okay?
how innocuous these clips are, you're going to understand why he was required to do so much setup and framing to sort of put you in this headspace that this person's a Nazi.
Does he love this woman? Does he secretly want to fuck this girl so bad that he
It's
had to make
possible.
an hour and 10-minute video completely lusting after her? What is happening here?
Mm.
Like the one at the beginning of her Kirkle Jerk video.
While this isn't really a political channel, the truth is very clear that political activism has wedged itself so deeply into our entertainment and gaming spaces that there is basically zero way to avoid it.
It's the same
True. Pronouns. Pronouns. Oh God.
How dare you?
tale about the
I've never seen pronouns in my video games, but then I don't play a lot of video games, so
Mm-hmm.
as soon as they put pronouns into Tetris, we're fucked.
reluctance of an ordinary woman pushed into speaking about politics by extraordinary circumstances. By disavowing
No, by you piece of shit.
politics, she marks herself as neutral, commonsensical, and trustworthy to the enlightened gamer / Charlie Kirk stan, particularly with that heartbroken tone Slee is just slathering on with every single word. She frequently invokes terminologies like normal people,
And it leaves every normal person asking the same haunting question: how did we get here?
throughout her content to continually re-emphasize her side as the default and moral while marking the other side as aberrant, using terms like
Modern ideology,
modern ideology and
political activism,
political activism. If you have actually
Does this guy think he's normal? Does this gentleman think he's normal? I
That's a
think
good
he'd be
question.
offended if you called him normal.
Yeah.
This fucking weirdo. Are you kidding me? He
Mhm.
doesn't want to be normal.
No.
He loves being abnormal. Just live with it. Enjoy it, okay? Let the normal people live their lives and you go live your life. You go, be a substitute teacher. Try to train some kids or something.
Adam,
Do
there's no such
something with your
thing
life.
as normal. And the fact that you would even suggest that is evidence of your
Mhm. Purity
bigotry
spiraling.
and your racism and your
Normal.
degeneracy. How dare you, sir?
No. There's a lot of people that like to be abnormal. A lot of people call them leftists.
Mm,
been taking a shot for every dog whistle this time, you're
That's a dog whistle? Being normal? Okay. Dog whistling.
probably dead and I am not legally responsible. This implying of an in-group and out-group through framing morals as common sense is
You are framing it as in-group and out-group. You just fucking called everyone fascist, you dickhead.
we did a whole
necessary to
background on the Nazis.
Yeah, exactly. How is
Yes.
this? Oh, are you part of the Nazi group? Is that not the out-group?
No, that's his in group. You didn't. You misunderstood. We misunderstood. That
Oh,
whole section.
okay.
That's his
That-
in group.
That was his group. Oh, I
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
to build that foundation of credibility.
we do not need everyone in this industry to agree politically. That has never been realistic, and it has never been the goal. What we do need is something far more basic: human decency.
Remember the
Yeah, we need to agree on human decency. That's
Disgusting.
exactly right. We can disagree on tax
Disgusting.
policy. We have to agree that political violence is not the way to solve our problems.
Adam,
Yes.
human decency is
Mhm.
a dog whistle for Nazism.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Some people think that throwing bricks at you so-called transphobes is not human decency.
That sounds
Previous
like
lady-
libcuck ideology.
Okay.
He's doing the exact same shit. Our favorite women's right leader said she was not being political, merely responding to grief, duty, and circumstance. The final boss of white women, Phyllis Schlafly, was not ideological, but simply defending women's real rights. By speaking in the language of rights and protection, our fascist gamer girls of the past and present reframe their reactionary moralization.
Do you think Phyllis Schlafly framed herself as apolitical? I find that extremely hard to believe.
I mean, she worked for right-wing think tanks and
Yeah,
ran as a Republican. So I
she
mean, she might
probably
have, but I don't
spoke
think it'd be. If she did, I would just say it's dishonest.
she was probably a regular speaker at the RNC. So
Right.
I doubt she'd frame herself as apolitical. She's not going to go on her YouTube channel and say, "Look, I like to review video games, and these political themes in my video games are getting out of control."
You don't think Schlafly played a lot of video games in her time?
Maybe. She seems more like a bridge player.
She didn't play a lot of
Not-
Galaga.
Galaga.
As an attack.
She was like, oh, I was a big Pac-Man fan, but now Miss Pac-Man came out. Oh my God. How dare they?
She probably picketed Miss Pac-Man.
Right.
She was totally against that.
Mm-hmm.
As a defense.
Why can't it be Mrs. Pac-Man?
Of
That's a good
family,
point.
of tradition, of normalcy, and of women's supposedly natural roles. And the background NPC produces this rhetorical genealogy exactly. Another example is in this video, Are They Gaslighting Us? In which she actively warps reality.
I'm going to go watch all of this girl's videos as soon as we're done with this video. I have not seen enough of her videos for him to be making all of these wild claims. So bullshit.
To insist she is on the defensive.
I think we're all being gaslit pretty hard at this point. There used to be a time when you could generally trust what the industry professionals were telling you. When a studio said they hadn't changed something, they hadn't changed it. But somewhere along the way, that started to change.
Allow me.
So it's not even about politics. About the game changing something and then lying about it.
Yeah.
Is it about the women getting uglier? Is that what she's talking about?
She's going to talk about this, whether that was ugly or not.
God, he's so bad at this.
Yeah.
He's terrible at this. He should play that clip so we at least know the context of what she's saying.
To just break down real quick what this clip is in response to so you can understand how folks like this actively make up narratives to fit their moral positioning. See, in this video, Gamer Gertrude is quite perturbed that CD Projekt Red is lying about saying that they didn't change Ciri's face in The Witcher 4, despite the fact that they also said they made subtle changes to her face. Why would they hide that they fixed her ugly face that so many gamers seem to think that she had? Well,
I immediately noticed a difference in her design, and I remember thinking, oh wow, they actually listened to fan feedback and refined her design. That's a little bit surprising. Then, not even a few hours later, CD Projekt Red tells press that they hadn't changed her, besides two very minor adjustments. And basically that what I was seeing with my own eyes wasn't actually what I was seeing.
This lady completely distorts the context around these two quotes to build a narrative of conspiracy surrounding game developers literally just doing their jobs. Also,
What a fucking cuck. It's so obvious they changed it.
Yeah. Well, it's so dumb because you look at the pictures, it does look different. Now, I think that Project Red was a little sly in the way they framed this, because it's true. Basically what happened was they released the cinematic trailer, and in the cinematic trailer she did not look good. Like her face looks very different. And then they released the gameplay trailer, and it looks better. And so people thought, oh, well, they changed it. And it's like, well, I don't know, maybe sometimes the cinematic engine that a game uses and the gameplay engine is different. And so that's why sometimes the character models look different, and maybe that's what's going on here. So, and that's fine. But But then I guess the question would be like, well, why in the cinematic version, why did they make the character look uglier? Or is it just an accident?
They said they made changes here. Slightly
Yeah.
raised
Well, they said
eyebrows
slight
and more
changes.
relaxed eye area.
Right. But it looks, I mean, it looks, when you kind of look at it, it does
Looks
look
like they put
different.
makeup on her.
Yeah, and her cheeks look a little different. Her jaw shape looks different. They softened her feature. The gameplay version like has softer features, and
Right.
it has looks like it has like a different like she just looks younger. Her face looks softer.
Women don't want a bunch of uggos in their video games either. So I don't know
Some
why
women do, but most women don't. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it is. It's like the uglier women that are like, I don't want hot women in this video game.
Right. Right.
Right.
Beauty and moralization, but more on that later.
At this point, I've seen all the talking points, even from CD Projekt Red themselves: lighting, camera angles, cinematics versus the tech demo rendering.
She intentionally morphed this perfectly normal development scenario to cast herself as the perfectest, specialist little guy who wanted nothing more than to just enjoy games, but has been pushed into vigilance by all of these corrupt actors.
It's annoying because it's so true. I don't know if it was like a Cernovich post or something, or one of these people's posts, which was like so much of the discourse, so much of the conversation in politics at the moment, especially when you talk to like far left people, is them pretending like they don't understand something that they all understand and advocate for, and that everyone understands. We all know that the hyper left progressive people don't like the conventional idea of attractive women specifically at all. They call it sexual objectification. That's why this guy in the beginning of his video was, equating it to the Nazis and all this other stuff. We all know they don't like it. We all know that's why this guy is dressed the way he's dressed. That's why he looks the way he looks. He does not like the quote conventional form of attractive look, because they view it as offensive or repressive or misogynistic, or part of the patriarchy, or whatever, right?
Something he'll never be able to obtain.
Right. So we all know that they don't like that, right? And if you don't like that, okay, so you go advocate against that. And we see that there's obviously a lot of character designs that exist in video games, and also a lot of actors and actresses who are, their makeup is done a specific way, their outfits are done a specific way to appeal to this aesthetic, this kind of far left ideological aesthetic. All right. And then when people say, well, I don't like that, I prefer the other aesthetic of sort of the more conventionally attractive aesthetic that it seems like there's some kind of average idea about. This guy will pretend like that doesn't exist, that everyone's crazy, that whatever you're talking about doesn't matter, that you're just making stuff up, that you're just a Nazi. Like, on one hand, you're just pretending, trying to gaslight us into saying that what you're seeing isn't real. On the other hand, saying, well, actually, you're a Nazi for advocating against the thing that doesn't even exist.
Yeah, it's all just games, just rhetorical games, all bullshit. Not really advocating for anything openly, because they know what they're advocating for is ridiculous and nobody wants it.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he doesn't believe that there's any level of like standard biological attraction that men and women have.
Look, if he was honest, he would just come out and say, listen, my girlfriend is ugly as fuck. And she can't stand these video games because they make her really angry.
Right.
Because she looks like shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She weighs 300 pounds and looks like she got hit in the face with a sack of bricks. Okay. These video games make her feel bad about her self-esteem.
Right. Yes. You see, Adam, the reason that men are attracted to fit women, okay, who are like in shape, or women that have hourglass figures, or have big butts or big breasts or whatever, like that's just all cultural. That's all, like, they were taught to like that.
Right. Oh, yes. I've heard this line before.
Right. Obviously, if we lived in a different, social context, we could all be gaslit and trained into being sexually attracted to obese women with
They're
like
finding
3
out.
chins.
They've
Okay.
tried that now for 5 or 6 years, and they're
Yes.
starting to realize it's not really working.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you're just selling less movies, less video games. Now nobody cares. Look, they're like, I could go to a movie and see a bunch of ugly people, or I could watch Twitch and see a bunch of super hot people in a hot tub. What am I gonna do?
And isn't it? It's so obnoxious because, and also like just the hypocrisy of it all. Because you look at all like every time one of these like far left people bring up Hassan, all they do is like, oh, he's so attractive. He's so conventionally attractive, right?
Right.
So when it comes to like a guy, they're totally able to like project all that shit onto them. But if it's like a woman, it's like, oh no, how dare they?
Yeah. No, it really is. They feel sorry. Look, it sucks to be ugly. It really does. So I could see why they feel bad for people, but it just there's other places in life that you can excel. It's not the end of the world. Okay.
Listen, Adam, just because you have pretty privilege, all right?
Mhm. Yeah.
You have to feel sympathy for us uggos out here.
Well, look, I'm not exactly I'm not conventionally attractive.
Adam is conventionally attractive. Look at him. He's gorgeous.
Okay.
It's gorgeous chat. Okay.
Yes.
Hearts in the chat for Adam.
No. Let's move on. This is getting horribly cringy.
Modern ideology and political activists lying to her. Similarly, in her Disney does not want you watching this video, she goes even further, explicitly aligning herself with an imagined mass of ordinary normal people against ideologically corrupt elites.
For years now, mainstream entertainment has become more about correcting and grounding the audience instead of just entertaining them.
We just want
Okay. So hold on.
corrupt elites.
So all she said was people are more they're more interested in promoting politics rather than just making a
Entertainment.
good story, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Which I agree with that. Okay.
Media is, I'm telling you, media is being judged on how good a propaganda it is for the progressive cause.
Yes.
Which, how is that any different than Adolf Hitler marching out and saying, this doesn't make the Nazis look good.
Right.
This art makes the Nazis look good.
Right. And beyond the irony of the fact that he's going to defend The Last Jedi as an
No
objectively
way.
good, as a good, objectively good movie.
Is he really?
Okay? Yes.
In this video?
Yes.
What? You're kidding me.
So he's complaining that this person is how dare they talk about like politics or culture being infused in a story, and yet he's going to lavish praise onto a movie that he only lavishing praise onto it because of the political narrative surrounding the movie, right?
Oh my God.
But so
No.
that's all right. So that's all she said. All she said was, there's a focus on politics instead of plot, right? And while she's saying this, which is like there's nothing Nazi-esque about saying those words, okay? It's just, even if you disagree,
Not at
with
all.
it,
Yeah.
right. Even if you 100% disagree with it, and this guy in another context, if he was existing in some society where the fucking Groypers take over and they're shoving, white nationalist talking points and everything, or if this guy was reviewing, you don't even have to go to hypotheticals. There's all these channels that will cover and make fun of those Christian, those
Movies.
like, God's
Yeah,
Not Dead.
Totally.
Yeah. And all those like super cringy, horrible Christian movies. And it's like, because that these movies are so obsessed with shoving in some sort of political message, it be like the movie itself is just trash.
Yeah, we talked to Seamus about this. I have a friend of mine that writes these movies and pretty much said, yeah, no, they have to suck. Like,
right.
Like, as soon as you put in anything that's entertaining in the slightest bit that moves away from the Christian theme, they're like, nope, gotta go. Only propaganda here.
Yes. And so I guess all those people, all those atheist channels that review those and talk about how, the story is sacrificed for the message, they're all fascists too. You didn't know that. Those are all fascists too.
Yeah. Sick.
He has on screen, he's got 2 of Umberto Eco's retarded fascist points. And it says, Number 7, obsession with a plot and the hyping up of an enemy threat. This often combines an appeal to xenophobia with a fear of disloyalty and sabotage from marginalized groups living within the society. What did she say that has anything to do with that?
Nothing. Nothing.
What the fuck did she? Nothing to do with any. She's just like, oh, well, all eyes movies are just hyper fixated on politics instead of story. Okay. And then the other one, passivism is trafficking with the enemy because life is permanent warfare. There must always be an enemy to fight. Both fascist Germany under Hitler and Italy under Mussolini worked first to organize and clean up their respective countries and then build the war machines that they later intended to do and did use, despite Germany being under restrictions of the Versailles Treaty to not build up a military force. This principle leads to a fundamental contradiction within fascism, the incompatibility of ultimate triumph with perpetual war. What the fuck did she say that had anything to do with that?
Yeah. He's just trying to force it in there to make her look bad.
You know who does say that?
Who?
The whole, listen, you can't pick a side when it comes to racism, okay? You're either a racist or you stand with us and you're anti-racist.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Or remember
they do
when
the us and them.
Yes. Or remember when talking about like the permanent warfare, the pacifism is the trafficking with the enemy. Okay. Remember one of Anita Sarkeesian, patron saint of feminism's most quoted lines was, everything is sexist, everything is racist, and it's our job to point it out. Life is a permanent warfare against sexism and racism.
Yep.
We don't want to be corrupted. We don't want to be grounded. Foreshadowing. Because real entertainment doesn't have any political messaging. It just has the objective truths of the world in it. In each case like this, a denial of politics itself becomes the foundation of credibility. A claim to neutrality that enables the smuggling of deeply ideological arguments under the guise of common sense, protection, and cultural health. And this neutrality...
That's exactly what they're doing with movies. That's why they smuggle in all these politics. They're like, look, this is just common sense. We have to protect trans kids. It's common sense. We have to call them birthing people. We don't want to offend the trans people. Come on. Common sense. It's just common sense. Of course, 90% of America is interracial couples. It's just common sense. It's common sense, guys. All I ever see is interracial couples everywhere. It's common sense, Sitch. They are going a little crazy with the interracial couples these days.
Just a little bit.
I rarely see them in public. I see them in the movies everywhere.
Right.
Is deeply important to establish because it is necessary in framing everything that goes into making all of these things they don't like as bad and stinky as possible. Once the ever-important neutrality is established, the central metaphor always slides right on in.
It shows a very real rot that has crept into Western gaming over the years. Something cultural and something that has been festering for a long time. And that's the thing about rot. It creeps in very quietly and slowly. One spoiled apple softens from within. Before you know it, everything around it is infected too.
Remember, by the way, this rhetoric is specifically about some game developers making jokes about the millionaire racist killed by his own trolley problem. Rot is slow, insidious, and contagious. Studios are not simply mismanaged.
Charlie Kirk had it coming. It's just common sense, Sitch. Common sense.
They are diseased. And by using this organic metaphor, she creates cultural critiques as a matter of health, infection, and actual survival. The rhetoric in her Kirkle-Jerk video is the most brazen she's become about the implication of infection producing morally compromised art, but it really echoes throughout her other content, such as...
To be completely honest, at this point, I'm pretty done with Disney, Pixar, and just Hollywood in general, because on top of all the low quality stories, forced messaging, and modernized regurgitations,
as well as
Disney has been extremely intentional about all of this. It is the result of a modern ideology that says traditional masculine heroes and the values that they represent are inherently wrong and oppressive.
Oh, and just to further,
You know why those traditional masculine role models would be oppressive to this guy, Sitch? Take a guess.
Well, I
Take
can
a
look at
guess
him.
why he would find those oppressive.
I have eyes, Adam. Okay,
It's so funny.
because he doesn't fit the mold.
Of
'Cause he doesn't
course.
fit the mold. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he wants to destroy it.
emphasize the weird pandering to men, here's the other half of that last quote.
The weird pandering to attractive, traditionally masculine men, right? Not to him.
And to get even more specific, these changes were not about inclusion or diversity at all. It was about rejection of men, of masculinity, of masculine strength, of men being leaders, intelligent, honorable, competitive.
She's talking about men.
So this whole time, by
It's
the way,
making his head hurt.
I know. So the whole time she's talking about this, he has the Umberto Eco, machismo point flash up on the screen. So basically, he's constructed a framework, okay, where any sort of emphasis or positive showing of masculinity is inherently fascist.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, it's so fucking sick.
Yeah.
It's so despicably sick.
Han Solo, fascist.
Right.
Luke Skywalker, fascist.
Yes. Well, that's why they emasculated him in the
Of course.
Last Jedi, and that's why it was such an objectively good movie.
They're like, drink the titty milk. Drink the titty milk, you fascist.
Yes.
Drink the green globular titty milk.
Yep.
Stop being a fascist. Let Rey, the anti-fascist, take over.
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars, bro. Like, are we still in 2018? Why are we still having this discourse? Here, the implication of corruption is implicitly fused with ideology. It's not that studios...
Dude, it's interesting that he's like, oh, we've completely moved on from this. I don't know if you saw the trailer for The Mandalorian, but I mean, it looks like adventures in babysitting. They've completely emasculated him. Now he's babysitting Baby Yoda through the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. I so do not want to see that movie from the trailer.
To be fair, though, isn't that? I only watched the first season. Isn't that like the show? Is him babysitting?
Yes, because
Baby
it's
Yoda?
for women. It's for women. It's
Okay.
it's totally for women. Yes, the women love the Baby Yoda. Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to see that movie not for the Mandalorian, but for Baby Yoda. Let's see him babysit the Baby Yoda.
Listen, Baby Yoda's cute. All right, how dare you?
Mm-hmm.
He tingles my feminine heartstrings too. I like the little Baby Yoda face.
Baby Yoda is adorable. Okay, I have no problem with Baby Yoda. I'm just saying.
I would babysit Baby Yoda.
Do you think that movie was made? Did you run out and see Adventures in Babysitting? Was that movie for you?
I have seen Adventures in Babysitting, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm sure like no one knows what the fuck movie you're talking about because it's from like the 1980s. But yeah.
Well, look, it has babysitting in the title, obviously.
Yes.
When you think of babysitting, you think adventure.
Right.
Right?
You're right.
Yeah. Doesn't babysitting seem like a traditionally feminine role?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but that movie is coming out. So obviously Star Wars has not turned the ship around, right?
No.
They're still in the emasculating men business. They're like, listen, Peter Parker, now you've got a kid. You don't do Spider-Man things anymore. You're a babysitter. Same with you. Every single man in a movie, every superhero in a movie needs a baby now so that they can be the babysitter while their wife is out killing it at their corporate job.
And movies and games are failing due to corporate mismanagement and oversaturation and people at the top being data-obsessed morons, but that political actors are intentionally spreading cultural contamination through wasting hundreds of millions of dollars to make garbage to force feminize the men and make women lesbians.
But that's obviously true. Not in turn. That's obviously true. I mean, look at it's so now. I think it's changing. Well, we'll see with the Mandalorian, but I think there is a change occurring, and like people point out, one of the great examples of this is Marvel Rivals. Okay, we have the Marvel Rivals video game come out. It's highly popular. It's created by like a Chinese game studio, and you see none of the characters have this woke visual aesthetic that this guy's going to pretend doesn't exist while he's projecting. It all has like a classical, hyper feminine, hyper masculine sort of sex appeal look that superheroes, had in the 90s and in the 80s and stuff. And everyone likes it. And everyone likes the game and everyone likes the characters and they all like the way it all looks and everything.
Nice.
Right. And you just compare it to something like that Concord video game, which completely, crashed and failed and had like the worst, most horrible, ugly looking characters and aesthetic that was obviously straight out of this sort of hyper progressive vibe.
Yeah, gross.
But we're supposed to pretend that this isn't a thing that happened. Like, yes, the reason that She-Hulk got made the way it did, the reason that Last Jedi got made the way it did, the reason that all these things got made the way it did has nothing to do with political ideology whatsoever of Hollywood.
You lie.
He's going to sit here and pretend to us that people in Hollywood who make these movies are not overwhelmingly hyper progressive and that there's no way. The people who tell us that everything is political, okay, in the same breath, this fucking person has said in this video that everything is political, okay, and that everyone is constantly influenced by politics, and we all live in a society that's completely swimming in politics, and all this stuff is influencing us left, right, and center. But somehow, when it comes to the things that he fucking likes, it's not political. It's not political whatsoever. It's just a bunch of bean counters doing spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Remember when he was criticizing this person and other YouTubers for saying, oh, well, the things that I like aren't political. This isn't a political channel.
Right. Now he's trying to say that.
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
It's so obvious. Everyone fucking knows it. Everyone sees it. That's why I would always ask whenever we'd have someone on the left come on the channel and I'd be like, okay, because they would do this game. So many of them would do this game where they would pretend that there wasn't this thing called wokeness didn't exist. So I'd always ask them a question. Well, didn't the left change ideologically from 2012 to now? Isn't there a difference there? And they'd always have to pause because everyone fucking knows there was a difference. Everyone knows it. They just don't want to give it form. They want to give it shape, because if you give something a label or a shape or form, then it could be attacked. People can push back against it. But if it exists in an amorphous blob in a cloud, it's an unnameable, unknowable thing. Well, then you can't possibly push back on it. You can't push back against something that you can't even fucking describe.
Yeah, they got majorly censorious and they don't want to admit it. They just want to say the culture changed.
Yes.
That's what she means when she's talking
people,
about the modern the modern sensibilities.
Right. And a lot of people, myself included, and obviously background NPC, don't like that.
No. We like the old sensibilities better.
Right. And I don't think the average person does like it. Everything new is not good.
The average person doesn't like it, but the fucking uggos love it. Oh my God.
Yeah, uggos do love it. That's true.
Fucking in heaven.
That's true. J-Mac, thanks so much for the $100.
Look at that. Oh my God. That's great.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that the creator to catch this clown's ire is the background NPC. Of the videos I've watched of hers, she's so non-offensive, it's almost offensive. And maybe that's the idea. Her calm and even demeanor makes her more persuasive than some of the more boisterous creators. That's
Yes,
why
totally
he's
agree.
so triggered by her, because of exactly what you said. He's so triggered by her because of that. He's like, unless you're screaming about pronouns or screaming like I was a second ago, that you could point the finger and say, this guy's a screaming Nazi. Well, then you're just helping the cause of Nazism by being a nice, calm lady with lady parts.
Right. He doesn't like the fact that she's a cute girl and she's selling it. So
Yeah.
he said that a bunch of times too.
Yep.
I wish that's what they were doing, because that'd be way fucking cooler. Content in this genre, and boy is there a lot of it, serves to function as a digital version of the degenerate art exhibition. It is intentionally vilifying art on purely moralistic grounds. The Last Jedi.
I'm sorry. Is my brain melting? What the fuck was the entirety of the last 10 years of all the feminists attacking every single fucking piece of media, saying it was misogynist and sexist? Is this guy going to sit here and say, oh, yes, it was so wrong for the last 10 years for Anita Sarkeesian and all those fucking people that spawned after her to attack media as being sexist, misogynist because they were moralizing? Is he going to sit there and say that that was wrong for a single fucking second?
Of course not, because he believes, oh, that's just common sense. That's what the modern audience wants. That's capitalism catering to them. But it's even worse, because this is exactly what the Nazis were doing. The Nazis were attacking art on a moralistic basis.
Right.
They're fucking guilty.
Well,
and look, she's not attacking art on the moralistic basis. She's saying all of your moral grandstanding is ruining the art aesthetically.
Right. Which is an important distinction, because you could have something that could have socialist messaging. That's good.
That doesn't suck. Yes.
That doesn't suck. That's a good movie or a good video game or whatever. You can 100% have that. But often, especially going on right now, it's all just garbage. It's all just trash. And The Last Jedi is such a good example of. Now, I think The Last Jedi would have sucked regardless of whatever politics was infused with it. But it's very obvious that there was a lot of bizarre, quote, modern politics infused in The Last Jedi.
It's interesting because, go ahead.
I was going to say, in the fact that this guy's going to sit, even if you don't even talk about the politics of The Last Jedi, and I mean, we don't have to go over it because, it's I've done a video on it. Everyone's done a video on this.
It's the bombers that really got me. I mean,
right. Exactly.
Bombers in space. Go fuck yourself.
Yes. Right. You have a million points about so many of the problems with The Last Jedi. And yet it's so obvious. It's so obvious that the projection here, that all these fucking people are saying, oh, you only don't like it because of you perceive that it has some political angle to it. Bitch, you only like it because you perceive it has a political angle to it. This movie is trash. Remove politics from it. This movie is a bad movie.
Right. I was just going to say Passion of the Christ is a movie that's Christian that did actually break through and didn't suck. Mm-hmm. Last Temptation of Christ is pretty good too, but I think a lot of Christians don't like that movie. So it can happen. I just think most of the time, if you're more interested in pursuing a political message, your movie's probably going to suck.
Right.
Was a good movie. We're not having this discussion again. Just as the Nazis cast modernism as infection of a cultural body, the background NPC and ilk invoke the exact same modernist scaremongering which cast Western studios as an orchard that has been corrupted from within. She really loves this terminology
So he's gonna so again, it's just God, these fucking gaslighters, they're just so dishonest. He's going to pretend that there hasn't been a cultural shift from 2010 to now. He's going to say with a straight face, no, from 2000 in the early 2010s, there was zero cultural shift in movies and gaming. He's going to say that. No, he's going to say there was ridiculous. And it was good.
I'm trying to think of some of the movies that couldn't get made now. I mean, we've seen some.
There's a. I was thinking, because I was reading this article about the original Ghostbusters. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There are characters that are technically raped in Ghostbusters. The main characters are technically raped in Ghostbusters. Okay.
Mm-hmm. By the Ghosts? The
No,
ghosts do
because
the raping, right?
the woman and Rick Moranis turn into, I forget the actress name.
Yeah, Zool and
Right. It was
I just they're raped by like the bull
it was
things,
Sigourney
right?
Weaver, right? She was in Ghostbusters 1.
Yes.
Yeah, she and Rick Moranis turn into dogs and they have sex under magical influence.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Modern ideology, forced messaging, and modernized regurgitations into modern ideologies, modernization, and punishment. Modern ideology, poorly executed modern ideology, the West had Western flops, Western gaming, Western games, political activism, politics.
And also, like,
How does he think that's helpful for making his argument that you just keep saying these catchphrases over and over again?
Because if you say modern, that means you're a Nazi. It's really like that simple level of analysis.
I mean, wouldn't he be able to argue against it instead of just doing a big collage of it?
No, he isn't.
the Nazis, they both insist that unchecked decay will spread outward, demanding vigilance and a cure to solve this problem.
They are putting coworkers at risk. They are creating hostile environments. And just like rot, if they are allowed to stay and fester, they will continue to spread dysfunction and decay everywhere that they go.
So she's referring to that there were all these people that work in various video game companies that were pro Charlie Kirk being assassinated and killed. And how it's funny because, again, whenever for the last 10 years, we all lived through this scenario where whenever someone pushed back on any amount of woke ideology being pushed, what would they do? They'd say, well, you're threatening me. It's dangerous. The fact that you don't agree with what I agree with is a threat to my life. I feel unsafe to work next to you because you don't believe in whatever hyper progressive political nonsense that I believe in. Okay?
Meanwhile, you're dancing on the grave of a guy that I watch his videos. And
Yes,
I'm
who
thinking,
died,
well,
who got
maybe
shot. Yes.
you want me to get killed.
Right.
Can you imagine? Oh my God, I would not feel safe working next
No.
to someone like that.
And he has flashed up on the screen another Umberto Eco criteria. It says contempt for the weak, which is uncomfortably married to a chauvinistic popular elitism in which every member of society is superior to outsiders by virtue of belonging to the in-group. What the fuck did she say that has anything to do with that? And she said the opposite of that.
Yeah, she did say the opposite. Obviously, look, if you're working in a place and you like Charlie Kirk, you're a conservative, and Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, and a bunch of people are high-fiving and celebrating and laughing and saying all of this in front of you. I mean, I'm going to start thinking, if this person finds out I like Charlie Kirk, they're probably going to slip rat poison into my tea.
Right.
If this isn't a literal open call for a purge, I don't know what the fuck is.
A call for a purge? What are you talking about?
Oh my God. Because she said that people who are supporting a political assassination should be fired. Well, she's calling for the purge, a violent purge. Okay.
Well, no, she's calling for people who are in favor of violence being fired from their jobs.
Right.
Which I support.
We do not need everyone in this industry to agree politically.
Again, to reiterate, because it's
that's scary that she just said that.
Fucking stupid. There's so much vitriol in one sentence for a bunch of dorks on Blue Sky making jokes about Charlie Kirk dying. Does she have problems with George Floyd's murder? Does she have problems with the blatant abuse of presidential authority? Does she have problems with ICE?
Oh my God. The comparison to ICE just drives me crazy.
Right.
Law enforcement doing their job is on par with people celebrating political violence.
Mm-hmm.
How is this even a thing? How can they not recognize the difference, Sitch?
That doesn't matter.
Does she have problems with the genocide in Palestine? Or is it only white supremacists that she seems to sympathize with? I don't know. She's never said anything else. Oh, and if you think I'm exaggerating about the literal call for purges...
Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist? He believes white people were superior? Why was he so anti-Nick Fuentes if that's the case?
Yeah, he's not a white supremacist. That's ridiculous.
Just you wait, because she makes that quite clear later on. The next move in this Rube Goldberg machine of fascism is to strip suspect art of its legitimacy. For her and others like her, Western studios have stopped producing genuine games and instead manufacture ideological vehicles.
We have been seeing this sprout up in Western games for years now, especially within AAA. That kind of culture doesn't create great games. It creates echo chambers. It creates propaganda disguised as games.
This frame
Word. Exactly right. Propaganda. Just like the Nazis. Yeah. Just like the Nazis did. So she's saying, look, what the Nazis did, bad.
Right.
What you're saying, what this dude's saying, what the Nazis did, he's saying that's good.
Mm-hmm. When they have that scene in in Dragon Age where the person comes out as non-binary, okay, there's no politics in that scene, Adam. That was very integral to the story and plot of the game.
Non-binary is a thing?
Yeah. It was very important they included that, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Intentionally delegitimizes entire genres of work, because if game...
That's the game with the blue face in the thumbnail, right?
Yes.
Some character came out as non-binary.
Right.
How long before the character comes out as minor attracted? How long before that's a thing? Then you can't complain about the slippery slope argument anymore. As soon as we've fallen down that far.
Well, this is why these sort of broad arguments that this guy's making are so retarded, is because everything he's doing is just this: if you're fighting against something new, you're bad. If you're advocating that there's anything that's like pure, like the concept of purity even exists, then you're a bad person.
Right.
Like that's what he's advocating for. And he really is creating a logical framework that does slippery slope right into maps and other shit, because there is nothing that's going to stop that. If you're going to say, yes, there's nothing to actually prevent that.
Nothing's off limits. Everything new is good. Limits.
If everything new is good, you can't possibly conserve or preserve anything.
If the conservatives hate it, then it's got to be good. That's his ideology.
Games are propaganda. They are unworthy of respect, play, or purchase because they are not art. She frequently doubles down and re-emphasizes this point elsewhere.
Writers are more interested in cramming in a modern ideology they find important, often accompanied by bad or lazy writing, rather than just telling a great story and making us care about characters organically.
Again, this is the exact...
True, 100% correct. Most of them are idiots exactly like this guy because they don't really understand a wide variety of moral ideologies or intuitions, so they can't really write about them proficiently. So they cram in all of this progressive politics to hide behind their ineptness.
Same fear
which is kind of what he's doing, because he's a bad video essayist. He's basically hiding behind the progressivism. But we see you.
Mongering in various forms of conservative anti-modernist campaign. And this is especially effective when you can point at specific people to put the blame on.
Maybe is it bad to use the term modern audience? Because it does kind of frame the traditionalist argument against people who make that claim, right? It does kind of say modern is bad when it's not necessarily the argument, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess you're right. And that's interesting because that is part of the problem is like, I think that, well, I'm assuming she's saying it because, Critical Drinker kind of popularized that kind of the framing. And I don't believe for a second he did it as some sort of like, anti-liberalism, post-liberalism, right-wing, reactionary.
Not at all, yeah.
Yeah, he was just saying like there is something that's happening right now in modern times that we're living in, and so they just use that for that word. But you're right.
No, he got it from. This is what the studios always say. The studios always saying, "Oh, we need to update this for modern audience."
Oh, you're right.
It's their fucking term.
You're right.
It is their term. Yeah,
that's a great point. Yeah. So, but then that's weird. They use the term. That's so interesting. The studios use the term positively.
Yes.
Okay. And then when people use the same term negatively, he's like, well, that's fascism.
It's just, I wonder if there is a better term that this criticism, which I believe in, the criticism is basically as soon as the ideology is driving the ship, the aesthetics of the art material suffer, which I completely agree with. But framing it as a modern problem, I mean, it happened. This is a propaganda problem. It's not necessarily a modern problem. This is the same problem that existed in Nazi Germany. It's a reoccurring problem. I don't know a better terminology for it though.
Well, it's a slight difference, but I think it's an important one. Is if you said current instead of modern.
Mm-hmm.
So if you said current sensibilities or current audiences.
Oh, that might help.
Because you're right. When you say modern, it does have some invocation of like tradition versus modernity, because that's always the language that like a lot of the post-liberal right will use, is like modernity and all this other stuff. But if you say current, it feels more neutral.
Yeah, the problem is the propaganda problem. It really is. The propaganda is more important than the aesthetics. You're trying to serve two masters. You're trying to teach people about your cool progressive ideology, and you're trying to tell a compelling story. But the compelling story is coming in a distant second place, if it shows up at all. Like most of the time, these stories really suck.
Mm-hmm.
They're just hanging their hat on the fact that, oh, look, it's so progressive. Look, we have a non-binary character. This is historic. The first non-binary character in a movie.
Yeah.
Of her energy in her Kirk videos and scenarios like this is devoted to specifically cataloging individuals in studios who she deems corrupted. She calls out developers at Sucker Punch, at Blizzard, at Epic Games, quoting their social media posts and drawing attention to the silences of people who refuse to condemn this violent rhetoric.
If conservative Christians took over the Department of Education, I think it'd be safe to say, okay, well, that's corrupted, right? They're going to get rid of evolution. Who knows
That's
what kind of
that's
crazy
what they said
shit
for 50 years.
Yeah, so I just like I don't see, it's a very basic argument, and it's completely sound, that these places are swimming in progressive ideology to the point that they can't really write a compelling story.
She insists
this unhinged behavior is completely rampant across the Western gaming industry,
when in fact she has very little actual proof of this being widespread. But
oh my God, moment of silence for the funniest thing he said. That was the actual joke part of the video.
Yeah,
look, there's no evidence for this anywhere.
That doesn't matter, because her little archive of corruption proves her claim to her and her audience. Let's ignore that.
Well, and yeah, because in her video, and he's even showing that, she has a bunch of tweets that she's showing of all these different people that are engaged in that. And yeah, you can make some sort of argument, what is the exact prevalence of this in the games industry? But if it's allowed, it doesn't really matter what the prevalence is, because you're saying, well, this behavior is allowed, so it's going to fester and grow.
Yeah.
The fact that a bunch of high-profile right-wing figures were calling for war immediately after the Charlie Kirk shooting, when no political affiliation or even information at all was available on the shooter. But that's not important. That's not important at all. Background NPC goes on and out of her way to name specific names of developers in the video to her massive inflammatory audience.
Take Donnie Torrey, who is a senior QA analyst at Psyonix Studios, or Kate, who is a localizer for Square Enix. Again, keep in mind, these are people.
So, hold on.
Audience.
So he's got the whole, he's got another Umberto Eco picture, and you're right, like again, it's also this like very terrible YouTubing, because a lot of people, they don't watch the videos, they just listen to them, so they wouldn't even see any of this shit that he's trying to allude to. So he's got, it says, disagreement is treason, Fascism devalues intellectual discourse and critical reasoning as barriers to action, as well as out of fear that such analysis will expose the contradictions embodied in synchronistic faith. Okay.
Mhm.
The fucking irony that some socialist, some sort of hyper woke socialist, is going to say, oh, any sort of stringent or strict intellectual gatekeeping that says you're not allowed to question some aspect of the philosophy is fascism, when that was the entire line that the woke progressives pushed to shove all of their shit into everything, was that any sort of pushback, any sort of disagreement on this got you labeled a Nazi, which is what this entire fucking video that he's doing is.
I know the irony. It's epic. It's off the charts here. Disagreement is treason. That's his position.
Yeah. So the tweet or the X post that she put up, it says, it's going to be a hard pill to swallow, but a lot of you are going to have to become okay with violence if you really want to see an end to this administration. Not saying you yourself have to be violent, but you need to be okay with others resisting through violence. No more hand wringing.
This guy works at as a video game developer.
That's what it says.
That's
Now,
insane.
And this is even more insane. If this is in response to Charlie Kirk being assassinated, that's even like, Jesus.
Donnie Torrey,
Well,
who is
thankfully, look, it's been 2 days, and there's two hearts and one reply on this tweet. So
yes,
hopefully the guy lost his job.
senior QA analyst at Psionic Studios, or Kate, who is a localizer for Square Enix.
So this says, they reposted something. It says, anyway, the choice America faces going forward is live in the Confederacy or do Reconstruction for real and purge those motherfuckers from all public life. There isn't really an in-between. So again, more direct calls for political assassinations.
All this under the heading that disagreement is treason.
Isn't that, yeah.
The irony.
How is this guy so fucking stupid? Like, to not understand how bad this looks. We have people that are advocating for murder of Charlie Kirk, and he's like, well, this woman is a fascist because she thinks disagreement is treason. Like, dude, you have people advocating for murder, and she's saying these people should be fired. And he's like, well, obviously the person calling for them to be fired is the real fascist. Like, oh, fuck, God, how retarded are you?
Yeah, she's saying, look, we can disagree. We just can't advocate for political violence. Yeah.
Again, keep in mind, these are people using their legal names,
as well as promote the Charlie Tweets Detected Steam groups, which categorizes game devs who supposedly tweet bad things about the definitely not Nazi man. All of this stuff mirrors the McCarthy-era naming names project, when lists of suspected communists circulated in pamphlets and hearings. Michelle Nickerson again.
The first argument that makes me in favor of McCarthy. So
that's the problem. Yeah.
He's actually winning me over to McCarthy here. Maybe McCarthy had a point.
Documents how conservative women in the US distributed lists of subversive organizations to protect their family. These people love their fucking list. The Charlie list, the SBI detected list, Smash JT's homophobic, anti-Semitic, Kotaku detected list, Charlie Kirk's Professor Watch list, which has led to countless harassment. Like, these people love their fucking lists. She's just random.
It's true. I mean, it's not like there's this boycott, divestment, sanctions list that everyone on the left jacks off to consistently forever, for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not
plenty of lists to go around, right?
Shit like this all the time, sowing the seeds of doubt against people in the industry like some weird Alex Jones level conspiracy. Her framing likes to lean heavily on betrayal.
It's an Alex Jones conspiracy to point to people that were publicly advocating for murder and say that's bad. That's what's the conspiracy? They were just doing it publicly. The thing that was the bad thing. It was right there.
Yeah, there's no conspiracy here.
We had to sit through 10 years of people like this looking through everything you said, saying, like, he's literally doing right now. Everything this woman is saying is some kind of secret dog whistle for Nazism and murder. And she wants to purge all these people. Meanwhile, he's defending people actually saying that it was good that that Charlie Kirk was killed and murdered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fucking
Braille.
weirdo.
Again, like here.
There used to be a time when you could generally trust what the industry professionals were telling you. When a studio said they hadn't changed something, they hadn't changed it. But somewhere along the way, that started to change.
Cataloging.
You know what happened? 2016. Trump ruined their minds.
That's true.
Trump, TDS is real, Sitch. It is.
I know.
Is intentionally framed as defense against deception and corruption. Her and others are not witch hunting. They insist.
How is it witch hunting? She's got the fucking tweets. She got the fucking tweets. If the person tweets out, I am a literal witch and I'm casting a spell on you, it's not fucking witch hunting.
But simply refusing to be lied to. Like the Cold War pamphlets or the Nazi local surveillance work, her list transformed vigilance into moral duty. This feeds into a deep hypocrisy that runs
The deep hypocrisy.
He said duty.
I know. He's done that joke like 5 times.
So it's so every time he says it, it's funnier. All right.
No.
God.
Comedy's
To
about
her-
surprise, and after we've heard it 18 times, it's just not surprising anymore.
The first time he said duty, because it's like, get it? Duty also
Mhm.
means duty, like poo,
Yeah.
right? You get it?
I'm
I don't
not
think you
so
I don't think
much
you
into
got
the-
the joke. Okay.
I'm not into the bodily fluid jokes.
Okay.
I'm an
right.
intellectual, Sitch.
Okay.
Look, we got another $100 super chat from J-Mac.
Thanks so much, J-Mac. I saw you far for another $100. Look at this.
It's amazing.
Amazing. Says, other than talent, there's literally a single criteria that will determine whether you're going to make a great piece of media within an IP, and that's whether you love the IP and are looking to celebrate it, or is the IP merely a vehicle for the story you want to tell?
So true. And that's how they look at these IPs now.
Right.
They look at them like, oh, this will be a great vehicle for the progressive message. We need to get our hands on Star Wars so we can teach people about progressivism and strong women.
Mm-hmm.
Teach those toxic males to shut up and drink the green titty milk.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I didn't watch it, but I know a lot of people were salty about it. Look at what they did with Doctor Who.
Oh,
They were
Doctor
yeah, they
Who is the worst.
They not just infused it with all this weird political stuff, but they retconned a bunch of things that people liked about the original story and the original lore to fit with some weirdos, political ideology of what they want to do with the IP. Right? Yeah, even if it's not just even the putting politics aside, just someone comes in there like, well, I want to do my own like fan fiction. I want to do my own weird shit. And everyone goes, oh, that's fucking terrible. Okay. Can you not do that, please? Philip Kogan's for 34 months says this entire video is just an exercise in confession through projection.
True.
Very, very true.
Yeah. I think it could be better if it's actual fan fiction. I mean, it could be awful, but
right.
It doesn't. If someone really loves the medium, they probably do a better job. I think a lot of these people coming in have they're basically going to do a crash course on Star Wars so that they can jam their message into it. They're going to do a crash course on Captain America. So they're like, okay, let's do the fascist Captain America now.
Mm-hmm. Are you telling me that the creators of Star Wars, the Acolyte, were not really just huge Star Wars fans who wanted to make the best Star Wars TV show possible?
She pretended to be.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, Leslie Headland? She pretended to be. I saw some videos where she was talking about, oh, I love Star Wars. Oh my God, it's the dream come true. I get to work on this Star Wars project.
Yeah.
I don't believe her. I mean, I didn't believe her. Did you?
No. Well, when I think of someone who's like, listen, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I love Star Wars. My first thought is, okay, let's do a Star Wars TV show where the Jedi are the bad guys.
The bad guys, I know.
Yeah.
Because that's what you love about Star Wars.
Right.
How the Jedi are really suck.
Yes. Right. And it's not like, oh, they got tricked into doing something bad. Or, no. They're corrupt. they're corrupt cops on the
Mhm.
beat, and they're just oppressing an innocent group of lesbians.
Yes, exactly.
Who just want to do their own thing. They're just chilling out in the forest somewhere. There is some hippie commune chilling in the forest, playing around with the force, and then these evil, corrupt cops got to come in and they got to kill them.
Yes. I love Star Wars because it's a traditional good versus evil story.
Well, that
So
means
I
you're a
want to
fascist.
tell the ACAB Star Wars.
If you like that, you're a fascist. Lord of the Rings, fascism. Star Wars, fascism.
Wouldn't it be the AJAB? Is
Yeah.
that what the acolyte is?
Yes.
The AJAB story?
Mm-hmm.
All Jedi are bastards.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you
Videos
love Star Wars. I love Star Wars because it's completely going to get my message out into the world.
Mm-hmm.
constantly wanting grace extended to her side, but not those that she finds impure.
The industry deflects legitimate criticism by labeling it as toxicity. It's a perfect way to avoid addressing the real problems with their products.
She goes on and on about studios and creators
I mean, that's true. That's just
Right.
patently true.
policing organic thought
be right
and
back.
Take your time.
stifling organic expression, and then just goes to openly celebrate DC writers being fired for their comments on Charlie Kirk.
I'll even praise DC Comics. When one of their writers was caught promoting more violent rhetoric, they didn't issue a vague apology, they fired her. They canceled her entire Red Hood project, which apparently already sucked, to no one's surprise, then refunded readers who had purchased it already, then made a public statement condemning the behavior. Great job, DC.
For the record,
If she's so hateful, I mean, why didn't she call that guy a dude? That was obviously a trans woman, so she used the correct pronouns. You got to give her credit for that. She's like, yeah, they fired that bitch, and she deserved it.
this is what the writer said, and I think that's pretty funny and also not entirely wrong. And anybody mad at this but not mad at, oh, I don't know, George Floyd jokes?
Look at this. What a cuck. What a coward. He's just going to put on screen what she said, but he's not going to say it himself. Why? There's a lot of people listen to these videos. They never know. So here's the hateful thing that she said. Hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers, you Nazi bitch. That's what she said about Charlie Kirk.
That was a
So-
joke, Adam. It was a funny
yeah.
joke.
Anyway. Yeah, so why does he not read that? Why does he not read them? Because he's a shit content creator.
Writer said. And I think that's pretty funny and also not entirely wrong. And anybody mad
Look,
at this?
he completely agrees with it.
Yep.
What a fucking
But
anyway,
if you're against that, you're the fascist.
right. You're the one in favor of ideological purity.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we all agreed that political violence was wrong. I guess no, some people are in favor of political violence. Well, you can't bitch if the right is in favor of political violence, if you yourself are in favor of political violence.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should go out and fight the Proud Boys, dude. I think that's what your calling is.
But not mad that,
Bring your fat ugly girl.
oh, I don't know, George Floyd jokes are still being made 5 years later, needs to shut the fuck up. Oh, and in case
Wait a minute. Are there people who work for big AAA game studios
Doing
that
George
are
Floyd
publicly
jokes. Yeah.
making fun of George Floyd's death? I'm just, especially,
Right.
I mean, you're talking about this is 2025. Okay. It's not, there is this thing like, yeah, if 5 years later, people are making fun of Charlie Kirk's death, it's a little bit different than the next day, right? The literal next day. Can you imagine right after the George Floyd video goes viral and all the BLM stuff, there's all like the idea that, oh yeah, there's all these people making all these George Floyd's dead, got killed jokes, or saying it was good that George Floyd died. You think those people got fired? Those
I didn't
hypothetical
see
people?
any of that shit.
Yes.
Not even at the Daily Wire.
No, it's so stupid.
you're wondering, yeah, she absolutely does try to convince you that this isn't really about censorship. It's about not making a hostile environment, particularly if you're in charge. Because, for an example,
Ironic.
she does.
I know, isn't that what they've been asking for years now?
Yep.
We can't have a hostile environment.
Yep.
I'm 6'4" with a mustache, but my pronouns are she, her. So shut the fuck up. And I will be going into the bathroom right behind you.
Right.
Doesn't like that the CEO of Epic Games, Tim Sweeney, doesn't want to censor or fire people for having a wrong opinion.
This is not about government censorship. It is about your employees and everybody else on the internet publicly cheering and celebrating someone's death and creating a hostile environment for anyone who disagrees.
Wait a minute. I thought that we didn't like being corrected.
Mainstream entertainment has become more about correcting and grounding the audience instead of just entertaining them.
Oh, wait. Duh, my bad.
It's so crazy. He can't distinguish the workplace environment from actually sitting down and watching a movie, from actually consuming a product versus making a product.
Adam, if you advocate for political violence, okay, it's fine.
Yes, and that makes a unsafe work environment. That's the exact same thing as making a shitty movie by jamming all of your politics in there.
Right. Yeah, just shut up.
A preachy movie is exactly the same thing as hoping and dancing on the grave of your coworkers' influencers.
Yes.
No.
I totally forgot it's fine to do it for something that you don't like. Oh my God, crazy. This is why, for example, she doesn't admonish her maker Asmongold for saying things like live ammo should be used by the illegally deployed military on American citizen protesters.
I think, yeah, that base. No, I think, again, I've said this before. I think they should use actual ammo. And if anybody throws a rock or tries to harm one of the police officers, I think they should just use deadly force to stop it from happening. There's no reason why anybody should be putting up with that. And it's disgusting, honestly, that there's so many people that are okay with it. Yeah, shoot on sight. Absolutely.
I mean,
was that in the Gaza? Was that in relationship to Gaza?
No. He's talking about people protesting against the ICE stuff.
Oh, against the ICE stuff?
Right. Which I don't agree with that, but I don't know why why does everything have to be a whataboutism attack on this?
Right.
Can't you be like, well, listen, maybe maybe we could just be against, violence, right?
If they throw rocks, they should apprehend them and throw their ass in jail for 30 days.
Yeah. I don't think they should shoot them in the head, though.
That'd be fine. Well, I mean, if it's a rubber bullet, maybe.
Right. Well, he's saying with live ammunition, but
I mean, they are attacking them with weapons.
Mm-hmm.
You kill a couple of them and they'll probably chill out.
Shit, I guess since, he's responsible for her having any form of platform whatsoever, that would be kind of bad for business. Oh, did I not mention that yet? Like, that's why she's popular. Just like all of these other women who are propped up as useful tools by shitty men, he watched one of her videos and directed his minions to subscribe to her, which took her from a mere 300 subs on the 2-month-old channel she had to over 100,000 in 4 days.
Well, she's got another subscriber here from your shitty video. So thanks for leading me to her. She sounds totally based and you sound like a moron.
1,300 days. All right. See, guys? Good job. Yeah, keep doing it. Keep going. There you go, guys.
Now.
And then,
Oh, that's pretty based. Now I like Asmongold more.
Mm-hmm.
watched more and more. And now she's signed on with this talent org. Her audience is his audience, by the way. That's why they are so astute at picking up the cultural impurity core vibes that she is putting down.
Just like rot, if they are allowed to stay and fester, they will continue to spread dysfunction and decay everywhere that they go.
Because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left and let them do their thing.
And then they're going to just run you over, and eventually when they get power, they're going to crush you.
Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them. And
you destroy them completely. destroy everything about them, put the mayors in jail, put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition, put all the people that were...
Why does it say not political, by the way? Obviously, this is a political statement. I don't think anyone's saying this is not political.
No,
doing the shit in front of the detention centers, put them in mandatory prison labor camps.
Which they frequently show that they absolutely love. For example, like when they openly cheered when the topic of the Nazis burning down the Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology in Nazi Germany in 1933 came up on Asmongold's stream.
The purity argument that the Nazis were making that he keeps doubling back to, they were arguing for a moral aesthetic in the art that she's not advocating for. She's not advocating that the work should have a conservative aesthetic. She's saying that the progressive aesthetic is ruining it. That's a completely different statement. The Nazis were saying this is the aesthetic you have to follow, and she's saying forcing the work to follow the progressive aesthetic is ruining it. It's because it's not entertaining or aesthetically pleasing. I don't think he can see that difference, though. I don't think that difference, he can even comprehend that difference. To him, the progressive aesthetic is just normal. That's what people want.
Are you saying it's non-political?
Yeah, that's what he thinks it is.
Right.
Obviously, it is majorly political to most people.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a like my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis.
Anyways, Asmongold brings us nicely into our next section.
So okay, just to even respond. First of all, I don't even know what Asmon's even talking about. Written in Jewish. I don't think it was written in Hebrew. That's why they were burned the
Hebrew
books.
is usually what they call it, but you know, whatever.
But so again, since this guy is really bad at video making, he's not actually he's not using any audio to describe what his problem wasn't even with what Asmongold said. It was he had a screenshot of the chat, which was showing that people in the chat were saying it was based or it was good for the Nazis to do that, to burn those books. And this is the exact problem with why, like, we're right now in this situation where, you have the Reuters and the Flames and all this other shit has this resurgence because of these dumb fucks like this guy who have been pushing all this hyper communist leftist shit down everyone's throats for 10 years, that it's caused this backlash and it's caused people to say, oh, well, maybe we should revisit the horrible ideas of the past that were very anti-communist. Because at least they were doing something, right? At least they were explicitly anti-communist.
Yeah. All this gender nonsense. I wish we could burn the books. What? The Nazis burned the books? Oh, well, they got that part right.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Which is part of why the left should be interested in gatekeeping this shit out, is to also prevent that backlash. The most obvious identity politics resurgence that we all saw coming, that literally every person who's against this saw coming.
Yeah, they can't gatekeep any of this shit, though.
No.
They don't have the power to. This is way out of their hands.
One of the oldest gamer copes that align with this reactionary rhetoric is, of course, the wombo combo of the uglification of women and the demasculinization of men. Beauty is a reflection of cultural health, after all. Remember that earlier? In her video, this
is something that he believes, and all these people on the far left believe, and yet they pretend that they don't. It's just that their standard of what is beautiful is different. Like, because this is the argument that Nina Sarkeesian and all these people have said and made. If the standard of beauty was something they thought was bad and was misogynist, that was an example or criteria to show that the culture was in a bad place, and that society was in a bad place.
Right. Big is beautiful. That's our standard.
Right.
Right.
Western games are doomed is one example of her doing the thing her and others frequently do, where beauty is elevated into a moral principle.
Attractive, beautiful characters that aren't trying to check boxes, but are just trying to draw the player in and add to their experience and enjoyment. No intentional nerfing of their looks, no agendas, no ulterior motives, no nonsense. Just good-looking, pretty, attractive characters and designs. And I've said this before, but I don't understand why this is so hard for Western developers. Stop making your characters less attractive on purpose.
I really do love the assertion that people are making video game characters ugly because it's their agenda. Like, it's so goofy.
So let's look at it's so funny. He puts a meme here that makes her point. And is it not supposed to make her point? What the fuck's he talking? He's got the meme and it has all these kind of like Western game devs. And you see it's got a lot of like unattractive women in it on the top. And then you've got on the bottom row, you've got all these attractive, hyper feminine, various hypersexualized women by Japanese game devs. Okay. Yeah. Are we supposed to look at that? Who's looking at this and they're like, those women on the top, that really gets me excited. That really gets me, my juice is pumping to play those video games, right?
That one on the end is just, oh my God.
You don't like that one on the far right? The right at the end, you don't like that?
No, that's the ugliest woman I've ever seen.
That looks like Philosophy Tube doing a fucking video.
Oh my God. It does. It is Philosophy Tube. Holy
it
shit.
is, yeah. Exactly.
I can see the Adam's apple.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is completely ridiculous. And it's so obvious what's going on here.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of people who are not very attractive, who are jealous of attractive people. Maybe this has to do more with social media. I mean, it was one thing when you didn't have social media putting all the super attractive people in your face 24/7 because you got your phone all shoved up in your grill, right?
Right.
When you went to school and you were like, most people are average, right? So you're in the average group. You realize you're in the average group. There are some super attractive guys. There are some super attractive women. You're probably never going to attain them, but they weren't in your face all the time.
They were like 10%, 5% of the school population.
Yeah, but now you're on social media and they're 90% of the population and you're going, oh my God, what the fuck?
Right.
So now all of a sudden you're looking at the video games a little bit differently. You're like, I want games that, I can compete with. That's
a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't think about that. And also that, that 90% of social media dominated by attractive people, that like 95% of those 90% of people are all using filters. They're all using Photoshop to make themselves even more attractive looking.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Where
lighting can make a big difference.
Right. Or now everything's going to be like, oh, there are all these AI Instagram models that you didn't realize wasn't even a real person.
Exactly.
There was this so interesting. I should have bookmarked the account like months ago. I don't even remember how I found this. Like months ago, like I went on this rabbit hole on social media on X with Sam, where we like found some girl who she didn't have an OnlyFans, but she had one of the other knockoff ones because I think OnlyFans doesn't allow AI content. And it was a person who you look at the picture and it would be very difficult to tell that it wasn't a real person. And they had all this like, and it was crazy because so we looked through their pictures, and I mean, I don't think they were nude, but they were doing the bikini shots and all this stuff, kind of like a lot of these girls do. And you could subscribe to them and pay them for this stuff. And you realized that it was AI. And when we were going through this rabbit hole, we found that there was there's all these content creators that are just these AI fake women that are selling pictures of themselves pretending to be real people.
It's all dudes.
It's all like 10 dudes in India. Okay.
Dudes selling fake photos to other dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's man. The future does not look good.
No.
Very, very bleak.
Be to these people is not a matter of taste, but of truth. To design attractive characters is to honor.
It's about truth.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Is
how's
there
this
a
sentence end?
Is there a truth claim? What is the truth claim here? That the majority of people find the women on the bottom attractive, far more attractive than the women on top. That is an objective truth. Yes, that is just the true. That is the true truth. If you don't believe that, you might be a fucking moron.
Of course.
Nobody believes that. This guy could say he doesn't believe that, but we all know he does believe that.
Respect the players and to render them less than conventionally attractive is an objective moral failing. This very nicely ties into the propaganda and contamination segment because there is obvious implications these ugly characters are being made maliciously with nefarious plans to turn everyone black and gay. Shout out racism and homophobia. It really is.
How's that work? Ugly characters in games turn people black and gay?
Well, the background NPC, she didn't say that, but she did say that.
Mm-hmm.
If you read through the dog whistle. So
how am I going to turn black? I mean, that doesn't seem possible.
You know how Michael Jackson got the skin lighting
how he
procedure?
turned white? Oh.
Yeah, so there's going to be a reverse one.
Mm-hmm.
There's the reverse Michael Jackson procedure.
People are not going to take that well.
No, you don't. You think they'll get mad is that blackface if you get surgery if Rachel Dolezal does surgery to make herself black, that's not appropriate?
No, very inappropriate.
Okay.
It's kind of amazing how the people in the comments of these videos really lap up her delivery, but from the same place that says that Stellar Blade has an intellectual story, I'm honestly not surprised about these assertions. And to be clear, this isn't just about making fake women be less breedable.
What's the story of Stellar Blade, Sitch?
I've never played it. I
okay.
don't know.
Usually know these things. I don't know either, obviously, so I never played it. I'm leaning towards it is actually an intellectual story just because this guy thinks it isn't.
Here's what the premise says. Okay, good old Wikipedia. Stellar Blade takes place in a post-apocalyptic world set on Earth at the start of the 22nd century. The scientist Raphael Marx creates Mothersphere, an artificial intelligence made to advance human race. Through her efforts, humans are able to undergo rapid biotechnical and nanotechnical evolution. However, the arrival of monstrous creatures called Natabas threatens humanity, and ultimately humans lost the war against the Natabas. Forced to abandon the Earth, the remaining humans find sanctuary in outer space in a place called the Colony, with Mothersphere as their leader. In an effort to reclaim their home, the colony periodically sends out squadrons of elite soldiers to continue their fight against the Natabas. Eve, an elite soldier from the 7th Airborne Squad, is deployed to Earth in their most recent attempt. Along the way, Eve encounters 2 survivors, Adam and Lily, and eventually settles in Zion, the last surviving human city on Earth.
They're Zionists. Holy shit.
Exactly. Well, they just copied the Matrix. Eve then establishes contact with Zion's leader, Oracle, like the Oracle, and begins forming relationships with the residents of Zion, all in a pursuit of her mission to save humanity and reclaim Earth.
That sounds intellectual. Can I start telling people I'm a Zionist and say, oh yeah, I love the Matrix? It's fucking badass.
Of course I'm a Zionist. I love the Matrix. That's a great movie.
It's one of my favorite movies. Come on. Why wouldn't I be a Zionist? Human power, bitch.
Let's see. What does chat say? Stellar Blade has an incredibly deep story about morality. Stellar Blade has a cool story. Okay.
It does. It sounded great. I mean, I'm down.
Stellar Blade is
I like
story,
techno-optimism.
Stellar Blade's story is okay. Good ideas, okay execution. Stellar Blade's story is okay, but it's nothing special. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's some post-apoc anime shit. That sounds right.
Yeah, no, I dig that though. Anything post-apocalyptic, I'm totally into. So
right,
I'm down. You gonna watch Fallout? Fallout's coming in December.
Of course, 2. I'm sure we're gonna review it.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. What are we reviewing on Tuesday, Sitch?
The Running
Man. What movie did you not see?
Thursday,
yet?
Not Tuesday.
Oh yeah, you're right. Who are we talking to on Tuesday?
You tell me.
Yaron Brook.
There we go. We're talking
Yaron Brook. You guys asked for it. Now we got it. Yaron Brook is going to come on the show on Tuesday. So I guess on Thursday we're going to talk about The Running Man. Sitch has
Yes.
not seen it. I have seen it.
I will see it before Thursday.
Look, and I don't have any problem with interracial couples in movies.
Mhm.
It is a little excessive now. And there is an interracial couple in this movie. I have a problem when the characters have like zero chemistry between them. When they don't, the actors are not really able to sell it. And it's hard to believe that these people are in love and married. So I think it was
There's some
horrible
relationship in Running
casting.
Man like this.
Yeah, he's married to a black woman, and the chemistry between them is just non-existent.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of movies where you have
bad chemistry,
non-interracial relationships with the chemistry is dog shit too.
No,
so.
I completely agree. The problem really is the chemistry, not the
right.
Yeah.
If
if you could do 10 times the number of interracial couples, as long as the chemistry was good, I'd be totally down with it. Yeah.
I think the only thing that I've seen where I was like brought out of it because of the level of interracial relationships, I think was Sandman, where in the Sandman TV show, I think it was like the first season. I don't remember if it was the second season. This first season, it was like every single couple was either gay or interracial, like every single one. And then like the one non-interracial couple were like evil. So I was like, and I think I was like at episode 4 or 5 when I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like, this is bizarre. Like, I actually start to notice it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's totally excessive on Netflix. Netflix is like every single thing.
Well, Sandman was Netflix, wasn't it?
Was it? I didn't see Sandman, so.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense. That checks out.
The men also get their own curiously worded laments as well, as I have shown.
Because this was never about everyone. It was about taking things that were created with a male audience in mind, things that they loved, that they built identities around, and completely destroying them, while scorning the very people who made them successful.
Does anyone else love?
That's just true.
So true.
He doesn't actually, and he even says this at the end of the video, he doesn't actually give any arguments at all about anything she's saying. He just says she said something that sounds like something a Nazi would say. Problematic.
Yeah. It's sad because this guy, I mean, obviously he's much younger than me. He's probably in his 20s. So he hasn't spent a lifetime with Star Wars. Yeah. So he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, look, I didn't grow up with that shit. I grew up with Gossip Girl. I'm gay. Okay? I don't care if they destroy your franchise.
Love men? Wow, I love men so much. I love uncritical masculinity and how it can't be problematic in any way whatsoever.
When you create...
That's such a straw man. Such a fucking straw man. Nobody said that.
Well, he's the one that's who keeps kind of setting it up so that, like, yes, masculinity is fascism.
Right. But there's been plenty of critiques on toxic masculinity in good movies.
Yes.
It's excessive now. It's like, we've seen it.
Right.
Look, I saw this in The Breakfast Club 100 years ago, okay? His dad is fucking toxically masculine, okay? He makes him be the jock football player, and he wants to write poetry and, like, hang out with the girls, okay?
Right.
I get it. I've seen this story for 40 fucking years, okay?
Right. You've never seen the Dead Poet Society?
Yeah. No,
the kid is, he wants to do drama and be gay, and the dad is like, no,
I get it.
How dare you?
I get it. Yeah, look.
Oh,
I
Captain,
saw it
Captain.
I saw it in American Beauty, and it won Academy Award, okay? I'm getting tired of it. I'm just getting tired of it, okay? Show me something new. I want something different.
It's funny because, like, that was the rebellion, right? It was like, pushing back against the gender norms. Now it's the opposite. It is rebellious to actually be like, no, this is a pro standard masculine character.
Yes, yeah. Now I want to see the kid rebel and get his ass kicked. I'm on his dad's side.
No, now you want to see him rebel against his hyper
Oh yeah,
progressive
there you
woke
go.
parents.
There you
Yes.
go. No, you express whatever gender you want. Mom, I'm a fucking man. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, no, that would be good. That would be good.
They actually made that joke like 15 years ago in the original Clone High, where
Oh, did they?
JFK had 2 gay parents. And they're like, what? You're too good to be gay? Like your old man?
Oh, wow. Perfect. That's what we need.
Yeah.
We just need something new. Okay. It's getting stale. It's getting stale,
Right.
guy. You've been the establishment too long. It's time to lose your throne.
Something with love instead of contempt. Audiences feel it. When you celebrate masculinity instead of deconstructing it, men respond. It is not complicated. It just requires basic respect. At the end of the day,
True.
this is not just
Yeah.
about entertainment. This is about the kind of culture we're building for ourselves and future generations.
This is about the kind of culture we're building for ourselves and future generations is a pretty wild thing to say for someone who seems to have a hard time watching anything outside of media for 13-year-old boys. I really love when her facade cracks a little bit and the fascism leaks out, like with overt phrasing advocating for the cultural health of the world, because she doesn't like that the sequel's Luke Skywalker was actually written quite well. People
What? Oh my God. Please make it stop. Possible.
Quite well, Atom.
He
Quite
cannot.
well.
He cannot actually believe that.
Oh,
That's
he does.
insane.
like her just don't actually want men to show what it's like to have pain and deal with struggle in a non-fake fantasy unhealthy kind of way. That's why in her video about men
Oh my God. They turned Luke Skywalker into a total idiot. Can you imagine trying to kill your nephew because you had a fucking dream?
I do that all the time. What do you mean?
The fuck? The fuck? How is that dealing with your problems in some sort of constructive way? Even his characterization of that is retarded. Luke Skywalker they completely ruined the character of Luke Skywalker.
that, you know, she talked about her liking, it was about men performing struggle through a
I had a dream, Sitch. I'm gonna have to kill you. I think you're evil now. Okay. Don't
That
be in the
was good
same
characterization. Adam.
Don't be in the
Okay.
same room as me. Okay. I have the Force on my side. I know you're fucking evil.
Yeah.
stoic sacrifice, even at the cost of their own humanity. Very curious framing, one might think. This endless oversimplification of media to hammer in these illusions is frequently done when she talks about older stuff as well. Once again, equating the aesthetic feel with a cultural wellness of the message that is being expressed. Because remember, beauty is not only for the person, but for the medium itself. And she reinforces this through her endless reliance on nostalgia baiting, like in a section of this video where she shows her shallow understanding of media and says a bunch of shit about old movies that she clearly doesn't seem to understand.
Elle got excited about books and learning without making a statement about empowerment. Hercules was incredibly strong and heroic without feeling guilty about it. And Rapunzel could dream about floating lanterns without anyone questioning if her goals were big enough.
Once again, the endless opposition to modernist distortion by framing it as degeneracy is used by all of these people in the past and the background NPC right fucking now.
She
Aesthetic-
never framed it as degeneracy. It's so bad faith, dude.
I know. She framed it as ruining the story. Look at
people in the past and the background NPC.
We got. She's the Nazi. Look at that. She's basically shaking Hitler's hand.
Yeah.
And it's just, again, the hypocrisy of this fucking guy when he's like, oh, she's politicizing beauty. And it's like, no, you're the people that politicize beauty. You're the ones that said being beautiful or having something that we call conventionally attractive characters. That's
It's
political.
wrong. Yeah.
That's wrong. That's morally wrong. It's the objectification of women. It's anti-feminist. They politicized it. And then when you push back against it, like, why are you politicizing this? You must be a fascist.
You're like, what's wrong with having beautiful women in video games?
Yes.
Just shut up. It's fascist. Listen to us.
And what was wrong? Because she's correct about the takes on Tangled and Hercules. A lot of girls like Tangled, and yeah, it would be. I think a lot of these sort of ultra progressive people, if Tangled came out today, would have been very upset by that movie.
Yeah, I
'Cause,
didn't
yeah,
see Tangled, so I don't really.
You
I don't know.
son of a bitch.
Is it good? Should I see it?
You should see it. Tangled is good. It's a good Disney movie.
Right.
Does
with
have some
the
singing in it.
redhead, right? Oh, that's probably
No.
why I didn't see it. No singing.
Redhead is Brave.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yes. No, Tangled is a good movie. I don't actually like the songs in Tangled. That's my only critique of it. So
Yeah, I don't
you
like
can
songs
just,
in any movie, so.
you can just fast forward through the songs. in
Yeah,
Tangled.
okay. Maybe I'll check it out.
No, it's a good movie. I think some people say it's like one of the last like classic Disney movies before Frozen came in and kind of ruined Disney, because then they had to completely just try to copy Frozen forever because it was so
Right.
hyper successful.
Frozen was the girl empowerment movie
Yes.
that made a generation of little girls want to be empowered women.
That's right. To be girl bosses like Elsa.
Yeah, just because they like Elsa,
Right.
they sold
But
it.
even like Hercules is kind of interesting because even with Meg's characterization, they had her be, instead of her being like a more classic damsel, they made her like the noir female archetype where she's like attractive, but like kind of like taking care of herself, but also doing bad things towards the hero because she's caught up in some sort of larger scheme, but the hero still likes her.
Hmm.
They made her like the classic, femme fatale noir character.
Dingy storyline.
Yeah, sort of. Not as bad as as Rez, but yes. Yes. Sure. Which is interesting too, because like I wonder how that fits in sort of all this feminist framework.
That's the greatest conflict right there.
Mm-hmm.
Sexual desire against physical survival.
Right.
You're like, suddenly I understand the praying mantis and the Black Widow a bit better.
Right fucking now. Aesthetics are not preferences to these people. They are literal moral battlegrounds. Beauty is purity, deviation is decay. And all of this.
That's your framing, dipshit. That is your framing.
Mm-hmm.
She's not saying it's evil to have ugly women in movies. She's saying, how about we have a couple movies with attractive people in them, right?
I'm saying it's evil. No uglies. No uggos allowed. All right.
Look, you can have both. It's just the prohibition on attractive women in media is evil and wrong, and probably going to lead to the downfall of Western society.
Is wrapped up so carefully in the most important aesthetic of all, which is hers.
We're not reading your stupid fucking cards anymore. You need to read them yourself.
The tone, good lord, I just can't get over this.
I wonder if we could get this guy to come on the show. He seems full enough of himself that he might do it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe, sure. I'd be down.
Maybe.
Tone, dude. Like, she really reminds me of a Sunday school teacher that I had when I was a kid who was obviously very nice to adults when they were around and respectful to us kids as well, but a literal demon.
Of the graphic that he uses, he's like the only white kid in that class.
When it was just us little ones. That is really what kind of gets me about all of this. She never rants, she never sneers, she mourns, she dotes, she slathers on that maternal concern heavier than a mother you know is gonna beat your ass when you are behind closed doors. Shout out to my childhood. Her closing words in the Kirkle Jerk video explicitly turn to scripture and fully bring out this concerning aesthetic full force.
John 8:12.
So he's saying he was abused as a child, in case you guys didn't get that.
Yes.
He's basically throwing his mom under the bus. So.
Again, Jesus spoke to them saying, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. And John 1:5. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it.
Have I mentioned that she uses scripture when convenient? I legitimately don't remember because I've been talking for a while, but she does that, so yay. Oh, and she snuck in Luke 45 at the beginning, by the way, just wanted to throw that out. First of all, this biblical edition frames her critique as more than simple consumer commentary. It is an even deeper layer of moral testimony, part of a cosmic struggle between light and dark, good and evil. That shallow binary dynamic is something that is deeply integral to conservative, reactionary, and fascist beliefs, and something that she loves to remind us is important to her, like in her fascinatingly shallow interpretation of K-pop Demon Hunters.
When you look at the overarching themes of this movie, it brings you back to the basics. An objective good versus objective evil. Heroes who sacrifice for something greater, not just a story about finding yourself, redemption, and overcoming deep-rooted shame.
This absolute.
So there's one, I agree with what she said. She made multiple points. The only one I disagree with is, I sort of disagree with, and I've heard other people say this about K-pop Demon Hunter, where they say it's about like clear evil versus clear good. Because while it's true that like 99% of the demons in the movie are portrayed as just evil, there is the main demon guy that the girl wants to bang, and he is portrayed sympathetically. So I don't think that's like a good point to make specifically about K-pop Demon Hunter.
Yeah, isn't he kind of blackmailed into being evil by the main demon?
You kind of find out that all the demons are sort of blackmailed into doing what the main demon wants.
Right, yeah.
So
they're doing it against their will.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
which makes them sympathetic. So
yeah, it will make
they're
him
not doing it for the love of evil.
Right. Now he doesn't, and it's funny because I think a lot of girls didn't like this. He does not, at least in the end of the first one, does not get redeemed at the end of the first one.
Right.
They don't get to have their relationship at the end or anything like that.
Oh,
so,
that's gotta blue ball all the ladies.
It's true. But it is very interesting to look at K-pop Demon Hunter in terms of its wild success, which again, he's not going to talk about or bring up how, she was talking about how in her video, because I watched it, like they had the K-pop demon ladies and they were conventionally attractive and they did make them feminine. They didn't try to masculinize them whatsoever. And they did have them, lusting after men, and kind of, it felt very much like something from the mid 2000s, but for girls. And that's probably why it was, and also the songs are very catchy and it was very well animated. And that's probably why it was so successful. That's what people want. They don't want this current year slop.
Yeah. It felt fresh, something new.
Well, isn't that what's so bizarre is that literally just going back to the very basic formula of a story from the mid 2000s
feels fresh.
Fresh.
Yeah. No, that is the problem. That is totally the problem.
Yeah.
If I see one more story about girl power or toxic masculinity, I'm just going to throw up. It's like, I'm done with it. Okay.
Which is so funny because that was a story that was all about, it's all female protagonists.
Yeah.
Kicking butt. And you didn't evoke that feeling whatsoever when you're watching it at all.
Yeah.
And it really shows this whole like, oh, they just hate women thing. Is like, no, complete bullshit when it comes to the K-pop Demon Hunter.
Right. Yeah.
As to good and evil is also why her brain somehow thinks people making jokes about Charlie Kirk dying is more important than the legacy of a man who built his life off of rhetorical violence and hate speech. To her, he is an objective good, and he did what was necessary to achieve the goals of accomplishing that good, regardless of how much she actually knows or understands about him and the ways that he operated.
To be clear, she hasn't said a single word of any of this.
No,
at all.
Not at all. Yeah.
You don't even really know, what her depth view of Charlie Kirk was. What he said that she agreed with, what he said that she disagreed with. We don't know any of that stuff. He's just he's made up, he's headcanon. He's created a fan fiction for this entire narrative.
Yeah. Her critique is of these low-life scum that are celebrating political violence.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's funny how early in the video, he's like, well, she's an Alex Jones conspiracist, and he has like the little picture, from Always Sunny, with the Pepe board right in the background. And yet, this is what this guy and all these other like red tubers do: is she makes some comment talking about K-pop fucking Demon Hunter. Okay, she makes some comment about the storytelling and that, and then he's like, "Aha! Well, because she viewed K-pop Demon Hunter in this specific way, this really shows in this other video about Charlie Kirk's assassination that she views this entire worldview that she never said this way."
Yeah. He's doing a lot of extrapolating here, a lot of mind reading.
Affect make everything, all of this, hit different than some loser in their fucking apartment raging about black people in video games. And I think one could—
Wait a minute. What? That his comment wasn't about black people.
No, of course. This guy's evil. All he does is mischaracterize people.
So he just called them racist for no reason.
Yeah. That's what that's what these guys do. Of course. I wonder if that happened with Charlie Kirk. I wonder if maybe people just called Charlie Kirk racist when he wasn't really racist, since that's what he just did with Az.
I don't think Charlie Kirk was racist, but I do think he was saying very incendiary and offensive things. So.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
Right.
I just that packaging up as a race, they know racism is the one thing that really gets under people's skin. So that's why they have to package him up as a racist.
Mm-hmm.
To make the assumption that she is very much aware of this, which is why she does.
It says allegedly on the screen.
Yeah, he realized.
Yeah,
he's talking mad shit. Now he has to put allegedly on the screen as like a take back.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, we're in defamation territory here.
To be clear, something like this isn't inherently problematic in a vacuum. A lot of people ham it up or have characters for the camera, unlike yours truly, who is naturally like this for better or worse. But when you're talking about shit like, oh, I don't know, everything that I've gone over today, that is where I get a little itty bitty bit suspicious about all of this. In a QA she did recently, she said she's been training to be a voice actor for 4 years. She also has a day job in marketing, and also her husband, sorry fellas, used to be a Twitch streamer, which also helps to explain the setup. So she is absolutely built to be doing this. I mean, just looking at the Wayback Machine at her start, like nobody starts out with descriptions as well fleshed out as this if they don't immediately understand how all of this stuff works.
Oh my God. We never do the good descriptions.
I know.
Yeah, we're so lazy.
Also work in marketing, which is why I felt
Well, I mean, look, you could do if you want to jump in and do the descriptions. I think you did one description and you added tags, and those tags have been in every video for like 2 years now.
Why? Yeah, because you never change them.
Because I never change them. No,
right.
I don't mess with the tags. Look, the AI does a transcript of the entire video and keeps track of everything. So tags are pointless.
I don't know if that's true, but okay.
No, it's totally true. Look it up. Ask ChatGPT. No, ask the Google AI. What's a Google AI called?
It's called Google AI. I have no clue.
Ask that one.
I don't know.
Very suspicious about her coming out of the woodwork with such refinement in her aesthetic and her delivery, and then mysteriously hitting 100,000 subscribers in under 2 months thanks to Asmongold.
Is he going to link this to the IDF? I'm just waiting for it.
No, but it is.
Here it comes.
Asmongold is the kingmaker here.
Here goes Candace Owens' level of insanity.
very normal audience somehow finding her channel. Her videos feel like they have been actually tailored with marketing data to have all of the good topical gamer words and talking points delivered in just the right way to appeal to exactly the kind of audience she was aiming to get. There's very clear, tailored effort being put into her aesthetic, as is the case with many others. She is very much trying to feel like an overtly caring human being while spouting this garbage.
Okay, I'm getting the blanket back out for this one.
Is he saying people don't actually buy into what she's saying? They're just like there because she's a cute girl? Is that the argument he's trying to make?
Sure. But she's making it more, she's making fascism more palatable. That's the argument he's making.
Well, she's not in any way selling fascism. So
Yes, she is.
Fascism
Adam,
is not really palatable.
You poor fool, Adam. Of course she's selling fascism. What are you, crazy?
Fascism is palatable to a lot more people than I would have previously thought a couple of weeks ago. But I don't think she's actually selling the fascism.
She totally is.
It is pretty wild to be in the business of making games for a living, something that's inherently supposed to be fun and engaging, an escape for consumers, and somehow put yourselves in a situation where you're preparing for backlash over things that you intentionally acknowledged, chose to do, and could have completely avoided. It's like knowing the future, but still making the decisions that led to your death.
But I've seen this shit way too many times, and that's why
he picks such terrible clips. I don't know the context of anything she's saying there. What the fuck? Why are you picking such bad clips?
Mm-hmm.
To me, her content feels anything but human. Another great example of this is how Legendary Drops tries
She's
to
like, any content that goes against my progressive sensibilities is fascist, treason.
come off as brave and stoic and valorous despite literally just blowing hot air and lying behind a microphone.
This might sound like it's coming out of left field, but I think that game developers need to disconnect from politics. Western studios, man, they just can't get their shit together.
But to these people, it fucking works, because these people who watch this shit aren't equipped with the knowledge to see through these facades that are literally just lying.
They can't see
That's
through
why
the
this
facade,
shit works. It makes her critique.
No, he's got 40,000 views on this video. Piece of shit video that he made. And she's got 250,000 views on her video. And he's big mad about that.
Right.
He's like, oh shit. All these people like her video more than mine.
Because they've been brainwashed.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh.
She's the, listen, she's like Nick Fuentes, okay? She's bringing fascism to the popular audiences. She must be stopped.
I don't see her saying the same things that Nick Fuentes is saying, though. I didn't see that in this video.
No, well, that's because you're listen, you have to read the dog whistles, okay? To understand the high level argument going on here.
I think Nick Fuentes, I think he likes a lot of these woke games. To be honest with you, wouldn't surprise me.
Sound apolitical and moral, even as it intentionally uses deeply political arguments. And she is not an isolated figure, but part of a larger constellation of women's voices packaging reaction in soft aesthetics. From Nazi Germany to Cold War mothers to trad wives and pastel conspiracy theorists today, this is far from a new phenomenon, but the topic is one of deep obscurity, which is, in my opinion, a big fucking problem. You may have noticed that I have spent almost none of this video actually debunking anything she says.
Whoa, ding, ding, ding. We did notice that, actually.
We noticed.
And barely playing anything that she said.
Yeah, this is an hour and 10 minutes, and I'm pretty sure there's like maybe 4 minutes of footage of the subject.
Yeah.
Is that crazy? You have an hour and 10-minute video, and maybe 4 to 5 minutes is actually played of the subject you're responding to.
This seems like clout chasing to me. That's what's going on. He's like, oh, she's a big YouTuber. I'm a nobody. Let me clout chase a little bit here.
Right.
Do you know why? It's very simple, actually, because treating anything that someone like this says as worth being debated in the marketplace of ideas is an immediate L. Engaging with this hateful, racist, sexist, blatant.
How do you say? He's just basically saying, we just need to deplatform these ideas. Any criticism of my woke media needs to be deplatformed.
Mm-hmm. Dishonest rhetoric, as if it is worth any amount of consideration at all, is the exact same shit that made Charlie Kirk popular enough to get killed, and the brain rot that is just circulating in some people mourning his death.
Oh my God, he goes after Ezra Klein.
Of course
He's big mad at Ezra Klein.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you humanize my enemy?
There is so much outrage for a man who is just trying to have conversations and trying to speak his mind from these kinds of people, because they want you to believe that any and all of their Kirkian-coded rhetorical sewage is valid to debate. And to be clear, debunking and shit isn't like inherently bad or useless, but let's be careful with just how much attention we give some people. And also, like, can we just stop making critical drinker videos? Like, please, the danger.
Everyone hates critical drinker.
I know.
When all of this gender stuff settles out and we're no longer debating it because the science is settled, that you're just gaslighting kids and giving them gender confusion and sending them down an evil path.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be very happy, and this guy's going to be like, oh, we still need to debate these things. We still need to talk about these things. We need to save the trans kids.
Mm-hmm.
Of the background NPC's commentary in particular is not simply that she repeats the same old anti-reality talking points that have been around for forever, is that
anti-reality. Just let that sink in.
She does so specifically in a register that feels disarming, maternal, and ordinary in a social landscape entirely unfit to interpret how and what she is really saying. If I'm being honest here, it really is true of basically all people watching all apolitical content, whether or not they're weaponizing the guise of harmless femininity. Like the pleas for common sense, the metaphors for decay, beauty, normalcy, purity, and propaganda are like really anything but new. They're the same old reactionary and fascist vocabularies that have been deployed by these dorks, but what makes them continually effective is their familiarity and how they masquerade as common sense because we are not taught about how this works.
This guy's a complete NPC. Nothing he's saying is remotely convincing or a good argument in favor of what she's actually saying being wrong on any sort of substantive level. All of this is complete surface bullshit. And it looks like he's reading off a script, like he wrote this out, labored over it, put all the progressive buzzwords in. This reads like some sort of doctorate thesis that he put together to cater to his woke advisor.
Yeah, he's read or consumed a lot of, very standard basic bitch socialist content or writers or academics, and is just regurgitating the most base standard argumentation that they all make. That,
well, is it argumentation or is it just the aesthetic? I mean, it seems more like,
well, the argumentation of like, how dare you stand in the way? Anyone that stands in the way of quote progress is a Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the most borderline, low resolution NPC socialist talking point, and that's just that for an hour. Yeah,
but that's not really an argument. That's just a characterization of somebody.
Well, I don't mean. I guess I mean argument just in the sense that someone is proposing something, not
right.
What you mean? Yeah, the proposition. I guess that
if you don't like me jamming my politics and my political aesthetic into all media, you're a fascist.
Yes.
That's not really an argument for why the progressive message in media is good.
No.
Why that's going to be better for society, why that's going to be better for young people. That's not an argument in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, but that's the problem. As soon as it becomes this is just self-evident.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people believe in God because it's self-evident, okay?
Right,
Other people beg to differ, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people say Jesus is the Son of God because it's self-evident, right? Like as soon as you start drifting down it's just self-evident. A lot of Nazis thought, this is degenerate behavior. It's just self-evident.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would like some sort of rational argument why. I mean, look, I can make a rational argument why when your desire to indoctrinate people with your political propaganda outweighs your desire to entertain people with a compelling story, you're probably going to write shit. Because you're trying to serve two masters, and ultimately one master is going to not really get served. And that usually is the storytelling. That's an argument.
We live in a society reference, that never taught us how to hear this kind of language or understand this kind of process. In schools, like fascism.
We live in a society that we didn't have a bunch of degenerates like me trying to propagandize you into believing innocuous things were really horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Is presented as this aesthetic of spectacle and violence, the uniforms, the rallies, the genocide, rather than a set of rhetorical patterns that moralize purity, beauty, and cultural decay under the guise of common sense. The Nazi past is flattened into larger-than-life villains instead of being recognized as a communication strategy that naturalized authoritarianism through everyday speech and actions. And likewise, Phyllis
authoritarianism. You're familiar with that, Sitch? I'm sure you are.
Oh, very.
He messed up his script.
Schlafly is remembered as probably no more than a quirky relic, if even remembered at all, and not as the architect of kind of how anti-feminism and advocating against women's issues could be sold as protection and common sense.
I don't think that Phyllis Schlafly lady would have been a big fan of K-pop Demon Hunter.
No, not at all.
The women are K-pop celebrities fighting demons. I don't think she'd be in favor of that.
No. She'd say those are demonic forces and you should let them into your mind.
Yes, and she would say that those women should be in the kitchen serving some male K-pop demon hunters.
Not lusting after demon abs.
No, yes, with their purple hair.
Yeah.
No less.
Terrible.
But they're the same thing. They're the same exact thing. Even though the background NPC liked that movie and the woman he's comparing her would have hated it, they're the same person.
I know plenty of women who are like, enough with the ugly women in video games and movies, okay? You're not rallying for all women when you say we can't have attractive women in video games. You're rallying for a very small sector of women who are offended by that.
An attack on actual rights of women. When we fail to teach how fascism talks, we make it very easy for the same.
When we fail to gaslight people into believing everything is fascism, they might start voting Republican.
Linguistic patterns to reappear in the most unassuming of places.
Those linguistic patterns might appear in unassuming places, Sitch. You don't want that to happen, do you?
I don't want that to
happen. You don't want linguistic patterns in the wrong places.
I'm freaking out, man.
Could be very bad. Linguistic patterns like retard can be very offensive to people.
That's how they slip past critical filters. When all of this rhetoric shows up in depressing cupcake videos or the soft-voiced laments of a gamer girl, to the unfamiliar, it doesn't register as political as intended. It feels
it's all mask on. Oh my God, they're hiding it from you. They're hiding it. They're keeping it totally secret.
The power levels, they're being hidden.
Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson is doing Nick Fuentes.
I know. It's
And everyone is talking about it.
I know.
Wow. He says all black people need to be incarcerated. What do you think of that? I mean,
Listen,
NPC
that's not the
girl is
problem.
kinda
This
tame.
this YouTuber is the real problem. Okay.
I know. Let's do the side-by-side comparison.
Yeah.
Run the clips. We've got it on the channel. Bring them up.
Mm-hmm.
It's wholesome, it feels relatable, it feels safe, and that is entirely the fucking point. Because fascism's survival strategy has always been effective camouflage. It speaks to the voice of the normal person, the dutiful mother, or even
Progressive's survival strategy is virtue signaling. Calling people a racist if you don't buy our shitty fucking video game. That's the progressive strategy right there. That's the progressive survival strategy. I wish they would go back to economics, but I guess they can't because they want women. They don't want women to be stay-at-home moms. And if they actually improve their economic standings, I guess a lot of them probably would be. Progressives are probably forcing women into the workplace just so that they can fulfill their aesthetic.
the nostalgic fan. That's why it never demands violence at first. It simply demands agreement, conformity, and pity.
This from the side that is actually celebrating political violence. Oh, so rich. So rich, accusing the conservatives of going down that violent road when you guys are the ones dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave. Fucking hell.
And some protection in there, so that way when violence does eventually come about, it seems justified as a reluctant measure to keep order. Exactly like...
This is insane, Sitch. This is totally insane.
I know, that's why I had to click it. That's why we have to watch this.
He's like, oh, this is all an elaborate scheme so that they can justify violence. Yeah. Us dancing on the grave of a man who was brutally murdered in front of his kids. They're the ones that are trying to justify violence.
Did you consider that he deserved it?
This is insane. This is totally insane. What makes him think that they're not going to say, oh, yeah, these guys, the ones that danced on the grave and were celebrating political violence, maybe they deserved it. I mean, this argument is weak by the comparison to that argument.
The U.S. president is doing right now.
Oh, no. And of course, we've got to go to Trump. Here we go. Here it is.
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation.
And the background NPC shows us just how easily...
Look, he doesn't give any of the context to that statement. I only know it because I follow politics. But someone who doesn't follow politics will not have any idea what Trump is talking about there. Fucking, you suck as a YouTuber, okay?
This logic is perpetuated in pandering gaming videos. Remember, her videos aren't about politics, as she loves to remind us. They are about decency. They are about respect and beauty. Yet those terms are very obviously doing political work. They reproduce a worldview in which feminism, diversity, and the ever-important modernity are coded as corruption, where traditional values and views of the world are imagined as normalcy and purity. And with her...
None of that. She made none of that in any sort of argument that he showed. Nothing.
Her voice, the soft affect of care, becomes the perfect vessel for convincing gamers that fascism will definitely make video game women hotter and video games less expensive if they just get everyone fired who makes jokes about the Nazi dying instead of jokes about black and trans people dying.
Great job, DC.
Fascist language does not always shout. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it dotes, sometimes it giggles and laments. It arrives disguised as common sense for normal people. And unless we begin to teach media literacy that includes rhetorical literacy, how metaphors of rot, purity, and beauty have been weaponized, these patterns will continue to circulate near untouched, mistaken for common sense or simple aesthetic preference or just an opinion, and we will keep getting fascists put in place of power and influence big and small.
Has this guy done any movie reviews at all? He seems like a moron.
He said
I
Last
am
Jedi
curious.
was like objectively good.
Yeah. But I would like to see his ridiculous arguments on that. If he's only going to make political arguments.
Let me see.
I mean, I don't know that he understands basic storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
When they drone on and on about media literacy, are they talking about being able to distinguish propaganda from? I mean, it is interesting because I would classify a lot of the progressive media, the ham-fisted, heavy-handed progressive media, as propaganda. But to him, that doesn't seem like propaganda because he's all in favor of that propaganda, right? That's his moral aesthetic being propagandized. So he's totally in favor of it.
Of course. Well, it's funny because I was looking through his channel to see if he did like a Star Wars video or some sort of story video. And I see a video from a year ago. Science fiction still has a sexism and gatekeeping problem.
Okay.
So, there's his moral aesthetic, obviously. There's horrible sexists in science fiction making sexist characters and sexist stories.
I don't know their definition of media literacy. If media literacy is to be able to tell if a piece of media is a compelling story or propaganda for an ideology, he fails media literacy because he doesn't see when it's his ideology that it's propaganda.
Media literacy, whenever you hear someone, I hate the term.
I hate it too because it always seems to mean something different every time somebody says it.
It's almost exclusively people on the far left that use the term. And yeah, it really seems like it just means you did not view this piece of media through the correct political lens that is my political lens.
You noticed that my propaganda sucks.
Yeah.
Therefore, you have to have media literacy to be able to like this progressive propaganda.
Right.
This schlock. Is he doing the Nazi salute there? It looks like it. Holy shit, he's a Nazi.
Look.
I would not be surprised if this guy is on a sex registry in like 20 states. That would not surprise me in the least bit. Yeah. Kids, stay away. If you see this guy pulling up in a white van, run. Okay? Run to your mom and yell, "Pedo! Pedo!"
From Nazi Germany's Guardians of Morality to Cold War Mother's warning of communist Hollywood to Phyllis Schlafly's Real Rights of Women to today's...
Do you think this guy wants to protect the trans kids? Do you think he's just all about protecting those trans kids, those innocent trans kids from their parents?
Yes.
Well, how's he not using the same sort of "we got to protect the children" argument?
Because when he says protect the children, he's correct.
Oh, that's the difference?
Yes.
I mean, when I see him, this little twerp next to this beautiful blonde girl, I think she's correct. What is this here? What is she doing in that right-hand picture, Sitch? You explain that picture to me.
The frame is on a different frame than me. So I'm seeing he's in front of Phil Schlafly. So I don't know who the beautiful blonde girl is that you're talking about.
Okay, hold on one second here. You got to explain this
I'm a little
picture.
confused. Yeah.
You got to explain this picture.
Okay.
Oh. The one on the far right. What is going on?
It's the same
in
person,
that
isn't this? This is the same person in every picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only seen clips of this girl on Twitter. I've never I don't know anything about her content.
Right.
I just find this picture on the right. What's going on in that picture?
She's holding a piece of jewelry, Adam. What is I don't know what there's nothing wrong with
describe that picture for our audience.
It is a smiling, attractive blonde woman who is doing the trad wife aesthetic, and she's holding a pearl necklace. Listen.
What?
Having the jewelry, she's just going for the 1950s aesthetic. You're just a degenerate libtard sex fiend, Adam. How dare you? suggests that this conservative lady would be signaling something sexual.
Isn't that, what would you describe that hand gesture as? Isn't it kind of like showing off?
Sure, sure.
Isn't it the showing off gesture?
Again,
what is she showing off?
The necklace.
She's showing off her what? What is she showing off, Sid?
You're having You're having way too much fun. She's showing off her blowjob abilities, Adam. Obviously, that's obviously what she is showing off.
Sitch.
Yes.
You disgust me. How dare you? You degenerate. She's showing off her pearl necklace. How dare you? This is the one thing. This picture, I've never seen this picture before, but this one picture makes me think, okay, maybe she is a little bit grifting here. Why is she showing off her pearl necklace?
I'm assuming all these women that are making money off of being trad wives on Instagram are grifting.
Really? She's probably got an OnlyFans, huh? And we just don't know about it.
Well, I don't know about that, but
okay.
Wives, pastel conspiracies, and gamer genocide girlies, the soft voice of reaction has proven remarkably durable. What unites these figures is not only the content of the politics, but their form. Sorrow instead of rage, decency instead of aggression, moral common sense instead of overt ideology.
And massive popularity compared to your schlock, so co-parter.
And the background NPC is simply the latest adaptation of this rhetorical tradition, bringing it much more openly into the dorkiest culture you can imagine.
I can't wait to watch all her videos. I bet they're amazing.
And that's what's so weird and spooky about all of this, is that fashion...
Did he really just say spooky?
Spooky.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Fascism rarely appears in fancy uniforms anymore. In fact, fascism's probably the least...
Bring up the fucking Nazi clips, Sitch. Where has he been? What have you been doing?
Well-dressed it's ever been, which is like kind of a bummer for me as a fashion guy. These days, it oftentimes...
Here's your fashion guy. Oh my God, he just pitched himself as a fashion guy.
I mean, that's what I think when I look at him. Maybe he's joking. He's like self-deprecating humor.
Oh, okay. That
arrives in a cozy sweater with a Shure microphone and purple background lighting. It appears to normal people. It laments about the decline and betrayal in children's media and mediocre video games. And because we're not taught how to recognize it, it continues to bloom in the most unlikely of places. In homemaking reels, in fandoms, and even in the voices of our precious gamer girls. It is ridiculous. And that's the fucking point, because the ridiculous is exactly where this shit thrives. Also, the Crusades were all failures, the fourth leading to the dissolution of them, and do you really want to claim the Children's Crusade as being something cool? Do you really want to rep child slavery? Like, you do you, I guess, but yikes.
All right, you tortured me long enough.
You're welcome. What can I say but you're welcome? I felt like you were getting a little too uppity, Adam.
Me? Definitely.
Yeah. You felt like you were being a little too full of yourself. So I was like, gotta knock them down a peg with some socialist brain rot.
What was the uppity stuff I was saying? Just so I can remember and say it more often.
I'm not going to tell you. So obviously I'm not going to incentivize this behavior. All right.
I love getting uppity. That's one of my favorite things to do.
I know you do.
All right. Okay. You are welcome to come on our channel anytime. We would love to host you. Come on over. Don't bring your script, your wordy piece of shit script. Sounds like it was written by some brainless academic.
It's
You
going to
just
be fun
come
when
and make
everyone has like the AI model that's just set to their politics that they can just use to like shit out content.
right. You think ChatGPT was used in this content creation?
Yes.
Make this sound like progressive slop. I don't want actual arguments.
Hmm.
So I'm going to watch a bunch of her videos now, and I'll report back on how
Okay.
cool or uncool they are.
Hmm.
I'm not a Christian, so I mean, I'm an atheist for Jesus, so I believe I was raised a Christian, and I believe in the Christian ethic. I believe in the Christian work ethic. I believe in forgiveness. I believe in love and beauty. I believe in all those things. So,
Look, Jay Davis in the chat knows exactly the propaganda. Says, I see what Sitch did there, making our libtard relatives seem more lovable for Thanksgiving. It's really quite smart. Exactly. See, you're going to go to Thanksgiving. They're going to have some, very standard liberal family members. And you're going to be like, wow, at least they're not that guy. You have a new
right.
appreciation. All right.
You're going to get to talk to them about groypers, see how much they know.
There you go. Yeah.
See if they're in
exactly.
on the conversation.
Right.
That's right.
That's a fun
Thanksgiving is
conversation.
right around the corner.
Talking to your parents about the groypers.
It's so close.
I had to do that.
Did you?
Of
What
course.
did they know?
They didn't know anything.
All right. They weren't in on the conversation.
Well,
they
would see all, they watch MSNBC, so they would see, now they would like see whatever, they're talking about it. So.
Right.
Damus for $20 says, what's funny is that her video got watched by Asmongold and she skyrocketed after that. So this guy sucks and he can't even beat a new YouTuber. Well, listen, glass houses. Okay. Lethal Strayed for $20 says, I finally figured out this guy is what you would get if Kyle Kalinske and Mike from PA had a baby. Ooh, that's a good, I can see that. That's good.
A bunch of people want us to cover Kyle Kalinske because evidently Kyle Kalinski's going nuts. So
he's been going nuts for a while now. Yes.
Yeah.
The problem with Kyle Kalinske is I feel like I do, to me, get a sense of like massive amount of grifting, or maybe not grifting is the wrong
from
word.
Kyle Kalinske,
because I think he believes his politics, but he's rage baiting. He does massive amounts of rage bait, and it's working to get him a lot of attention, especially
attention. And there is a bunch of people on the left that want that. I think the dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave kind of wisened people up to how sadistic these people are.
Yes.
So they're like, oh, look, they like sadistic. Maybe I should go more sadistic.
100%. That is what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 100% what's going on. So,
which just sucks. I don't want to be that sadistic. It's grotesque.
Mm-hmm. Most people will do almost anything for views and money and all this stuff. So that's what's going on with him. Lives in Des Walls for $2 says, just move the time to 4:15 without telling Sitch. There you go.
Hey, should I do that? Is that the new ploy?
That could be the new ploy.
I'm just always thinking one day Sitch is actually going to be on time.
No.
I think we have been on time once or twice. So there was a couple $10 Streamlabs you should read, because I put a thing in I even pinned a chat saying our Streamlab link is in the description. $10 and up are read during the show.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. I would have read them.
Well, look, it's still during the show. So
okay. Sella or Ace for $10 says, commies like this dude think peak gender equality is when men enjoy getting pegged. That is correct.
Yes, that's so true. Look,
that is correct.
Just because you like getting pegged, dude, doesn't mean we want to get pegged. You're willing to get pegged for your religion. We're not in that religion, that progressive religion. Okay, we're in a different religion.
Adam, if you don't enjoy getting pegged, you're obviously homophobe and a transphobe.
Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, well, I guess I am a homophobe and a transphobe.
Ass at Games for $10 says, why did this guy put his weird pale gremlin feet in every single shot? Sucks we have to see them, but at least we can't smell them.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. This guy he's getting off on this. This is some sort of sexual fetish of his, making these videos and making all of us watch them.
His whole the way he's, fashioning himself, and the way that he was like sitting, kind of doing the cross-legged, like I'm in the yoga position of thing. It all kind of screams like you're watching a movie and there's a character who's like the grifter guy who's pretending to be the hippie to sleep with women character.
Oh yeah,
Like on
definitely.
like that's the aesthetic that I get from him, which obviously is not intentional, but that's what I think of when I see him and the way he was kind of like performing his video.
Yeah, he's a guy that kind of secretly films women
Well, I
in
wasn't going to say that.
uncompromising situations and then ships them around to all his Discord friends.
Listen, he's not Destiny, right? That's different. That's a different vibe.
Destiny, he's not popular enough to actually be with those women. I was talking about like secretly putting a camera in like a changing room or something.
I got you.
Destiny's popular enough that they'll actually let him in the room. He still has to do that nefarious shit, but
yes.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Fire Everything for $10 says, did you guys see that Asmongold and Fuentes might be doing a stream? That would be ... interesting. I did not see that. I would predict that would be a very bad stream. That'd be weird because Asmon has said repeatedly that he doesn't like debating people on stream. So it's hard for me to imagine that if he has, with that mentality, it's hard for me to imagine that if he has Fuentes on, it's not just going to be like, let Fuentes say whatever crazy shit that he wants with no pushback. But I would be happy to be proven incorrect. I would be very happy to be proven incorrect if that was to actually go down. So we'll see. Sella for TR says, I didn't have time to say this during Thursday's show because I was at work, but during the discussion about why men go to China, you should have said they're not going for the Gucci, they're going for the coochie. Thank you, Sella. That was in response to a reference to Hassan becoming the white monkey for China.
Nice.
Dr. Dill for $2 says, for as much as the communists hate Nazis, it's very telling how they always critique them. Much like Orwell never brought up the failures of C's producers, these people never bring up how the Nazis strongman government made disagreeing with Hitler a death sentence, resulting in nobody ever taking accountability, or the government seizing any business that didn't do exactly what Hitler wanted. It's just that racism was bad. Well, of course, because if they brought up that, they couldn't lie and say that Nazism and fascism are about like extreme forms of capitalism. And also it would be very obviously looking on their end that yes, communism and its control over everything is a bad ideology and shouldn't be something that we go after.
Yeah.
Dr. Liffer says it's awful how Hitler slaughtered the Jews and treated them like subhumans, but landlords, they're subhuman leeches that need to be systematically culled for progress. Yes, that's basically it.
That was Hitler's argument. So
yes. Sella for Jar says a lot of feminists call, quote, women should do whatever they want, choice feminism. And they say real feminism is the, quote, liberation of women as a social class, and that some women's choices might undermine that. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
That is a great framing.
Yeah.
Choice feminism. I like that.
But the problem, I was thinking about this because I was watching some videos that were very critical of Umberto Eco and other people's failure to properly define and understand what fascism is. And it's unfortunate that so much of sociology and other academic fields have been completely infused and inspired in a lot of ways by Marxism and other socialist academics or philosophers. Because one of the great aspects of science in science coming out of a framework of liberalism or kind of being tied into liberalism ideologically is that it does say, or there's a mentality that one should be objective, that there's some sort of objective facts of the world, and that science and understanding the world should be neutral in order to get away from one's biases. Now, obviously, scientists and people fail at this all the time because we're all humans, we're all horribly biased. But at least in the ideology is the goal to be neutral, to try to be objective. And then once you have some objective answer or some neutral answer, then other people can debate, the morality of the situation. And the big problem with all these philosophies based around socialism is that socialism doesn't have that. It's explicitly saying, no, there is a moral framework. That's why it's kind of funny. They always criticize objective morality, is that their entire philosophy is based on that there is some objectively good moral framework that they're advocating for, that there's no such thing as neutrality, there's no such thing as objectivity. And you have to push for this socialist moral framework in everything you do. And so everything that then is inspired by that or rooted in that is tainted with that sort of ideological concept. And so it makes it very difficult for socialists or anything rooted in socialism to actually have an accurate view of the world.
Isn't science rooted in empiricism, though? I mean, yes. I agree with everything you're saying about the Marxism is a moral philosophy, and that's kind of tainting sociology, which sociology you'd want to be some sort of empirical endeavor.
Yeah. Yes. But like John Locke and a lot of the other, liberal philosophers were very big in empiricism. There's definitely a ideological connection between empiricism, science, and the philosophy of liberalism.
Right.
So, which, socialists are very against.
I think you said it as liberalism led to science, and I would just say,
I didn't mean as led to. I just mean that there's it's the philosophies relate to each other, I think.
Oh, I totally
very
agree.
strongly. Yeah. So Arithmetic for $2 says, when it comes to collaborative creative works, I think we should allow a lot of leeway for groups to be selective about who they hire. Merit is much less clear cut when the work is creative. The dynamic is more vibe based. Obviously, like when you're when you're hiring someone for a job, part of that is, I would even say this is part of the merit. I don't know if I would even attach it kind of the way that you are. I would say that part of the merit towards the job is how well you can work with with your teammates and how well you can exist in whatever vibe is a productive vibe. So sometimes you can have a situation where you can have mixed gender groups and they're going to have a great vibe and they're going to work together. And sometimes you're not. But I think that's part of the merit. I think just saying that, no, we're not going to hire someone at all based on sex is foolish. And it's never going to, it is setting yourself up for failure politically too, even if you're in favor of it ideologically.
Yeah, in this environment, I'm not sure. It seems like a good marketing ploy to say, this is a product that was made solely by men. I think you could sell that. I think that would be a selling point at this point.
It would be, it's funny because like there was some like cereal that has like extra protein in it that I buy.
Oh, really?
And because because most cereal is like just
the cereal is not infected by the ideology of women.
like most cereal is just empty carbs, right? But some of the cereals you can get the ones that have like high protein, high fiber, and stuff like that. And so I was buying this brand. It was pretty good, and I noticed like after buying it for a long time, it's got like on the back of the box like, this is a proud women-owned company. I was like, oh my god.
Oh really?
Yes.
Oh wow.
And I stopped buying it. No, I'm just kidding. I still get it, but I just like,
we want all the men to have six-pack abs, so we've developed our own cereal to help.
See, if they said that, I'd be more like amenable to that. I'd be like, well, listen, at least they know. at least they're trying to help people.
We want all men to be attractive to us.
Exactly.
That'd be great.
Dr. Diddler for $3 says, initially I had a much more favorable view of K-pop Demon Hunters, but I've kind of soured on it. One thing I don't like is that it follows a typical female hero's journey of being perfect already and that the world is wrong.
I barely paid attention to that. My wife was watching that in a hotel room, and I was kind of playing on my phone and listening to podcasts and stuff like that. So
wow.
I didn't give my full attention to it, but after a while it started winning me over, and I was like, hey, this is actually pretty good.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
So I should probably really watch it before I comment on it explicitly.
I think my guess would be the reason that you feel that way is because there's no like shonen arc of the characters having to train to get like physically stronger. Like they already start off as a hyper competent demon slaying group that's also worldly famous. But then once the evil K-pop boy band, if you've never seen this movie, what I'm saying is going to sound insane. Once the evil, attractive, hot K-pop demon boy band is introduced into the situation, they do, I think, do a good job of it knocks them off of their pedestal, and then they have to deal with like climbing back up and regaining themselves, because they are like, for most of the movie, I would say, when they deal with the evil boy band, they are losing the fight.
Yeah.
And it's only at the
they
very
put them
end.
in their place.
Right.
Guy power comes in and is like, that's right.
Right.
Chat alert.
And it's only at the end that they're able to prevail. And you could say, well, what kind of arc do they have? And I guess the main character does have the arc of like, because she's half demon, or she's tainted by demon or something. I don't remember exactly what's going on. She's tainted by some sort of demon in her lineage, and she has to learn to like accept that and to trust her friends and everything. So I guess that would be sort of the arc, and they kind of have to learn to trust each other and work together, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know. I think it has, I don't think it portrays them as like perfect. It portrays them as very strong and competent from the beginning, but then they get knocked down a peg, and then they have to sort of reclaim what they were lost, which I think is fine. I think that works.
I'm rewatching The Last Samurai with my dad, and that movie does do the learning progression very well. Like, he enters many fights, it loses, like has very little wins, and then slowly gets better and better.
Right.
It just sucks when it jumps from, okay, this person knows nothing, and then immediately they're super badass. So,
which there's a movie that everyone likes that's fantastic that does that, and we forgive it because it's such a good movie.
What is it?
Into the Spider-Verse, the first one.
Oh, really?
Miles is like really pathetically weak for 99% of the movie, and at the very end he becomes confident in himself, and he kind of like self-actualizes the direction. Maybe self-actualize is the wrong word. He kind of focuses on what is the direction he wants to go, and becomes more confident, and then he's like becomes hyper confident Spider-Man, and it's fine. Like it's sort of like a trope. It's a movie. It's a story mechanism. It's kind of symbolic of character. You can have like, and I liked Last Samurai a lot. I think it's a great movie, and that's a movie that obviously takes place over like Tom Cruise is living there for like a year, isn't he, or years? I don't remember. It's a long time span that he is with sort of the renegade samurai group.
It's the winter months.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, it's tricky to pace that kind of thing. I didn't notice it Into the Spider-Verse, but I'll look for it if I watch it again.
Yeah.
So.
Dr. Lill for $2 says it was a brilliant move for the modern leftists to disguise themselves in the hallmarks of alt-gay culture, like dressing and acting like a twink. Unfortunately, has a side effect of making people hate the gays more. That's completely true.
That is so sad, too.
It is sad, but it's 100% true. Yeah, that's a great point.
I really don't have a problem with effeminate guys, but that guy is so unlikable just because he's such a lying fucking piece of shit.
Well, he's not really effeminate. He just has this aesthetic that's very politically minded.
I mean, he's playing with his toenails through half the video. Come on. He had his fingernails painted. You don't think that's effeminate?
There are, I would say there are certain guys and certain aesthetics that a lot like the goth guys, they'll paint their fingernails black or whatever. I don't think that's feminine. No. I understand what you're saying.
Really?
I'd say it's on the line. I'd say it's on the line. Yeah. Maybe I should say no. It is a feminine behavior.
Sitch, are you painting what color are your fingernails right now? Just out of curiosity.
So I paint my fingernails to match the month. So right now,
oh my God.
They're orange and red for like fall colors.
Oh, nice.
And I have little like turkeys, like little turkey nail art stickers on my nails.
Look,
normally,
I don't like to waste the time brushing my hair most of the time. I mean, I do because I'm going to come on the live stream, but
right.
Normally during the day, I don't have time to paint my fingernails.
Sam was horrified to find out that I don't have like a comb or a brush.
Really?
I don't use one now.
Doesn't she have one? I mean,
yes.
Okay, well, look, you're set.
Right.
That's how we guys roll. We're like, roll in. Where's the brush?
Yeah.
I know you got one here. Give me your purse.
Right.
This is majorly effeminate.
Mm-hmm. Big Dad Squeezy for $5 says, men who call themselves feminists make me want to crawl out of my skin. True.
My wife has like 7 pairs of these librarian huge glasses.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a very feminine thing.
Yes. The problem glasses. Sometimes I think they're good and they look hot. Sometimes they look terrible.
How many?
I think it's like a fine line.
How many earrings are you wearing right now, Sitch?
Oh, well, I got the standard one on the lobes. I had 3 on like the top part.
Okay.
I had the one that like connects my nose to my ear. That seems dangerous.
He has the big glasses, like the CNN reporter that always covers the alt-right stuff. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Very feminine. He's got earrings. He's got his nails painted. He's sitting in a yoga pose. Okay. I rest my case.
Okay. Righteous Indifference for $5 says, FYI, thoughts and prayers for Nate the lawyer. He put out a video today saying he was going to emergency brain surgery for a tumor. Yes. I heard about that. Yes.
Crazy.
Is crazy. Yes. So please, everyone, if you do pray or anything like that, yes, send prayers to Nate the lawyer so that he has a successful surgery and a quick and successful recovery.
The older I get, the more it just, oh man, that kind of stuff just freaks me out. Totally freaks me out.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't know much about it, but he's still putting out regular videos. I think like this came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Let's hope everything goes well.
Mm-hmm.
Nate's great. Nate's been on the show before. We had him on.
Yes, I do like Nate a lot. Yeah, he makes very
I
good
watch
content.
a lot of his videos. They're great. Yeah, totally level-headed guy. True seeker. Nice enough to come on our show. So,
an alien for 2 years of Free Will Seeker. Thanks so much for being 2 years of Free Will Seeker. Look at that. Says silver lining to being sick and not being able to sleep because of coughing is that I am up for the start of the stream. Well, there you go. That's a good way to look at it. Yes. Sorry about that.
Great.
That sucks. And also,
I feel like I'm nursing a cold.
Is the best class.
Oh, you could leave that part off. Yeah, no, that sucks. I feel like I'm nursing a cold here a little bit. So hope you feel better.
Mike Hillier for 7 Canadian says the only thing people remember about Starfield is Az's pronoun rant. That is why we loved him. That is the only thing people remember about Starfield. That's
the game sucked. I like the rant. I think it's funny.
I could have swore Starfield was so weird because I could have swore I never played it, but I could have swore when it first came out, everyone was like, "Oh my god, this game's amazing! It's like the best game ever!" Like people were just like losing their minds over this. And then after the game had been out for like, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks, everyone flip-flopped on it. And they're like, fuck this game sucks. Like it just seemed like a really dramatic reversal. So
Like they were hiding it, that they were pretending to like it because it had pronouns in it. And as this video went viral, and they're like, look at this guy. We love this game.
yeah, I don't know if it was that or if it was just, it seemed like it wasn't partisan at first when people liked it. It seemed like it wasn't partisan, but then it just, everyone flipped on it. I don't know what happened. I don't know why. It was just like a switch and people were like, oh, this is trash.
JMax says it was boring. That is the ultimate sin. Video games are not allowed to be boring.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Boring
Maybe
video games.
it could be that like when you first started playing it, it was like good, or you felt like it was good. And then like as you keep playing it, it's becomes really boring and you just can't get into it maybe.
Yeah, that sucks.
Crack Rock Steady, thanks so much for being 43 months of
Look at
Discipline
that.
Equals Freedom.
Wow.
Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain, says, wanted to show some love to my favorite streamers. Haven't been able to catch a live show in forever since I recently moved. Can't today either. Wishing you guys a great stream today. Number 400 soon.
Yeah.
It's true.
What are you planning for the 400 show, Sitch? I was thinking like a marriage proposal could be cool.
That's a great idea.
What do you think?
I mean,
I don't think it's been
ruin the
done.
surprise. What? we need a completely surprised reaction, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, but look, if we can always fake a surprise, right? Look,
okay.
It's showbiz. Come on.
Everyone in chat, you'll just pretend to be surprised, right? I'm at 400 with the wedding proposal.
Well, look, at this point, I think it would be a surprise. No one's thinking. I mean, we're just talking about this, and everyone thinks we're joking about it. So
Well, now they're not because you're being too meta about it.
I think it would still be a surprise. People would be shocked. They'd be like, "Oh my God."
That's true. Face reveal and a marriage proposal. Actually, you know what? No, I'll wear a Sitch mask in the marriage proposal.
Are Vanessa and David still dating? Maybe we can invite them on to do a proposal.
Right. Oh, there you go. Lives in Dev's wall specifically for $5 says, quote, the attractive women are all promoting my political enemies. I don't know. I'd keep that information myself if I were recruiting. That's true. That's a good point. That's a great point.
Of course. Yeah.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, the men all have the same eyes. Smarmy eyes? Interesting. Smarmy eyes.
It's interesting to me because I don't think women are attracted to your politics. I think they're attracted to you. They're attracted to your sense of humor. They're attracted to your physical looks. They're attracted to your wit.
Well,
they're attracted to your status.
So, Sammy has told me that she knows girls who, when they go on their dating profiles, they will only select people or swipe people that put that there on the left.
Really?
Like if they put not, if they don't put anything or they put the right wing, they will not even swipe it.
Well, that's a dating profile, though. I think if they went out to a bar and they saw some hunkin' guy and they were like just swooning.
That's true.
And then found out, oh my God, he's a conservative. They'd be like, oh, the forbidden fruit.
No, that's true. If once you're already in there, right, or they're already into you, then yeah, it doesn't matter. But if you're trying to get your foot in the door, you gotta play games
with a dating app,
right?
Aren't there probably a lot of women that also only select for conservative men? They're like, I don't want any fucking liberal men. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably in a thruple.
Wolf Spain for $5 says, why would women not like women? I mean, Al Bundy said it best, quote, don't try to understand women. Women understand women and they hate each other.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Intersex competition.
That's a great point.
They don't like, there's all these videos of a super hot girl and they're filming to get the reaction shots from all the women around her. And they're all just vicious. Like, oh my God, look at that. That woman.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, y'all gonna hate my position on mandatory recircumcision. What? I can't promise it'll be the same one, though the overhead would be ridiculous. Thank you. Very funny.
I see what he did there.
See
Look
what
at
he did
that.
there. Negative Socks for 2 months. Thank you so much, Negative Socks. Says Trump Yowie confirmed. Mexico Gen Z uprising. Job report suppressed and another commie gets elected. Exciting times. Yeah, sure is. Sure is.
Dude, what do you think of the Zoran Mandami thing?
In terms of, what do you mean by that? What are you asking me?
Do you have an opinion? I mean, I don't really have
We've
an
talked
opinion
about
on
it
it.
already, I thought, but I don't think it's indicative of the country's mood at all, the way that some people have been framing it. I do think it will be bad for New York. I think it will be good for the Republicans to point to, because I'm sure he'll have a bunch of wacky policies that suck. And they can say, look at what the left wants to do. Beyond that, I don't have much to say about it.
Yeah, Republicans are going to try to paint him as the face of the Democratic Party.
Right.
I mean, they're already trying to do that, so. I don't know if that's true, obviously, because obviously New York is progressive central, so.
Right.
I mean, I agree with everything you said. I'm not losing my mind over it, though.
Yeah. Wolfsbane for $2 says, I hate that this guy is using E33's soundtrack.
I hate that he had any music.
I was going to say, you must be loving the background music.
No, terrible.
I've heard a lot of people say a lot of good things about Expedition 33. An alien for 5 Aussie bucks says, have you guys played Dispatch? It's a tall tale. Isn't it? That's not the name of the game. Now I'm blanking. What's the name of the? Oh, it is. Okay. No, it isn't. Telltale. Telltale's the name of the video game company. It's a Telltale-like game about a 911 call operator for superheroes. I think it's in the running for Game of the Year. I haven't played it. I've seen a lot of people stream it. I've seen a lot of people
Sounds like
comment
a
on
good
it.
idea.
I didn't really have a desire to play it, but let me know, chat. Is it good? Is Dispatch good? Is it worth playing?
Are you just the 911 caller or just the 911 operator?
So Telltale games are like visual novels where it's like a story and you just make kind of like story choices that affect, kind of like a choose your own adventure thing. Like it changes the course of the game.
What? You
You're
don't
not
get
usually
to, I like trip mines. Okay.
Mhm.
Doesn't sound like this game has a lot of trip mines unless there's a word bubble that says set a bunch of trip mines.
Well, sometimes they do have, I mean, I don't know about Dispatch, but I have played some of the Telltale games. I remember playing the Batman ones. I think they had like quick time events. We had to like beat up people and throw batarangs and shit, but no, it is like a primarily a visual novel.
Is there reading? Because I don't like to read.
Well, it's dialogued, so you can just listen to the dialogue.
Oh, okay. Well, I might play it then. That
Right.
sounds fun.
Dispatch is a good movie game. Beautiful soundtrack. It's cinema so far. Dispatch is fantastic. Dispatch is a story I want to witness, but probably not a game I want to play. Okay, a lot of people saying they like it.
Could be cool. Can we play it on stream?
I watched a streamer play Dispatch. It was a good story, but not a game I'd buy. Claire Obscura is a masterpiece. Okay, people really liking Expedition 33.
That could be fun.
Lethal Strain for
all
5.
the bad decisions you can make.
Could.
That's
There
the
you
fun
go.
part of those games. Really picking the
Obviously.
one that is the horrible decision.
Right. Lethal Strain for $5 says she's not a trad wife. She just retired before the age of 72. Steve McDuck for 21 months. Thanks so much. Says try not to be cringe. Challenge level impossible. Lethal Strain for $2 says I hope the irony of my last super chat wasn't missed. What was your last super chat?
The Lethal Strain one, right? The trad wife.
Oh, yes. I just read it in my brain.
Wasn't it missed? I think you missed it. I definitely think you missed it.
I got it.
Is it who's the trad wife?
Shafley. I assume that's what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think Shafley doesn't seem like a trad wife.
Well, it's kind of the irony of her nature, I guess, is that she was highly political.
Yeah.
Like out there doing things constantly. Didn't seem very like
She
wasn't
was
like
a
some kind of
career
homemaker.
woman.
Right. Yeah.
Politics was her career.
Listen, Deswalt for $5 says Expedition 33 single-handedly improved my opinion of the French. The game is pure cinema. Wow. Okay, that's high praise. Look at that.
I gotta play more games. I'm always drawing and painting, and you can't play
Terrible.
games at the same time that you draw and paint. You can listen to audiobooks though.
That's
listen to
true.
audiobooks and videos and podcasts and stuff like that, but you can't play games.
Well,
Games, you can only play games. That's all you can do.
there are some games you can play and listen to things.
Really?
Yes. There are some games I can play that I'm like, I can listen. Like I've either played it enough that I can listen to things and play it at the same time, and I'm totally fine doing it. But if it's like a story focused game with dialogue, like, nah, you can't, because obviously you're supposed to be listening to the game.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I used to listen to books when I would play games like Warhawk or Half-Life, and you get to a certain point where things get stressful because you're like in a firefight or something like that, and you completely
You can miss
miss
segments.
like huge
Sure.
segments of the book.
That's a good
Yeah.
point, right? Yeah. Yeah, Minecraft is a game that a lot of people can play while you're, listening. Any sort of resource collecting game is one of those games. I can play Magicraft and Hades 2 a lot while listening to something and completely concentrate on what I'm listening to. But that's also because I just played those games, too much. So, Solid, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. PC for $5 says this guy's just mad that his trans wife hashtag never caught on.
Exactly.
Instead
PC
of
gets it.
trad wife, yeah. Look at that. Shinto says I was playing Hades while listening to the stream. Well, good man, good man. I will. Okay. I know I say this a lot, but I do very, very strongly want to make a video about Hades 2 and my thoughts and feelings on it. I have a lot of complicated feelings about Hades 2.
And if you're listening to the stream and you miss a bunch of what Sitch says, it's no big deal.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Lives in Deswalt for $2 says it's continually amazing how stuck in 2016 we are, isn't it? We're like forever stuck. Forever.
Yeah,
it's like Groundhog's Day.
I thought we moved on with the 2024 election. It really seemed like we did.
Oh,
I think the Nick Fuentes stuff is really gonna slingshot us back into 2016.
Unfortunately, I think you're completely correct.
Yeah, we're on the footsteps of the punch a Nazi dialogue all over again.
Yes, that's a good point. Let's see. Equishot for $5 says, what will fix this guy? Romantic attention from a demure, down-home Southern girl who wears sundresses and loves cooking. There you go. True.
True. I think that would work. He'd be bitching about it, but ultimately he'd be like, okay, I'm in love.
Right. A demure dame.
Right. Showing off her pearl necklace for the world.
Terrible.
You know what that means. Do you know what the pearl necklace means, Sitch? Do you know what that's a euphemism for?
I literally said when you were talking about it, that she was showing off her oral sex skills.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
She's a little naughty girl, isn't she?
Oh, look at this. Well, obviously, she's got her like tits out in all the fucking videos. We all know what's happening here.
Well, she can't help it.
Oh,
she's got big bazambas. What is she gonna do?
Of course.
She's covering them up as much as she can.
Right.
Give a girl a break.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want her to wear? A binder?
Yes, actually. Wear an overcoat. Wear a petticoat, lady.
Wasn't Princess Leia forced to wear a binder in Star Wars because her big old titties were flopping around too much?
Like the actress or the character?
Carrie Fisher, the actress.
Carrie Fisher. I don't.
Yes, when she was running, when she was running through those corridors.
Oh, interesting. They're like, listen, your tits are just bouncing like crazy. Okay, we need to do something about this.
George Lucas was like, this is a family film.
Right.
We can't have.
Well, until the third one. Then they're like, listen.
Oh, you're right.
They're like,
The
get your
third-
tits
Well,
out.
look,
Okay.
wait a second. George Lucas was gone by the third one.
Right.
They're like, we know what people want to see. Get out of here, Lucas.
So I don't know if this is true. There's some article that claims that Carrie Fisher used gaffer's tape to hold down her breasts because George Lucas didn't want her looking too aggressively feminine. Carrie Fisher joked about it, saying, "No breast bounces in space, no jiggling in the Empire."
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
That's interesting. Was that his?
If this was our movie, we'd be like, yeah, push them up together. Get them out of the top.
Well, it's funny because George Lucas, like not by woke standards, but by his era, so he was a very progressive. He was a very progressive guy. So I wonder if that was part of the thought process with that.
That it had to be a strong female. He's like, we can't have this is the 1970s. We can't have objectification. Modern audiences won't be down with that.
Yes.
Haven't you watched Star Trek, where Kirk runs around boning everything in the known universe?
Right.
We can't have that in our movie.
Yeah, I guess you're right. By the third movie, I don't know how much he was not involved as much. So there's like whatever. He wasn't a director, so there's like whatever. Get her tits out.
I wonder what she thought about that.
She was high on coke. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true.
Lethal's Train for $5 says women can be teachers, maids, chefs, accountants, nurses, and Uber drivers, but only if they get screwed by capitalism like the rest of us. LOL. That's a good point. It's a great point.
I've been watching this podcast that's by one of the actresses from Battlestar Galactica.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fascinating because she, obviously that's a science fiction series. So she knows all of the Star Trek people and all of the Firefly people because she's met them all at these science fiction conventions and stuff. So they're all coming on her podcast. And she had Jonathan Frakes on, who was #1 in Star Trek The Next Generation.
Yeah, he's Riker.
Right, yeah. And he told his story about how he actually became a director for Star Trek, and they put him off and kept putting him off, but he consistently stuck with it.
Yeah.
And he was telling stories about how all the young people would come in all high off coke, and he would have to go and tell them, nah, you can't. This is like a professional gig. You can't come in staying up all night all coked up and shit.
He's saying that they'd have like directors come in high on coke?
Different production people would come in.
Right,
yeah.
right.
And he would have to discipline them. It's actually a pretty fascinating podcast just because it's this niche world of kind of D-list celebrities in science fiction franchises.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she had Trinity on too from The Matrix. So, but I guess
this is
Carrie-Anne Moss.
Katie Sackhoff podcast.
Yeah,
she was Starbuck, the character I hated the most in Battlestar Galactica.
Was she?
I don't blame the actress, obviously. I didn't like the way her character was written, but I'll check it out.
She had Brett Spiner on, and that episode is really interesting because she starts talking to Brett Spiner when the fires were going on in Los Angeles. And Brett Spiner's like, I may have to go. I'm waiting for a text from my son. So if I have to go because of the fires, I have to go.
Mm-hmm.
And in the middle of the podcast, he's got to go because of the fire, right?
Right.
He leaves. His whole house burns down. He loses everything. He goes back on the podcast 5 months later and basically tells the fallout from him leaving. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah.
He's doing a podcast 1 minute, the next he's like loses everything.
Mm-hmm.
And Brett Spiner too, who's data on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Right.
He's a totally cool guy. Yeah.
She's got a lot she has a lot of, looks like, interesting guests. She's got Freddy. They played Freddy. She's got
I haven't watched that one. I watched like 4 or 5 of them because it's so interesting. Because the conversation always goes to them hanging out at some science fiction con.
Right. That's how they
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So
got,
they're there basically to do autographs and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course. They'll hang out in the back probably.
Right.
He's
And they're
got
talking about all the fans who have heart attacks because they're like me, the celebrity that they're most obsessed with.
right.
That's great.
He's got Napoleon Dynamite on.
I didn't see. Yeah, Hader's his name, right?
John Hader. Yeah.
John Hader. Yeah.
Yep.
Supposedly he got paid $1,000 for Napoleon Dynamite. That's how much he made on that movie. Yeah. That movie was huge, totally huge.
Awful.
But obviously he did a bunch of stuff after that and probably cleaned up. So
I guess. I mean, nothing. Did he ever do anything that was like really as prominent after that?
I think wasn't he in Dodgeball?
He's in Blades of Glory.
Blades of Glory, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe he didn't.
I mean, he's been in a bunch of things. I don't think he was in anything that was as beloved as that.
It's just
he was in the horrible Pinocchio cartoon movie that everyone fucking hated.
Another interesting thing about the podcast is, I mean, they really seem like blue collar workers.
Right.
There's a moment when Carrie Ann Moss starts talking about, oh yeah, this is just a paycheck and it's kind of like shit, and kind of catches herself and realizes, oh my God, I'm throwing all my coworkers under the
right.
bus.
She's like, oh no, that's the movie magic. I love it.
Exactly. She's and just the love of the art. She totally tries to turn it around, but you're like, I caught that.
Right.
They're not all the Matrix, but was she in? No, I don't know if she was in Matrix 4. That ungodly piece of shit that the Wachowski sisters now. Yeah. What was she in it? I don't know.
Yeah, she was in it. What do you mean? Am I crazy?
I don't know. I can't remember. I tried to block that movie out because it's such an abomination on the Matrix franchise.
Wasn't there a whole like thing? Yeah, because remember you forgot the plot. The plot was she was remarried.
Oh my God,
she was like married to some other guy. Yeah, and like Neo has to try to remind her who she really is because they're in some other Matrix. I don't remember why, honestly, but they're in some other Matrix again.
It was
really bad.
It was Morpheus that they replaced.
Yes, there was no Morpheus, which was horrible and depressing.
Well, Morpheus was in it, but they replaced Lawrence Fishburne. And I think I saw Lawrence Fishburne on some show complaining that they didn't ask him to do Matrix 4. Like he would have liked to be in it. Yeah.
I thought it was some scheduling conflict or something. Why would they not get Lawrence Fishburne to be?
Yeah, especially if he wanted to.
Right.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Maybe he was talking about some other movie and I'm misremembering it, but poor Carrie. So look, now I know when Carrie Ann Moss was on, what's her name? Sacco? Is it Justine Sacco?
Katie Sackhoff. Katie Sackhoff.
So now I know when Trinity was on Sackoff's podcast, she was talking about Matrix 4 being a total piece of garbage.
Oh, she knew.
And then she stopped herself. She was like, "Oh yeah, but the art.
Right.
Some of these movies are total pieces of shit."
Right. Here's an interesting article. Lawrence Fishburne says the Matrix team didn't respond well when he offered to return for the 2021 sequel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Matrix star has revealed that his desire to reprise the role of Morpheus didn't play out the way he wanted to. In response to a question Thursday on The View about potentially appearing in the upcoming fifth Matrix movie, the 63-year-old said he previously volunteered to reprise the part he played in directors Lily and Lana Wachowski's groundbreaking 1999 film. Quote, "It depends on the circumstances, who was involved, how well the script had been written. If they offer me a part," Fishburne said, when he was asked if he's involved in the fifth movie, "I offered my services to the fourth Matrix, and they didn't respond well to that. It's not like I didn't say I'd like to offer my services. I did. For whatever reason, that didn't happen, but that's the truth. We'll see." After Fishburne made the reveal, Sonny said, "You need to come back." Okay. Well, did they actually say why they didn't want them? This article just...
It sounded like he wanted to be in the movie, and he
did. He 100% wanted to, yeah.
They told him no.
Ahead of the release, Fishburne announced that he was not asked to return to Morpheus in the project, while it did welcome back Keanu Reeves, Carrie-Anne Moss, and Jada Pinkett Smith.
Okay. I bet that they're having sex with a guy that played Morpheus in The Matrix 4. And that's how he got Lawrence Fishburne's job.
Oh my God.
That he took them both to Pound Town.
Hmm.
And they were like, okay, you got the part.
Interesting.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
It could be, yeah. Someone on Reddit is, well, no, they're saying it's sarcasm. I don't know. There's some claim that there's some in the Matrix MMO, it would like change the continuity if it was Lawrence Fishburne, but I can't, that'd be retarded. I can't imagine anyone gives a fuck about that. Yeah. I wonder why.
Did Lawrence Fishburne die in the trilogy? I mean, he's back.
No,
Yeah.
he does not. He survives.
Yeah. And he's in the fourth movie. He's in the fourth movie, just played by a different actor.
I don't know. I don't know if there's an official reason why, but listen, he dodged a bullet because that was trash. So
yeah. And look, Carrie-Anne Moss is on the record on Sackhoff's podcast saying it was trash and then trying to backpedal real quick.
They didn't want the best character. Yes, they did not want the best character from the movie. Isn't that hilarious?
He's the best actor in the whole thing.
Yeah, I know.
His acting is amazing in that movie. He sells it.
Well, no,
He's
no,
10 times better than Keanu Reeves. No. You're like, well,
you're forgetting somebody.
The Architect?
The other great actor. No. The other great actor that they didn't bring back for the Matrix sequel.
Oh,
There's only the two, they take the two best actors, Lawrence Fishburne and
the bad guy. What's his name?
Smith.
Agent Smith, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Hugo Weaving. Yes.
Hugo Weaving, you're right.
Yeah. So they
I
were
would
both
give it,
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd give it to Fishburne and then Hugo. I mean, Carrie-Anne Moss is probably better than Keanu Reeves. I mean, Keanu Reeves is, the Oracle is probably better than Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves is pretty bad. Yeah, he's pretty bad. I think the only person he's better in is Jada Pinkett Smith in that movie.
Mm-hmm. Isn't she she's in the second one though? I don't think she's in the first one.
She's in the second, third one. She's not in the first one now. Because she's someone in Zion. But the only reason I think I would give it to Lawrence Fishburne, I put him slightly above Hugo Weaving, is just because he was so goofy in the third Matrix when he was like laughing evilly and everything that he kind of gets points docked for that one. I don't remember Morpheus. I mean, the second, third movie were nowhere near as good, but I don't remember like docking him acting points. So
Hugo Weaving was just doing a little too maniacal for you.
There's some scene in the third Matrix where he like laughs goofily, maniacally. That's just kind of super cringe.
Is it a meme? I mean, it probably is.
It kind of is a meme, I guess. It's kind of a meme, but I don't think it was intended to be a meme.
No,
they didn't
have
very
memes
like
at that point.
Well, I mean, Hugo Weaving, the Agent Smith was not the chew the scenery bad guy character, so
right.
He was, but he's a great villain, definitely a great villain, especially in the first one. Okay. Lives in Dev's wall specifically for $5. Says the ubiquity of the no girls allowed sign is evidence that there is an ingrained instinct on how to properly run a society within every male. That is true. That is true. A Evil Bookman for 23 months. Thanks so much. Says regarding hot video game women designed by women, Bayonetta and her legs that stretch on higher than the Twin Towers comes to mind. There you go. Yeah, Adam, if you look up the Bayonetta character, that was designed by a lady. And the feminists really do not like her design at all. Eurogoonie for 1 year, Free Seeker, thanks so much. Says, should we allow women-only bathrooms and men-only bathrooms? Obviously, yes. Christoph Keating for 22 months says, the Sitch want male waiters at Hooters. That's a job. Okay, I will make an exception. I will make an exception for Hooters and strip clubs and things of that nature. All right, you get that exception. That's fair. That's totally fair. Oh, I missed the $20. Jason Waltington for $20 says maybe what Sitch is trying to say is that for some jobs, gender and race is pertinent, like acting roles, but other than those, it should be ideally be neglected as a hiring factor. Thank you, Jason. That's exactly what I was saying. So sorry I missed your brilliant and awesome $20 super chat. You're completely correct. Obviously, there are certain, yeah, if you're doing like an acting role, obviously you have to choose based on the character. Yes. Were people in chat really, were there people really saying some stupid shit? I was only in chat at that time. I hope there weren't people saying stupid shit like that. Waytosk for $5 says Adam, the poll said, oh, Adam made a poll. Okay, I didn't even notice. What kind of degenerate poll did you make earlier in the stream, Adam?
I didn't make any polls.
Okay. Adam, the poll said women shouldn't be in game development, period. That's like saying men shouldn't be in writing because women's novels exist. Okay. Leave those training for $5 says I can't wait for her to respond to this video and then Asmongold to respond to her video and destroy this guy. LOL.
Oh, that would be great.
Hig Venus for $2 says SSA pitch and F damn arended. That is all. Really trying I should have had Adam read that one. That would have really driven his dyslexia crazy. God's joke for 5 months. Thank you so much. Says genuinely wonder why socialists do not critique this hard. The Groypers. Why is a normal lady equated to a guy who literally wants a modern Holocaust? That's a great fucking question. Oh, Task was talking about the poll in the video. Oh, gotcha. Kristen Brandon for $2 says, hey guys, do you believe we are in a K-shaped economy? Adam, are we in a K-shaped economy?
I'm not exactly sure. I probably so, because obviously stocks and bonds are like going to the moon and other people's like wages are going south. They're the other end of the K. So what's the thing you looked up, say?
Well, no, I was just describing the concept.
Okay.
Right. So the K-shaped economy concept, if I understand it correctly, is that essentially you look at the economy, like everything crashes after the COVID, and then like some sectors of the economy go back up and some sectors continue down. So it makes the K shape, right? And so the idea is that like, you know, the tech industry and all the AI shit is kind of like super high right now, but then almost everything else is like in the shitter, right?
Yes.
I would say I think that's probably true. I do think that's probably true. And it feels like we're getting closer and closer. And I know I've been saying this for months, but it feels like we're getting closer and closer to some kind of breaking point, changing point, at least perceptually, where people are really feeling the heat. It's kind of like with this was happening when Biden was president too, where people would keep pointing to a lot of metrics and say, look, the stock market's doing great, everything's doing great. And then people were like, yeah, but I don't have money, or I'm doing very poorly, or, you know, on my end, things are doing very poorly. And it feels like we've been in that cycle and we're still not really out of that.
Yeah. I mean, this is the problem with housing prices, right? You've got both ends of the K competing for limited housing stock, right? What's going to happen? One end of one end of the K is going to buy a lot of houses and turn the other end of the K into renters. You know why they call it a K, right?
Because it looks like a K shape.
Yeah.
I said that. Or you read it? You must have been reading something.
No, I wonder if it comes from V-shaped recovery. V-shaped recovery is there's a crash and then immediate recovery.
Right.
What's the line on the end of the K for, though? That's like the starting point. What happened there?
COVID.
Oh, COVID?
Yeah. Righteous Indifference for $5 says it's got to suck for this guy that even his imaginary girlfriend is 300 pounds and disabled. Terrible.
I responded to that and said she had AIDS too.
Wow.
So unfortunate.
Lethal Shane for 2 hours says this guy's what you get for giving Dobie a sock. He does have a very Dobie vibe to him. That is true. I'm glad you pointed it out. Now that you pointed that out, I can't not see it. Hayden Dill for 40 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. Says on One Truth Remains, the Republican Party sucks. The Democrat Party blows. Jank might be right about the Uniparty when our presidents are getting it off. This is some kind of classic Sammy wet dream. Oh, wow. So you're saying Sammy, I don't know if Sammy wants a world where Donald Trump has sucked off Bill Clinton, but I'll have to ask her. Oh, you're right. I said Dobie. Dobby. So sorry. Fake fan. But yes, I'll have to ask her about that. Alex S for $5 says, question for each of you. What character in a movie, show, video game, book, etc. would you compare yourself to or best represents you in your life?
God, we always get these questions and I just...
Jesus.
I never think that way.
I know. Your mind goes blank because you're like,
yeah, what?
It's hard to answer that question without being a massive egotist, right?
Hmm.
Because if you name someone like super badass, we're like, oh, of course.
Yeah, I know. I was
of
thinking
course, right? Yeah.
Maybe Bumblebee?
The car? What?
The car?
That's a good one because it like makes no fucking sense.
I know.
Look, it's just kind of confusing. You're like,
Bumblebee is
right?
badass. Okay, let's all be honest here.
Okay, Bumblebee. Yeah.
You get to be a cool car and a cool robot.
Right.
Come on.
That's true. You only can talk through the radio.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Right. I don't know, chat. You tell us what character do you think Adam and I
that's going to be
like
horrible.
The closest to? That's the real question.
Right.
Stug for $2 says in real life NPC versus background NPC, a video essay.
What characters in movies are completely afraid of collateral damage? Aside from Superman.
Well, like classically any superhero is supposed to be, so.
Sitch thinks of himself as the architect from the Matrix.
Oh God, how fucking dare you?
How pretentious.
You. Yes.
That's exactly how. That's what
I think of myself as pretentious Colonel Sanders. Yes. Exactly.
He even looks a little like that guy.
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I do. I intentionally style you know what? I go for the I go for the Sanders drip. Okay. Sanders core. That's what they call me. When Sam saw me for the first time, I just rolled up looking like some KFC mob boss. And she's like, wow, that's the guy that I like.
Does Academic Agent look a little like that guy?
He kind of does.
He does, doesn't he? I'm gonna bring up the picture.
Holy fuck, you're right. Holy shit. I never made that connection.
We need to do
he doesn't have white hair, but if he
we
did,
need to do a side-by-side comparison.
You got it. If you colored his hair white, he kind of does look like that. He has the same vibe too.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
I'm
right.
I'm bringing up pictures as we speak.
Oh my God. You're right on the money with that one. Holy shit.
Maybe not. We'll see. We'll look here. Here we have Academic Agent, who has done a face reveal before Sitch.
I know. How embarrassing for me,
It
right?
is a little embarrassing.
I know. God.
We actually know
he's whiter than I thought. I thought he was darker.
Oh my God.
I thought he was darker. So
there's nothing wrong with being dark, Sitch, okay?
Well, it's just a little
fine.
weird when you're kind of like a white nationalist, but you're not white, right?
Yeah,
it's a little strange. So.
But look, he is totally white. He's the whitest Persian out there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, he's Persian, right? Is he half Persian or is he full blooded? I don't think he doesn't look full blooded Persian. Now with that complexion, but what do I know?
Oh my God.
Listen, he's the one that made the video about how blacks were better as slaves, not me. Okay, I didn't make that video. I'm just saying that's a pretty crazy video to make.
They do. There's a spitting image.
There you go.
Holy cow.
Yep. Okay, here's what people said to say
Okay,
like
yeah.
what character were we like. All right, ready? So we have Dumb and Dumber.
Oh my god. We should have seen that one coming.
We should have seen that come. We have the ambiguously gay duo.
Oh wow.
Well, which one's the ace and which one's Gary? That's the real question. We have Thelma and Louise. We have Statler and Waldorf. Okay, I appreciate that one. Thank you. Lives and Does Well specifically for that.
That is the Muppet guys, right?
The Muppet guys. Yeah, that always
that
talk
makes
shit.
that totally makes sense.
Yes, that is correct. That is objectively correct. We have Jay and Silent Bob.
Oh, that's nice. Neither one of us are very silent though.
No, I mean, I have to be Silent Bob just because you're the pothead. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sam and Max.
Jason Mewes is pretty cool. I could hang with Jason Mewes.
There you go. There you go. Not Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith is all woke now.
He's a little woke now. Yeah, it's kind of sad.
I can imagine Jay behind the scenes going, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Right. Sam and Max
get laid.
Sam and Max is good. Adam has a lot of. I think we both want to be Max, but I think Adam has the Max energy. So.
Is that from the show The Max?
No, it's from a Telltale game. That's what we were talking about. I think it's Telltale. It was an adventure game called Sam and Max about a dog and police detective.
I brought up the pictures of the architect and Quackademic, who thinks he's the architect.
I mean, I see it. It's there. He's definitely got the same. He has the same vibe. Okay. We have Ren and Stimpy. Someone says your brother would be Black Hat from Villainous for Sitch. Sam and Max is a good choice. J Max says that we're Ren and Stimpy. That's bad. That's bad.
Ren and Stimpy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred and Barney from the Flintstones. The brothers from Venture Brothers. Okay. Listen, we don't have to be. We can be independent.
Dean and
guys.
Hank. Holy shit!
I don't want it. First of all, I don't want.
They're
to
really
be Dean or
coming.
Hank.
They're really coming for us.
Really coming for us. That's more offensive than the ambiguously gay duo. Okay.
Can't I be Brock Sampson? Come on.
Right.
Give me a break.
You don't want to be the mighty monarch.
There you go.
The doctor girlfriend.
Yeah. Who's the doctor girlfriend?
Doomer.
That's okay.
Master Shake and Frylock. I wish I could do Master Shake's voice. It's like one of my favorite.
I'd totally take Master Shake. I love Master Shake.
Master Shake is one of the greatest characters in all of
Shake
fiction.
is hilarious.
Yes. He's so horrible.
Yeah.
Yep.
He is that anti-hero, the totally anti-hero.
No, he's not. You're insane. What the fuck are you talking about?
Master Shake?
Master Shake's not an anti-hero. What the fuck are you?
Yeah, he does everything incorrectly.
He's not anti-hero. He's just a piece of shit.
That's what an anti-hero is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Am I crazy?
Anti-hero. Let's look it up.
Isn't an anti-hero generally a character that you're like kind of rooting for, but they're
An anti-hero is a central character in a story who lacks the traditional heroic qualities like nobility and courage, sometimes displaying villainous or morally ambiguous traits. That is totally Master Shake.
Well, under that definition. I guess maybe I didn't know what an anti-hero was ever. That's not what I thought an anti-hero was. Because I always thought they would point to like the Clint Eastwood movies
Frylock.
as like the anti-heroes where he's like, it's like you're like heroic, but you're kind of like, you're like the Punisher, right? Kind of like a renegade. Or I guess you're like rebelling against society, kind of like
Master Shake.
In Fight Club.
Master Shake is totally rebelling
situation.
against society.
Okay.
I can hear Master Shake claiming to be an anti-hero.
Okay, maybe I just don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong, but
I think you're more Meatwad. Meatwad is afraid of Meatwad is afraid of collateral damage.
There you go.
You know he is.
There you go.
You know Meatwad hates collateral
Meatwad
damage.
does not give a fuck about collateral damage. Okay.
No, his heart is in the right place. Meatwad is a true hero.
Okay. Philip Kogan's for 3 more months. I read this, but it's very true. Says this entire video is just exercising confession through projection.
True.
Very, very true.
Yes. Thank you for the super chat.
Contrast for 43 months. Thanks so much. Contrast being 43 months. A free will seeker. Says the only good Doctor Who is in the original series, 1963 to 1989. 3 is the best Doctor. I will engage in hand-to-hand combat to defend this position. Wow. Well, I think you're going to fight with Sam because I think she's a big David Tennant fan. So Andrew Bear for $2 says, why are artist types always so smug, pretentious twats? It's weird, right?
Yeah, that's something maybe I've grown out of that. Maybe when I was younger, I was a smug, pretentious twat.
You
get beat up by life a bit and you're like, maybe I shouldn't be such a smug piece of shit.
Listen, I'm going to retain my smug pretension. Okay. That's my goal. Got to hold on to it.
The whole premise of the show is to like beat the smug pretension out of you though.
Oh, okay.
So
Adam is Carl. Oof. That's pretty
Look,
bad.
What's wrong with Carl? Carl's just trying to get a piece of action.
And this guy, you know what?
I can't believe it.
That's true.
You guys don't like Carl?
Of all the characters in Aqua Teen Hunger Force, you're probably the closest.
Carl
line
is
to
great.
Carl. That's a good point. It's a great point. Yeah.
God,
Master
that
Shake
show
doesn't.
is so good.
Master Shake doesn't even ever save the day. He's just a villain. Yeah, that's why I say he's not an anti-hero.
Master Shake has never saved the day.
I don't think so.
Come
Not that I can
on.
think off the top of my head.
I think Master Shake has saved Meatwad more than once.
I don't know. I don't think
he
that's
does it in a
true.
completely selfish, self-centered way, but
He's
he
usually
tries to make it out like he's helping, but really he's only in it for himself.
It's usually Frylock who has to save both their asses at the end of the day.
Of course, yeah.
So.
But I could see Master Shake saying like, I'm trying to help you.
Right.
I'm doing this to help you, Meatwad, when really he's like trying to talk him out of his lunch money or something.
Mm-hmm. I think Sitch and Adam are the Moonanites. Exactly. There you go.
I'm flipping you off so hard.
I know you can't see it, but I'm flipping you off so hard right now. The laser is very slow, but when it hits. Yes. How many the
Moonanites are great too. I know. Look, all those characters are amazing.
So good. So good.
I bet it's completely anti-woke too. I haven't watched it in so long, but I'm sure they say all kinds of things that would make modern audiences shudder.
Right.
Right.
Listen, guys, when we
all
said
of Carl's objectification.
When we said what characters were we, they don't have to be like characters from the same show. Okay, we could like Adam could be Bumblebee, and then I could be a character that's not from Transformers, right?
Right.
It could be a completely different franchise. It's allowed. They don't have to be. It's supposed to be like what character matches your personality. The odds that there's going to be 2 characters in the universe that match our personalities is very rare.
Yeah. In the same show.
There you go. Hayden Dill, Sitch and Adam are like Adam and Sitch from that one comic. That's a great point.
Yes. Supervillains Anonymous. That's exactly right.
Sitch would be a GoBot. How dare you? I'd obviously be a Beast War.
Yeah. You'd be.
You would prefer to be. Yeah, you'd prefer to be Bumblebee instead of Dinobot. I'm shocked.
Who's that? Who's the one that runs around and says, "For the colony"?
You want to be Inferno?
No, you're Inferno.
Oh, why does that even make any sense?
For the colony.
Oh my god, I can't believe you fucking remember that.
You're always sacrificing yourself for everyone else.
He's like he's the exact opposite of the individualist.
Yeah, he's a collectivist.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm a big collectivist. Yes. Sitch is the TF2 scout and Adam is Adam Jensen. Like, listen, I'm behind that. I like that.
I don't know those characters, but
That's fine.
I support anyway, just for fun.
Adam Jensen is the character that looks kind of like you from Ex Machina.
Oh, it's great. Who's the blind guy from that Daredevil show?
Styx? Is that his name?
Oh, okay.
Why?
That's who
Or
Sitch.
Stick?
That's who Sitch is.
What is the how?
The Daredevil TV show.
Yeah, but how? What? How do you get that?
Because Sammy G said you look like that guy.
What? The old guy?
No, the guy who plays Daredevil.
Oh,
Char-
you
Charlie
retarded.
Charlie
you meant
Cox.
Okay, when you said the blind guy from Daredevil, I thought, well, he can't be talking about Daredevil because he would have just said Daredevil.
Daredevil is blind though.
I know, but when you said, so I was like, oh, he must mean the character who trained Daredevil, the blind guy. But no, you meant Daredevil. Okay.
Yeah, Daredevil.
Yes, Charlie Cox.
Where's the worst picture I can find of this guy?
Of Charlie Cox. Listen. That's very. I my best. I say I look like Charlie Cox. I'll take it.
Last time I brought up a picture of the guy, you were like, "What? You picked the worst picture of this guy ever."
Yes. Well, as I said, I don't think I look like it, but whenever I'd wear a hat, we've had 8 people come up to me and say that I look like the main character of the guy from the Netflix show You.
8 people? Is
8
that Charlie
people.
Cox?
It's Penn Badgley. I don't think I look like this guy.
Bagley.
But if you type in like Penn Bagley hat, I guess.
Penn Bagley with a hat?
Everyone thinks when I wear a hat. It's the only time people say I look like this guy. I don't think I look like this guy, but we've had a lot of random strangers come up to us and say this. So it must be true.
Okay, here we go. Here it is. Here's your face reveal, guys.
Thank you.
What's his name again?
Penn Badgley? Just type in you.
Penn Bagley and a
Netflix
hat.
You.
Here it is. Here it is, guys. It does. I can attest.
Okay.
This does actually look like Sitch.
Okay.
So. It looks
You're laughing, so I'm assuming it's some horrible picture or something.
It looks just like him. No, you can't see shit. Look up Penn Bagley in a hat. It's hilarious. There are all these pictures of you can't see his face at all.
There's like a million pictures of him with his face. Oh, did you find one where like his face is like in shadow or something?
It's like hidden in the hat.
Right. Okay.
Penn Bagley in a woman's hat. Let's see.
There you go. Sitch is Betty White and Adam is B. Arthur. I like it. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, where are we at on these super chats? I got big important things to do. We gotta get through these things. Let's focus for a minute here.
I know. Stop looking up attractive people to say I look like them.
No,
Terrible.
I'm just kidding. I got
Lives in
plenty of
Deswell
time.
for $2 says, why burn books nobody reads anymore? That's a good point.
Question. To keep warm, obviously.
That's a good point.
To survive the robot apocalypse together.
Right. Joe the Meg, thanks so much for joining. For gifting, actually. Because he's been a member for a long time. Thanks so much for gifting. Membership.
Guess who got that membership?
Who?
Dialogue Always.
Did he
Joe the
really?
Meg's favorite.
Did he really?
Favorite Sitch and Adam fan.
I don't know if you're just
trolling. No, I'm trolling,
Okay.
obviously, but
right.
I think Joe the Meg did a bunch of super chats when Dialogue Always was on. It was like,
right.
He was, right? I think he was.
Steve Paffy for $5 says, on behalf of all the hyper attractive social media people, I'm sorry for making you all feel bad. Parentheses, Adam.
It's true. God, look
There
at
you
this
go.
kid. He's so handsome.
Yeah, what the fuck, Paffy?
He's handsome, young. He probably has like 6 girlfriends. What
I
the
know.
fuck? Why?
Because-
I liked you better when you were faceless. Take that
Right.
picture down.
Stop. And he's doing the pensive face.
I know. It's
the pensive
it's
thirst
awful.
trap face. What a fuck you. Fuck you, Paffy.
Yeah.
Piece of shit. He's like, I'm sensitive, but serious, ladies.
Yeah. How many ladies in chat are DMing CS Paffy right now? That's what I want to know. This is supposed to be our harem, CS
Right.
Paffy. What are you doing?
Beard Master for 5 Canadian says, is this guy is trying to say there's something wrong with watching shows for 13-year-old boys? If it's a good show, who cares if it's for 13-year-old boys? True.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Plus, we want to see what nonsense they're teaching the 13-year-old boys, right?
Right.
They're probably teaching them to be women, to go into the women's locker room.
Sitch is kind of like Huey from the Boondocks. I'll take it.
Is that a
I
good
have the
one?
big fro too. Only it's a Jew fro.
I'm
Lives in
sticking with Bumblebee.
Okay, Huey and Bumblebee. Lives in Deswell specifically for $5. Says Sitch and Adam matchmaking when get a speed dating stream for chat. You can complain about the birth rates, but won't put your money where your mouth is.
I would love to do that. That'd be
We
great.
should do that. Yeah.
Could we get any? Would it be all guys? Could we get some
Ladies.
women in here? Some
Sitch
ladies?
and Adam ladies. Okay. How many of you are single? How many of you single and looking to mingle?
Yeah. I would say DM me, but my DMs are so fucking messed up that I don't think it's. I'm sorry, guys, but I think DMs are unavailable from now on.
Yeah, it's terrible. I can't actually. My DMs on my phone like don't even work anymore. I have to go on the web app or my computer or something because of this new like, oh, it's encrypted. Aren't you so happy? You really need these encrypted fucking DMs now all of a sudden, which I don't understand how is it any different than what it was before? Because I just type in a fucking passcode now or something.
I guess. Did you put? Look, I forgot my passcode. I did it. I only put it in once, and I don't remember it now.
You didn't write it down?
Actually, I didn't write it down.
You fool.
Yeah, I wonder if I could remember that passcode if I really concentrated.
Oh God. Well, just think about it, and you'll come to you in the shower or when you're sleeping or something. You'll wake up and go, ah.
I really can't remember. Damn it.
My God.
Hmm.
Well, you should, while you're still logged in, you should probably go in there and see if you can like change it or something.
Is there a way to reset it?
I have no clue.
It's never asked me.
I've never, once I typed it in once, it never asked me again. But I'm assuming if you sign out or you're in another device, you have to do it. Sitch is more like Barry from Archer. You know what? I appreciate that. I'll take that. I'll take that. Barry's a good piece of shit asshole. I like that. Sammy says we can raffle off my friend Windy on stream. There you go.
Raffle her off?
Yeah,
I
like it.
We're not starting an OnlyFans here. Come on.
Oh, okay. It's like a raffle. The money will go to charity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that how that works? It's not going to the dress charity. Stop it. Okay. That's not a charity. Edward Sr. for $5 says, are people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder more like Stalin and Mao or the Spanish Inquisition Salem witch trials? I would say they're more like Stalin Mao. Yeah, definitely. Madney85 for $5 says, calling liking attractive women fascist only makes fascists more appealing to young men. This living leftist Redditor stereotype is only helping the Nazis. It's a great point. Great point. The Seal Will for $5 says, so his video is, quote, I say this, I who she is and believe, even though I don't know, and me proof doesn't really show it, but I say it does. I agree with that.
Yeah. What a disingenuous prick. I hope he comes on the show.
Joe the Make for $5 says, drinking a Capri Sun for the vibe should be a capital offense. Yeah, that's so weird and strange. That's a thing now? Like having a Capri Sun is a vibe? Okay. Have you seen the
pedo vibe is what it is.
Papa Mate did a good video on like the performative male. There's like guys that will dress up a specific way and they'll go to like coffee shops or in public places and read just to try to like attract women.
Really?
Yes, they're just
These
like trying
guys
to
are like the dating apps have destroyed me. I'm gonna go
right.
and read a book in public.
Yes, yes. It's exactly what's going on. Yeah. And but
We
it's interesting because they all look, there's like a specific look that they all kind of do.
They paint their nails.
No.
We used to go to the coffee shop and play chess. That was our women grift.
And that worked.
Yeah, worked a lot.
Women would
I
come up
met-
to you while you're playing chess.
I met a
and be
lot of girls.
like,
No, of course not.
Oh,
you
okay,
have
well,
you
then
have
what
to approach them.
Oh.
You can't.
Well, then
They're not going to flock to you, but
that's why I was confused. Yes.
You're there playing chess, so you know you've got your attention on.
So you have your
something.
excuse to be there without
You have
seeming
your
odd.
excuse to be there
Gotcha.
to hang out for long periods of time. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Does that happen now? It probably doesn't. Are guys still playing chess at coffee houses to like meet women? Is that still a thing?
I've never walked into a Starbucks and seen people playing chess. No.
Seems like you could go to a yoga class or something. That might be a good place to meet women.
Yeah, but you got to be careful though, and because I mean we've talked about this before. It is a good idea to go to activities where women are, but you have to actually want to do the activity. If you're just there to pick up chicks, unless you're a really convincing actor, women will smell through that, real quick. So,
well, I was thinking I would go to the yoga class and bring a friend and play chess. I would just be in the corner playing.
Hey, can we play chess in your yoga class? He's like, I'm going to join your yoga class. But really? Okay, well, you're not wearing clothes. You're kind of wearing like blue jeans. No. We're just going to play chess in the corner here.
We would like to check out your yoga class. We want to see how the downward facing dog looks from the back of the room. We're just going to
sit in the back of the room and play chess and definitely not stare at all your asses while you're doing dogward facing down. Yes,
downward facing dog. Yeah, that's the one.
Right.
That's the pose that you want.
Exactly.
That's when you're going to be looking up from the chessboard.
Right.
Scanning the possibilities.
Like Sammy says, pick up women at Target.
Target?
There you go. That's why all the women flock to to buy knickknacks and shit. I don't know if that's a good idea.
I have seen a lot of super attractive women at our Target, which I'm always thinking, this is unusual.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, normally when you go out, it's just, you don't see a lot of super attractive people when you go out, right?
Well, in LA, don't you? It's all the attractive people go.
Yeah. I think it might be an LA thing.
J-Max says, do theater. That's what I did.
Theater works. I've done the theater thing. I've taken theater classes and been in plays and stuff like that. And it definitely, it's good. Yeah. You meet a lot of women that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way.
The other day, Not So Erudite said, avoid yoga, learn swing dancing. My experience is that she's not wrong.
Swing dancing is kind of the thing that as soon as you get a girlfriend, the girlfriend wants to do swing dancing so badly, and you have to constantly make excuses why you don't have time to do swing dancing tonight.
Really? I've never experienced this.
Oh, I've experienced that a
Swing
lot.
dancing. You don't like swing dancing? What's wrong with swing dancing? That sounds to be fun, probably.
After 4 or 5 excuses, they usually get the hint. Okay, well, maybe we're not going to do swing dancing.
You don't like dancing?
Ever.
You don't like swing dancing, Adam?
Well, I don't want to break my arms throwing some girl across the room.
You got to work out. You got to get your arms straight so you could, pick up a lady and twirl her around, right?
I mean, I like big girls, so.
You just got to do more reps.
I'm gonna get myself killed here.
Right.
No, I'm just playing around. Swing dancing doesn't sound fun to me, though.
Okay. I like electro swing music. You do electro swing dancing class.
That's a thing? Wow.
It should be.
How about boxing?
I don't think you're going to pick up a lot of chicks boxing.
Right.
Though there are those boxing exercise classes And I have seen a lot of women in those classes. So maybe
All
that's,
lesbians.
they don't look like it, but okay.
Okay.
No, there's
Could
like
be good.
exercise classes where you just like exercise by boxing, I guess. There's some name for it. I don't know what it's called. I'm sure someone else in chat knows, but
They have like a heavy bag or something.
it's just, yeah, it's just like, it's kind of like aerobics, I guess. Equal for $5 says, guys use so much flowery academic language to say so little, or that guy does. Can't even argue the subject. Ends with, let's not engage. Small wonder they're losing. Very, very true. Beard Master for 5 Canadian says he assumes education of the masses would fix everything, but doesn't seem to understand that even with education, people could still think he's garbage. Yeah, that is a common leftist talking point. Is they just think you can magically educate everyone into their socialist position because they don't, that's how they view the world.
Yeah, they were indoctrinated that way through college, so
Right.
they just assume it works on everyone.
PFS for 10 Canadian says this one was an absolutely wild ride. Thank you for making a tour through paranoid delusions so crazy. You're welcome. I'm glad you appreciate it. PFS.
So cozy.
Yes. Look at this. Boxy
Nice.
Brown chat says Sammy is right. Target has some hot women. See? There you go, guys. Apparently that's where the ladies all congregate. Target.
Is that Boxy Brown from Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
Boxer Brown, baby.
It is, isn't it?
I don't
Holy
know I don't know if
cow.
that's the reference, but
It must be.
Lethal Strain for $5 says Kyle did an Asmongold rage bait and Asmon watched that one. Okay, I'll check it out.
Yes. I think you sent that to me on Twitter and I started watching it, but
J-Mac for
Didn't
$50. So sorry I missed this, J-Mac. Our circuit fought for
What?
$50.
How did you miss this?
I know. Said I ran Wailing Caverns while you guys were streaming, and it was indeed enjoyable. So thank you for improving my WoW experience. However, due to my triggered super chatting, we wiped once. Moral of the story is never heal and super chat at the same time. Well, I'm assuming that you were not playing hardcore mode when you were doing that.
Yeah, doesn't he lose his character forever then?
If it was hardcore mode, you would, yes. Yeah. So
Glad you're
I'm
still
assuming
in
it
the
was a normal
game.
run. Yeah, you could totally do a like WoW dungeons while listening to something because you've done them a billion fucking times. So yeah, that makes sense.
You've got the muscle memory for it. The finger muscles.
Yeah, once you kind of the basics of what you want. Andrew Bayer for $2 says, have you watched 13th Warrior Great Growth Arc? I saw that so long ago that I really don't remember anything about it at all. So I'd have to check that out again.
That's a tough. That arc is tough to do because you don't want to bore people. So, especially in movies today when everyone just loves high action.
Well, in a movie, it's hard just for timing, but I mean, there's a lot of animes that are almost exclusively, or not exclusively, but just very heavily focused on like training arcs and things like that.
The pacing in Running Man is so bad. So fucking bad. You're going to love it. When are you going to see it? Tomorrow?
Maybe. Tomorrow or Wednesday, probably. You guys should watch Asmongold's video of him reacting to Kyle Kalinske. Well, we're not probably do tonight, but I'll check it out. Dave Puff says, speaking of swing dancing, my buddy asked a cabbie in Vegas to take him to a swing club because he wanted to go dancing.
Oh,
he did
no.
not go to a dance club. Yeah, you got to be careful.
They went to a swingers club.
Careful. All right.
Have you ever been to one of those swinger clubs where you have to take off all your clothes and they give you like a little robe?
No, Adam, I've never been to a swingers club.
They give you like a little robe.
Have
you're
you
like,
been to
you're
a swingers
butt
club?
naked.
This is a first person experience.
You gotta like
experience?
walk around with your wallet and your keys in your hand.
Really? They don't have little pockets in the robe?
I guess not.
What do you mean? I guess you're explaining this from your experience.
I've never been to one of these, but I
don't believe you.
I had a friend of mine that
Of
was
friend.
yeah,
a friend in quotes, right?
yes.
Yeah.
he worked on a fishing boat in Alaska, and he came to visit me, and he wanted to go to one of these clubs. He obviously tried to talk me into going with him, but I'm like, fuck you, I'm not going to one of these clubs. So we took
Can you just
him.
go as alone? Wouldn't there just be like a
He
ton
went,
of...
yeah, he went by himself, and he said, "Oh my God, it was like the worst decision he ever made."
Right.
But yeah, we dropped him off, we picked him up. He told us all about it. And I got to admit, I mean, I was like, just you're kind of fascinated by the train wreckness of it. So
Right. So he didn't get anything. It was just awkward. Him just awkwardly walking around looking at people fucking. He's like, this is...
yeah, he said
bizarre.
there's like, it's like mostly guys, obviously, which you'd think.
Of course.
Yeah. And then just a few scattered women, but yeah.
Right.
He was not liking it.
No. Dropped him off like a daycare. Enjoy your day at the swing club.
He's dying to go.
Yeah. I will never understand that, but okay.
Well, I mean, I understand it. You understand you're like, some guys might think, oh, maybe I'll get lucky.
No,
Look,
I
everyone's
understand.
naked. I get to watch
Right.
random people fucking.
I understand the concept of a single man wanting to go to a swingers club and fuck random women. I get that.
Yeah, totally.
I don't understand a woman or a couple going to a swingers club to engage in that behavior. That's the part I don't understand.
If your girlfriend is saying, let's go to the swingers club, you're like, oh my God, she's going to fuck everyone.
I need a new girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the response to that. Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Right.
Did I pick the wrong woman?
Whoops. Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says I read that one. That was about Exhibition 33. Arnozo's here for $5 says the women who really only select for conservative men are usually religious, so dating apps are difficult for agnostic conservatives. Oh, that's an interesting point.
Oh, yeah, interesting. So they'd be mad if you weren't a believer. All those women probably meet men at church. So they're like, what do I need a dating app for?
Well, also, I mean, don't they have, I thought there's specifically religious dating apps like Christian Mingle or something.
J-Date.
J-Date. There you go. The Jew one.
A lot of the actresses in Los Angeles are on J-Date.
Oh, they're all looking for a nice Jewish boy.
Trying to hook up with producers.
Oh, terrible.
I'm like, you're not even Jewish. She's like, I don't care.
Sell it for $10 says George wouldn't let Carrie wear a bra because people don't wear lingerie in space. The gaffer tape was a compromise. Granted, she never called him a creep, and they were friends till she died. Oh, really? Okay, that's a weird... That can't be it. That's the stupidest fucking reason I've ever heard in my life.
People don't wear lingerie in space.
Normal underwear isn't lingerie.
They have gravity inside the ship. Why wouldn't you wear underwear?
Wouldn't you wear if you didn't have gravity? You would be more inclined to wear underwear because your parts are going to be all over the place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
this makes less and less sense every minute.
On one hand, that sounds like the stupidest thing ever that I've ever heard. On the other hand, I could 100% believe George Lucas would say something that fucking stupid,
that ridiculous. Of course,
that insane.
Why wouldn't he?
See, well, okay, that makes me think that my original idea about it was completely backwards. That it wasn't some feminist thing. It was the opposite. He just wanted to see her tits bouncing around. And then she's like, "This is getting out of hand. We need gaffer tape." I don't know. It's weird. It's fucking weird. Witosk for $5 says, to clarify, it seemed like Adam was picking out specific counterexamples where a bias for one gender would emerge organically. The poll was absolutist. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. Bob Tewillinger? I can't say that. Bob Tewillinger for $10 says, this guy's drip is terrible. It all clashes. The shitty tattoos, the problematic glasses. What kind of aesthetic is this guy going for? Temu Eminem? I like that. It's a good one.
Yeah, totally. I agree. He needs to like get everything together.
Temu
Harmonize
Eminem.
your silly aesthetic.
Right. Yeah, but that is an aesthetic though. The horrible clashing thing. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Ladante
Awful.
Latranta for $5 says Dispatch is really good. Play it, use this money to buy it, trust. Ad Hoc Studio made the good Telltale games like Walking Dead. Invisigal is best gal. Maybe we will play it. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, can we play it on a live stream?
Sure.
That might be fun. Although I always see people playing games on live streams to like 15 people, and I'm like,
Right.
that seems depressing.
Yeah.
Might be just better to play by ourselves.
Luz and Deswell specifically for $5 says, I'm going to try and find the opposite of the performative male aesthetic. Something like a navy suit with a flag pin and a Mishima book.
Yeah, what's that?
Yukio Mishima, Japanese author. Oh. And ultra nationalist. Yeah, because usually they would read like some sort of like feminist literature. So like that'd be the exact opposite. That'd be funny.
Why not just go with like the Nazi armband and
okay.
just march right in and read Mein Kampf?
Right. It might be a little too much.
I wonder how that would go.
The game is basically a movie, so if you really want to, you could do a review of it on the media channel. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says two-step dancing is also a good one. It's not a hard dance to learn. If you're near OKC, go to Cowboys, come for the dancing, and stay for the live bull riding.
Wow. Would you ride a bull?
No.
What about a mechanical bull?
Sure, I'd do that. Yeah.
Yeah, mechanical bull could be fun.
I went to a rodeo once. It was interesting. I felt bad for the cows. Because they do the thing where like the cows all run around and then they have to like rope them and like slam them into the ground. I was like, ooh, all right. Too much of a bleeding heart.
I rode in Gymkhana when I was a kid. I hate to say that I rode horses when I was a kid because people automatically think you're Hassan and you're playing croquet.
Right.
I lived in a trailer at the time that we had horses.
Down by the river.
We were literally trailer trash.
Right.
But we had horses. We had a bunch of horses.
The
horses generally got better treatment than myself. So,
right.
But I did ride horses and where you do like poles and barrels and stuff like that, which was pretty cool. Although at the time I did not enjoy it at all. My dad was like, "Get on the horse. Get on the fucking horse." Have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm. Horses are for.
It's like
a
horse
Boy Scout summer camp where we either ride a horse all over the place.
You've ridden horses? Have you done any of the obstacle courses and whatnot?
Only once at the end of the summer. It was not summer camp. Well, I guess it was a summer camp. At the end of the camp, the Boy Scout camp, it was funny. We had to do some obstacle course thing. And we were playing against, I think, the other Boy Scout troop was from Texas. And we beat them. And we're like, Florida boys versus the Texans. How embarrassing.
Wow. What were the sports?
It was just, I don't know, it was running around. They're like these little cones you had to kind of like navigate around quickly.
Yeah. I remember barrels and I remember poles.
Barrels. Yeah, you're right. It was a barrel.
There's like a line of poles where you got to weave in and out of the poles up and back. And then there's like 3 barrels in a triangle.
Oh,
and you kind of got to swing around the barrels and it's like a speed test.
Right. You're right. Ours was far more simple. Yes.
I did win a 2nd place ribbon in one of them.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Very nice.
Which was pretty cool. But
when I did it, for some reason, my horse didn't act up the entire time at camp. But when it had to do the little obstacle course, it like went retarded for some reason. And it did this. I've never seen a horse do this. It did like a weird, like sideways shuffle. It didn't just go normal. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, what is happening? Why is it doing this?
You did something wrong.
Didn't do this.
You grabbed the thing. You pulled the rein.
The entire week, it never did anything like this. And I was doing some bizarre fucking crab walk. I was like, what the hell's happening? He still won, though. Still got him. Arrhythmus for $2 says Starfield is the worst game idea ever. A Bethesda game where you have the natural urge to explore every inch of the map, but the map is made of hundreds of barren, procedurally generated planets, making it impossible to explore. Wow, sounds pretty fucking awful.
This is hilarious. AK Batosai says Sitch's horse was named Buttercup. Your horse wasn't named Buttercup, was it?
I don't get it.
My stepsister's horse was actually named Buttercup, though.
Oh, wow. Look
which
at that.
is a
See?
good guess. Yeah.
It's kind of off. So,
well, actually, no, I think it was Butterball. I don't think it was Buttercup. I think it was Butterball.
So
it was like a super fat little pony.
We were at the summer camp, and they're giving everyone their horses that they're going to be on for the week, right? And all people's horses are like cool sounding names. They're like, you get the horse like Red Cloud, or you get the horse like Shadow Walker, or you get the horse like Lightning. And I'm like, oh, I'm sitting there. I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for my cool horse, right?
Here it is.
They talk to me. They're like, you get the horse Ben. And I was like, what? I was like, what? Ben, motherfucker? You give me Ben? Everyone got like Shadowfax over here and like Lightning and Sonic the Hedgehog horse. I'm like, what is going on? Why do I get Ben? And they're like, oh, well, someone thought the horse looked like the guy who like some camp counselor. So we named it Ben. I was like, oh, so fucking lame. So fucking lame.
Poor Ben. Holy shit.
I know.
Horseface Ben.
Horseface Ben. I was like, God.
AK Batosai also says everyone rode horses when Adam was a kid. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
You meanie.
Terrible.
They didn't have cellular telephones at the time, that's for sure.
You're right. Yeah, see, look, that's it. They looked at me and they knew I was the Jewish kid in the camp.
They're like, give him the shit horse.
No, they're like, we gotta give him the Ben Shapiro horse.
Give him the garbage horse that nobody likes.
We gotta give him the Jew horse. Okay.
They were discriminating.
Right.
All of those camp counselors were groypers.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. The horse had a little hat on it. They just said it was part of like the reins. I just never questioned it.
Can you imagine making the horse wear a yarmulke?
Exactly. There you go. Kana says that was their horse with a little hat and a big nose. Well, to be fair, all horses have big noses. All right.
Hayden Dill says horses weren't domesticated when Adam was a kid.
That's right. He was riding Mammoth, right?
That's right. I had my own woolly mammoth. It was great.
Yes. You're riding a little saber-toothed tiger.
Oh,
you had one of those little
badass
little Flintstone cars.
What I would love, what I would give to have a saber-toothed tiger.
Ooh, okay.
That was my favorite dinosaur.
Really? The saber-toothed tiger is your favorite dinosaur?
Did saber-toothed tigers live at the same time as dinosaurs?
They did not. No.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like
did not.
Doesn't seem like they did. Yeah.
They're also not dinosaurs, but yes.
But they are from the prehistoric times, right? Saber-toothed tigers died out before human civilization formed.
I don't know if that's true actually. I thought they were around when
it's
there were
true.
cave
Don't
people.
look it up.
I thought they were around with cave people. At least like I've seen all these like pictures of like them with cave people, so that could be fake news, but is that actually true? When did the saber-toothed tigers exist?
I said don't look it up.
I'm looking it up, motherfucker.
You can't. Sitch can't resist.
Time period. Well, it's an interesting question. Says saber-toothed tigers lived from about 2.5 million to 10,000 years ago. Okay, so yeah, they definitely existed both a long time ago.
Before human civilization, just like Adam said. Yeah.
But also during human civilization.
You questioned me on Anti-Hero and you got completely slapped back, and now you're going to come back for seconds.
Right.
Don't do it.
Okay. So there were saber-toothed tigers when they were cave people running around, fighting the mammoths and stuff.
But were they in the Colosseum?
I don't think there were Colosseums, unless that show Ancient Aliens is correct. All right. Then there were no Colosseums at that time period.
That shows like a documentary. Of course it's correct.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Okay.
Adam's favorite dinosaur was a mammal. Fitting.
Exactly.
Look, I just do shit like that to trigger you guys.
Of course.
You guys should be used to it by now.
Of course. The Graham Hancock extinction event. Yeah, exactly.
That's good.
That is good.
These guys are great.
Yeah.
You guys are all comedians. Just bring this comedy to the Sitch and Adam dating show, okay? This
go.
comedy will definitely get you some female attention, I guarantee.
Mm.
You got to be a smooth operator and you got to be a smooth talker. So
Right.
practice up in the mirror if you have to.
Anyway.
General Balzac says, I have been triggered. Now I'm a groiper. Thanks, Adam. Hey, don't blame
Look
that
what
on
you
me.
did, Adam. You
Don't
asshole.
fucking blame that on me.
Can't believe that. You made him a racist.
How dare you?
You triggered him into being a racist.
Nobody clipped that. If Kyle
Yes.
Kalinske sees that, he's going to be very upset. Okay.
You didn't understand the genetic lineage purity of the dinosaur versus the mammal. And thus you've made him racist.
Forgive me.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who made it to this stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonist that has a harem of big-titted ladies who definitely trigger all the male feminist Redditor types like Crimes New Roman. And we will see you all on Tuesday.
That's right. Tuesday, we're talking to Yaron Brooks. So stay tuned. Bye-bye, everyone.